Good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Council's legislative budget hearings regarding the FY26 budget. Throughout the day, we will welcome different departments and organizations to answer questions from Council. First, I'd like to thank all of the city employees for your service to our community. This is a good reminder for all the work that goes into the daily efforts are summarized financially here, but it's an ongoing effort, and we're grateful to all city employees, particularly those who are here. It is a year-round effort, and both council and the administration are both involved in this process, and so thank you to everybody that has contributed to it. I want to give a special shout out as well to our award-winning finance team. This is the Super Bowl of your crunch, and we appreciate all that goes into this process, the accuracy, the methodology that you use, and you've been recognized multiple times for that. So an extra shout out to you guys and the time that you're going to commit today. With that said, if there's no other comments from council members, I'll welcome Mayor Kincannon to give some introductory remarks before we get started.
Good morning. Everybody awake? Yeah, good to see you. I want to thank Vice Mayor Smith, council members, and everyone who is either here in the room or watching on TV or live streaming. I appreciate council's partnership in being good fiscal stewards of taxpayer resources while also working hard to meet the demands of a growing city. And today is the opportunity for you all to take a deep dive into our proposed budget and to hear directly from the members of my leadership team. I know how much council members spend throughout the year engaging and listening to residents, hearing their needs and wants, and then conveying those needs and wants to me and my team so we can integrate those into our budget proposal. So thank you for the time you've spent with me, not just today, which was going to be a long day, but throughout the year, and also with David and Boyce and the other members of Cabinet on budget priorities. You'll recognize today many of the same themes that we discussed during the February budget retreat. Those priorities and themes are reflected in this proposal. Chief Financial Officer Boyce Evans, Deputy CFO Kitron Smith, and Chief of Staff David Brace will be with you all day today. Thank you for doing that. And I guess Penny and Donna may be here for all day too, or most of the day. Most of the day, just for this part. Okay. Well, appreciate the finance team, and I know you guys will have a lot of questions, and we hope to be able to answer most of those today, but if there are any questions that we need to do a little research on, we'll get back to you as soon as possible. I do, Vice Mayor Smith, you just did some recognition of our finance team, but that's like an amazing team right there, representing 30-some other people who make up the finance team. So to Donna, Penny, Kitron, and Boyce, thank you for the incredible work you do, not just during quote-unquote budget season, because the budget's being worked on year-round, and you all do a great job. We have award-winning on our budgeting. We're award-winning. We have clean audits every year, and it's so many years in a row that we've gotten these awards that we need to say it out loud and out proud, because otherwise we might start taking it for granted. You all do a great job, and we appreciate it. Just a little reminder, mostly not for council, since most of you have been doing this for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. But for those who are watching, I just want to remind everyone that this budget process occurs over many months and requires participation and dialogue from all branches of government as elected representatives of our residents and businesses. We hear from people year-round, every day, and then we integrate those needs and concerns into the budget. Our professional public servants work throughout the year to evaluate capital, operating, and personnel needs and wants. Those same professionals also listen to the needs that council conveys and the wants and concerns that you represent from the people across the city that you hear from visitors, residents, and businesses. As you recall, in December, we do capital requests. Those are submitted, and in February, the operating and personnel requests are submitted and reviewed. And our finance team also has to take into account the general economy and economic conditions, analyzing the market, our revenues and expenditures in order to provide accurate projections as we mold a proposed and balanced budget. The budget today and the hearings are the culmination of many months of work and collaboration and listening to our community. So now I'll just end with a brief overview of what you're about to dig into. This proposed fiscal year 25-26 budget is responsible, balanced, and does not require a tax increase. We have high bond ratings, proper reserves, and a healthy unassigned fund balance. And the budget proposes to invest in the key priorities of my administration: safety, housing, jobs and prosperity, great and connected spaces that connect people, a healthy environment, and this is important, building a solid foundation for future administrations. I'm so energized about our work, our successes to date. We delivered the State of the City event at the stadium, which was just one of many things that we accomplished that's very tangible. But we've also made incredible progress on attainable housing, Vision Zero, urban forestry, and services for our unsheltered neighbors. Since I was first elected mayor in 2019, we have worked together as a team to tackle head-on the challenges of our community while at the same time maintaining a strong foundation for the future. But even with our sound position, we must be focused and disciplined to complete what we have started together. Like you, I'm very concerned about potential federal cuts. Some we've already seen, and some are potential future cuts. We're also very concerned about this uncertainty of the national economy generally. So a downturn could have significant impact on our sources of revenue. Our economy is slowing, but still we have rising inflation, cooling sales tax growth, and the need to address significant deferred maintenance with our legacy public amenities and our stormwater infrastructure, and the desire for all of us, council and administration, to meet other wants and needs of our community, such as more housing, road paving, new sidewalks, greenways, world-class parks. These are all things that our community members want and need and deserve. But we can't do it all, because if we try to do it all, we won't do any of it well. So that's why this budget is focused and responsive, not scattered and not ineffective. This focus requires good fiscal stewardship and allows us to invest wisely in core services and in strategic initiatives that will serve Knoxville well now and into the future. So I appreciate your long focus on this throughout the year, your day-long legislative hearings today, and my team stands ready to answer your questions. Vice Mayor Smith, I'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we get started, any questions for the mayor while she's here? Okay, all good. I also want to thank everybody that's here. I know we have some council members trickling in, but this will be the last budget hearing, legislative hearing for 5 of us. So we are pros and expect nonetheless. There may be some tears of joy or job well done. So we're used to this, and so we'll try to flow through it accordingly. To kick us off, our internal auditor, Ms. Kirk, has put together our working binder for the legislative hearings. Ms. Kirk, would you give an overview of what's before us?
Happy to. So just like in years past, you'll see the binder in front of you. It should be very similar to what you've had previously. One thing that I added this year is there is a legend in the front cover. So as you're going through the departments, on the requests, items that are highlighted are items that were funded. If there's an asterisk beside it, that is the amount that it was funded at. If you want an example, you can turn to the police department page since they're first up, and you can see one of the items, it shows that it was funded, but at an abbreviated amount. So that's an example. And you'll see that throughout all of the departments today. Like I said, I think everything is probably similar to previous years. So if you have questions, just let me know.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, at the top, we'll call in the quarterback of the Super Bowl team, champions, Mr. Evans. If you would give us an overview of the budget. I know council will probably have some questions, but is there anything you want to say off the top?
You talking about, in other words, I can start the part I've prepared for.
Yeah, if you have a presentation, go for it.
Yes, sir. Well, first off, I've got here with me the mentioned quarterbacks. I used to be a lineman, so I worked for a living.
Every role is critical. for
Sir,
the team.
I've got my deputy CFO here, Ms. Kitron Smith. She's sitting at my right hand because she is definitely my right hand in everything. I've got the purchasing agent and in charge of our purchasing division, Ms. Benny Owens, right here. And I've got our revenue administrator and chief of our revenue division, Ms. Donna Dyer, here with me as well. And what I'm going to do this morning is take a little bit of time, not a lot. I've timed myself, and I think it's about 15 minutes, but to go over some of the highlights of the proposed budget, which you all have a copy of. Looks like this. And just to start on that, I thought about, well, what's a synopsis of it? And I'd put it down like this. It's a tighter FY. Revenues are flatter than what we've seen in the past. Costs are up some due to inflation, but it's a fiscally responsible budget. And by that I mean, first off, it doesn't use any general fund unassigned fund balance, which I'm always very happy of. It makes a substantive payment on some of our long-term debt, and it puts funds toward deferred maintenance to the extent that we are able on some of our legacy facilities. And it provides the services that our citizens have come to expect and in many cases rely on. Now, some of the key points of the budget, first off, it's balanced with realistic revenue and expenditure projections throughout. The total budget is $606.7 million, which is a 0.3% increase or $2.1 million higher than the current FY. The net budget, which excludes interfund charges and transfers, is $477.3 million, and our general fund is $323 million, which is a decrease of approximately 4.4% from the current FY. The capital budget, all funds included, is $47.9 million, so that's about $4.6 million higher than the current FY. And in terms of manpower, this budget proposes to add 5 positions to full-time head count, so our full-time positions would go up from 1,611 that we have in the current FY to 1,616 in FY26. And part-time positions would remain the same at 29. Our community agency grants are just short of $2 million. It's $1,979,500. $300K of that is for opioid remediation funds going to various nonprofits for that work. Arts and cultural type nonprofits, $423,500 will be going to them, or proposed to go to them. And community and social services type nonprofits and organizations, we've got $836K proposed to go to them. So again, that puts you just short of $2 million. Now the revenues are indeed a bit flatter. For instance, our sales tax growth, it's almost flat compared to where we projected the end of the current FY at the budget retreat via the mid-year report. We're only on local option sales tax projecting growth of 0.9% from that. And the FY26 forecast is approximately $70.7 million, which is really only $700,000 more in local option sales tax than where we projected to end the FY at the mid-year report. And state shared sales tax is basically flat at 24 million. So in total, if you add all that up, we're only projecting growth of about $700,000 in sales tax combined from local option and state shared. That's a big shift from the years immediately following the pandemic when it was going like gangbusters. We were making more. So the good news, though, it's still rising. It's not decreasing. It's rising. It's just rising at a much slower rate. Our property tax, kind of the same thing, although it never, unless there's a tax rate, increase, which there's not proposed in here. But, it grows at a modest rate. It's kind of a slow rate, frankly. Our property tax is growing, but it's a slow growth rate. We're projecting 2.2% growth for FY26 over FY25. And as the mayor said, there's no property tax increase proposed. Our rate remains 2.1556 per $100 of assessed value. And we are, and thank you all for this, still benefiting from that 36.5 cent tax increase on property that you put in place, voted into place back in 2022. But again, only a growth of about 2.2% from FY25 to FY26. Costs are up a bit, as I said at the outset. Inflation forecasted around 2.7%, and I'd written that down for a while and checked it yesterday on some of the national media, and I'm proud to say it's pretty much in there. But could be a little bit more due to labor costs. And we are still, even though it's 5 years later, in FY26, it will be feeling costs or the effects of the hyperinflation that took place immediately following the pandemic, particularly when we get into construction projects, as also buying equipment. So we're still feeling that. Things cost more. The pension fund, that's another one where it's up some. $2.1 million up from FY25, the current FY, to FY26. And I'll explain that here in a second. We agreed based on the experience study about 3 years back to lower the expected rate of return on our pension fund investments from 7.25% to 7% over the period of 5 years. That's 5 basis points a year that you lower that. Well, as you lower it, those 5 basis points per year, then the amount of pension fund unfunded liability that you have to pay increases. And like I say, ours goes up by about 2.1 million for FY26. So we're up from 23 million in FY25 to approximately 25.1 million in FY26. Employee compensation, just like nationally, that is a thing that always rises. Personnel costs comprise about roughly 40% of the budget if you include all funds, and it's projected to grow by about 12.9 million in the upcoming FY. We have funded in this budget, proposed to fund the 2.5% increase for all general fund employees, basically all employees, as well as the 1.7% increase for the uniform bodies in our police and fire departments. It proposes that. It also proposes to add $225,000 to address some market increases in the fire department based on a recent analysis from a compensation consultant, and it provides to get them certain positions up to market rate. It also proposes $50,000 for increased pay, simply because we got more of them, firefighters that earn advanced EMT and paramedic accreditation. You remember last year, which is now in effect in the current FY, we upped the pay for those advanced life-saving accreditations. Well, the fire department responded and we have more people that are earning those accreditations. And that's what this, that amount of money, that $50,000 goes for. The budget also provides, the mayor touched on a few things. I think some of them are worth reiterating. We'll dig a little deeper into it. The services and the initiatives and so forth our citizens expect and have come to rely on. For instance, our $11.3 million is proposed in here for roadway safety improvements. I'm talking about roadway repairs, repairs to bridges, guardrails, signals, signage, and other basic safety assets across the city. There's over $1.8 million in here for Vision Zero initiatives, in other words, sidewalk repairs and maintenance, ADA curb cuts, and the citywide roadway safety program. Additionally, park improvements, improvements to our parks and improvements to our recreation centers. We're proposing just over $2 million or $10 million for that. And that includes money going toward the World's Fair Park Amphitheater, which is heavily used, as well as the Lakeshore Park. We've got $8.2 million that we're proposing for affordable housing projects. $4.2 million of that is for the Transforming Western initiative that's been ongoing. We've got $2.5 million for Affordable Rental Development Fund and $1.5 million for supportive housing, permanent supportive housing. We're also providing just over $1.4 million to help prevent homelessness, and about $350K to help with the warming centers that have been going on for at least the past 2 winters. It's also, as I said at the outset, a fiscally responsible budget. And I'm going to kind of wrap up on this note. First off, it does propose a $25 million lump sum payment on the convention center long-term debt. In other words, the remaining principal at the end of this fiscal year is going to be $59 million. And that $25 million will lower that to $34 million. It also reduces our annual debt service payments on the convention center from about $9.8 million per FY to $5.7 million per FY, which you net that out and it comes to about $4.1 million in savings through the life of the debt, which is 2032. Put another way, if you carried it all the way through 2032, that would result in savings of roughly $30.2 million in carrying costs for that debt. So that is substantial. And we believe we'll still be able to pay off the convention center about 2 years early. Now this is key. If the tourism development zone continues to produce at the level that it has been producing, then we should not need the city hotel motel tax to go toward this debt. We should be able to pay for it with the TDZ revenue. That in turn frees up the city hotel motel tax to be used for other tourism related initiatives, such as deferred maintenance on some of our legacy facilities like the KCAC and others. So again, fiscally responsible, $25 million lump sum payment saves us at least $30.2 million in debt over the life of the bonds. And this also appropriates roughly $12 million in deferred maintenance for a lot of our legacy facilities, infrastructure upgrades, maintenance, and so forth. And we do our best to fund some of these the maintenance every year, but you never have enough money to go around. So a $12 million proposal does put a little bit of a dent in that. We've got strong reserves that we maintain in this budget. 20% of the equivalent of the general fund will be placed in the stabilization account, and that comes to around $64.6 million. Also, 5% of the equivalent of the general fund is $16.2 million, and that's put into assigned fund balance, as a best practice. And, these reserves enable us to be able to handle the requirements and challenges that would come up. And it also helps us in the case, things went south at any point in time. It's a balanced budget, and it does not propose the use of any general fund unassigned fund balance. So in conclusion, I'll just wrap it up by saying, it's a tighter fiscal year. Revenues are flatter than they have been in the past, still growing, but flatter in terms of growth. Costs are up some due to inflation, which has lowered from that hyperinflation, but we still got the inflation. It's a fiscally responsible budget, and it provides the services and for the projects and so forth that our citizens have come to expect and rely on. And at this point, I'll open it up to any questions that you may have for me.
I think Councilwoman Parker was first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And thank you so much for the presentation and all the work that the Finance Department puts into preparing this budget. We've already had a few conversations in the lead up to this meeting because one of my commitments and priorities is to try to bring the public into this conversation and help the public understand our budget process and the budget itself. And one thing I discovered this year that I hadn't noticed in past years, I learned something new every year, but our proposed budget does not have a full table of contents. And that makes it difficult. If you'll look at the table of contents, it ends at page 56, but all of the funds follow. So it makes it difficult to navigate the budget ahead of this meeting. It makes this meeting even more important for City Council so we can get a lot of clarity. So I just, that's one request I have for the administration. I know this has been the standard structure of the proposed budget for many, 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 many years. But it would be really helpful to have that full table of contents in there so that we can more easily navigate all of these pages. Another issue that I brought up is the policies. Throughout the year, I try to keep these financial policies in mind as we're making decisions, especially when budget amendments come before us. One question I always have with budget amendments is, are there any recurring costs included in the budget amendments? And the reason I ask that is because it's within our policies. Not that we're forbidden to make a budget amendment that includes recurring costs, but just that it's, I guess, frowned upon within our policies. And this period of time, once the proposed budget is released, before we begin voting, is a good time to not only refamiliarize ourselves with those policies, but also share them with the public. And it's a good educational opportunity. And so I really appreciate the work that the City Council office does, in Savannah specifically, in pulling together this packet and preparing, putting the policies at the beginning of the packet. I find it super helpful. But just wanted to point out that at the top of that packet, it says 60 days beforehand, we need to have all of this in hand. That's by May 1st. So I just keep pushing for us to, get all of that information, even if, all of us aren't able, because we're, part-time city council people, and we have a lot to do and a lot that we're managing leading up to these hearings. But even if all of us aren't able to get to all of these materials, I think we should all have them in hand by May 1st. So I just wanted to put that plug out there. And then turn to finance with my questions. One question I had is in regards to the debt payments. I've been trying to get a sense of the difference between this budget and our current budget. And, we have a small change in that 2.1 million increase that you mentioned. And I see the various funds that are decreasing in this budget, 2.1 million in the Affordable Housing Fund, 3.5 million in capital projects, some projections of reductions around the home grant and emergency shelter grant and community development block grants. Those are major changes that I see in reductions in the various fund lines. But I'm not able to get a sense of how we have identified the 25 million to go towards the debt payments. And if you could give me a better sense of what shifts in our spending are we making from our current year budget in order to have the capacity to commit a larger a lump sum payment towards the debt this year?
Yes, ma'am, that's a good question. Not being patronizing, it really is a good question. It's one that I'd probably ask, and that is that what we've done is the city, way before I got to be CFO, started sometime back, has been accruing some money in what we call the Convention Center Fund Balance Account. And we use that to make payments on the debt services. And we have done that with funding that is restricted specifically for the purpose of making payments on debt service. So in other words, that's TDZ money primarily, but also city hotel motel dollars. For instance, remember several months ago, thank goodness, you all passed the amendment to that ordinance on the city hotel motel dollars that made it so that they could be used for other tourism-related initiatives and not just on the convention center. Well, so all that money, convention center, or the TDZ dollars and city hotel motel dollars were going into this thing, and we felt like it was a good time to make a debt service payment on this and really try to get it down if our projections hold out to where the TDZ revenue from now on will continue to fund the debt service payments, the annual debt service payments on that. So it didn't come from like the general fund or money that was fungible that we could use for anything else. That 25 million can be used for nothing other than debt on the convention center.
Super helpful. All right, thank you.
Ma'am.
Councilwoman Fugit.
Thank you. This is just because I sit on the pension board, and I appreciate what you said about the unfunded liability going up because the expected rate of return had to go down to 7. That was based on actuarial reports. And I just think for further clarification for my colleagues who do not get the pleasure of being at the pension board once a month, would you also talk about that the law that says that ours cannot exceed the states and what the state's rate of return is? Because I think that helps understand actuarially and by law, we had to reduce our expected rate of return, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And you may need to help me just a bit on this as well since you're in that investment committee. But
Oh, no.
oh, yes, ma'am. But the state law is that whatever the state's TCRS, and I forget what it stands for, their retirement system,
Right.
whatever that's at, you cannot be more than 50 basis points, a half a percentage point above it
Right.
or below it in
Right.
terms of your expected rate of return. So we have never been above it, but they lowered theirs about 25 basis points.
To about 6.5.
Yeah, it's where they're going down to 6.5 or 6.75. And we thought sometime back, we better get it ahead of the game here, because what if they dropped a little bit more? Then we'd have to do it all at once. It would be a major financial hit, because just the slightest change in that expected rate of return with a like a $700 million invested in the pension fund, that causes a lot of pension unfunded liability. So, yeah, that's what it was. It was to stay in line with where we need to be in terms of the state, plus the actuaries that did the experience study. You know, they thought it ought to go down a little bit, just the way the long-term investments in the market that have been
Right.
going.
Thank you for just explaining that a little more. Not everybody lives in that world. And while I think it's prudent, that we benefit from living longer. So because our pensioners live longer, we are going to need money for longer, and so our rate of return needed to go down. So I just wanted folks to really understand, it's not that we've done a bad job managing pension funds and the unfunded liability went up. It is because we're being good stewards with that as well and minimizing our risk to the city.
Yeah.
Councilman Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Evans, well, I guess Chief Financial Officer Evans.
I'll answer to either,
I'm just
sir, or
so used to
anything
director
else.
all the time now. Anyway, one thing I wanted to mention is I have, had the pleasure of working with you and your predecessor for 8 years now, doing this 8 different times. But I want to thank you and your staff for always being available to answer questions. I remember one time in particular, you answered a question while you were on a boat fishing. And I thought that was fantastic, that while you were taking time out to have some recreation time, that you answered my call and answered my question without any notes in front of you, because I doubt you carry those with you while you're fishing. But I just wanted to thank you for all of that. I did want to ask you a question about.
By the way, I caught a largemouth bass on Norris, one of the biggest ones I've ever caught, just before that phone call. So it was key.
I'm glad to hear it. So specifically, I wanted to talk about the reduction of the debt. And, I think that you have basically, as I understood it from our previous conversations and our conversations today, we have an account that can only be used for paying down convention center debt.
That's correct.
And that what you're doing is fast-tracking the payoff for that debt with monies that can only be used for that. Which reduces that amount down and reduces the amount that we have to pay, as the taxpayers have to pay for that debt service. So that reduction, if I remember correctly, it saves, I think, $5.7 million a year. Is that what you said?
It saves $4.1 million
$4.1
per
million.
year. The payments are reduced from like 9.8 down to 5.7.
That's it. So it's down to 4.1. But my question was, does that free up some of the funds that we have, in the TDZ zone to maybe do other things with hotel and motel tax?
No, it does not free up any TDZ dollars.
Okay.
Those dollars still are to be exclusively used on debt service payments on the convention center. For instance, we're holding back enough that we can pay it off between 2.5 years or so early, okay? But it does free up, if the TDZ continues to produce as it has, it frees up that city hotel motel tax revenue stream to be able to use on other tourism-related initiatives. That's a big part of what it does, is it frees that source of revenue.
Okay. And so that could be used for other things, basically?
Absolutely.
Within the
As long as it's tourism-related, yes, sir.
Tourism related. And then the only other thing I was going to ask is just, and I know that, you don't have a crystal ball. There's no way of knowing what's going to happen in the future. But just looking at the overall financial structure of what you're seeing in this budget and kind of where you're looking into the future, does everything look pretty stable from what you're seeing with regard to the budget, fund balance, unassigned fund balance? I know you said that it's a fiscally responsible budget. Certainly, we're seeing, the debt service go down. You're seeing revenues flatten a little bit, but that's going to happen as the economy goes up and down. But just, can you give us an overall picture of what you see, the health of the overall budget going into the future?
Okay. I'll start off by, first off, yes, I meant what I said. It's a fiscally responsible budget. I do not have any great trepidation about having worked with my team and put this together and proposing it to you or anything like that. The only big unknown right now, of course, there can always be unknown. I mean, who expected COVID when our TDZ revenues went almost flat? But barring something like that, the only thing that does have me a little concerned right now is some of the things that are going on economically from the federal government side of the house. By that, I mean, these tariffs, if they're long-lived, what does that do to inflations? Cutting some of the funds for various nonprofits and so forth in our region. I guess those are the concerns. And that's why it's always good to make sure you've got a decent unassigned fund balance and you've got some strong reserves in case something happened there. I am pleased that it looks like, I don't know if it looks like it yet, but we'll see what happens on the tariffs. I don't know if they're going to be short-lived or long-lived, but people seem to be willing to make a deal. I will say we're not overly dependent as a city on federal funds. I did some checking on that, and I know nobody asked, but I'm just going to tell you right now since I did the work. In FY24, for instance, we only received $11.7 million. That's 2.45% of the proposed net budget for FY back in '24. So again, we're not overly dependent on them. And frankly, we could absorb like a 90-day freeze on or cut on federal grants and so forth. But if it continued a long time beyond 90 days, then of course we'd need to reevaluate our remaining funding, cash flow projections, and so forth. But we're not overly dependent on them as some entities are. So I'm not as worried about it as I otherwise might be.
Not as worried about it in the short term, but a long-term effect would be.
Well, a long term, I mean, yeah, what local government can fill the void of a discontinuance of federal funds? We don't have federal income tax and all that at our disposal, but we're sound. Additionally, and I always keep this in mind, our state they may be one of the most fiscally sound of all the states. I know they're in the top 5. I've looked at that. So there's some definite padding there to help out if we got in a real bind.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sir.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On that issue of federal funds, what conversations or what are you having, or what information have you kind of compiled when it comes to our services like mass transit, that not only we receive federal funding for, but our partner agencies may also receive federal funding, and that could impact their ability to operate. Are we concerned about not only cuts to, funding coming towards the city, federal funding coming towards the city, but also our key services that we're providing that also receive federal funding?
You hit on something that's been in the news a lot and something I think about a lot. First off, let me address CAT. There's a misconception that we receive a lot more federal funding for CAT than what we do, okay? In FY24 that I just talked about, they only received like $4.8 million in terms of reimbursements back. We, the city, provides local dollars to supplement CAT more than the feds or anybody else. I mean, we just do. And that's something that is always baked into our proposed budget. Some of the areas I have concern over are, frankly, the community agencies out there. And I don't know how much different ones rely on federal dollars. I mean, and as that gets cut and curtailed, I don't have a crystal ball, but I could see the asks from community agencies go up over time over what they've been. Like I said, we cannot fill the void of the federal government, but we'd have to take each on a case-by-case basis and figure out, what we might be able to do, and just as important, what we're unable to do, and continue to provide these services to our citizens. So that's a concern, and we're watching that very closely. I cut out about every article in the paper that I see where, all right, this organization took a hit there, this one took a face shot there. Not a face shot, but anyway, I watch that stuff.
I do want to jump in if it's okay. Just Miss Fiona McNally's in the back. She's she handles our government affairs, public affairs. We're very concerned about cuts for local agencies. And so, but we also know that we need to manage our response because there could be more. And so Fiona handles tracking that. So what we've tried to talk to our cabinet and directors about is let us know you've got the finger on the pulse of what's being cut and the impacts. Fiona tracks that, and there are times that we do a lot behind the scenes to try to stymie. There's other times that we can't do much. And so, but tracking that, as Mr. Evans said, we cannot fill the void of the federal government, but we definitely are tracking the impacts to figure out what we can do potentially, and then how things may come down the road. So Fiona's here. She'll be here most of the day, I believe, and she helps us with that.
One quick follow-up question for finance. We have, similar to the discussion around the Convention Center Fund, we have various funds that hold a balance with perhaps a restricted purpose that can be pulled from for use in the budget. A new category that I hadn't heard of or noticed used in this budget is interest off of the general fund balance.
Kitron can speak more in detail to that, but yes, we do. Kitron, help me out here. We basically do a cash sweep every day. We put everything in the state's local government investment pool, and we earn interest income off that. In other words, we only want to have enough cash on hand, if you will, to be able to make the payments of what's coming down the pike the next day or the next 48 hours. Kitron, help me out here.
No, you're absolutely correct, Boyce. We are fully invested, and so most of our funding is in, as Boyce said, our LGIP with the state, and so we do budget for our interest earnings every year, and that's in the general fund.
And is that a fund after pulling from it for use in this budget, does it still maintain a balance?
And I'm not quite understanding when you're saying that is a fund.
Yeah,
that is an
no,
actual
I shouldn't say that.
line of revenue
Yeah.
in the general fund and in our other funds. It is just the interest we anticipate earning on the fund balance for that particular fund.
Okay, so for this budget year, when we're using projections from interest expected to come from that, are we using the full projection?
The full projection, yes.
Okay.
It is included in the total revenue projections for that fund.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Evans with the finance team? If not, thank you. We appreciate your work. As I mentioned earlier, there's a lot that goes into this, and appreciate you staying with us throughout the day.
Sir, and Kitron and I will be here throughout the day, and I'm going to let Penny and Donna get back to, well, this is real work, but doing the real work, the 20-minute targets they got right in front of them.
Thank you. Okay, up next, we have public safety. So would those of members of that those departments please make your way forward? So in this group, we've got Chief Noel, Chief Sharp, Director Anders, Director Ickles, excuse me, and Director Middlebrook. I see most of them here. Okay, for starters, we'll start with the Knoxville Police Department. Chief Noel, thank you for joining us. Would you mind going to the podium for now? Thank you. Will, you may want to switch those back just so we...
Sure. Paul Noel, Knoxville Police Department. I have with me Assistant Chief David Powell and Chief of Management Services Susan Coker.
Thank you, Chief. Before we have any questions from council, are there any remarks you'd like to make?
No, I'm proud to represent the New Orleans Police, the Knoxville Police Department, and we are happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions of council members? Councilmember Berto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Chief, could you talk to us about your efforts with recruitment and retention, where you are? I see we've got some notes in our binders about your authorized, force level and where you are with current staffing. I know those numbers change, so that might not be the most recent record, but could you talk to us a little bit about those efforts?
Sure. I'm not sure what's in your binder, but right now our current staffing is 349 police officers, sworn police officers. We're currently running 3 academies this year. We started an academy in February. We will be starting another academy this month, and we'll be starting another academy in September. Our recruiting efforts are really going well. We should be starting in our May class coming up about 35 recruits. We still have 38 recruits in our current academy. The advertising that we're doing is really helping us draw recruits from all across the country, which is very helpful because this is a very, very competitive recruiting market all across the country for law enforcement. One of the challenges that we will have, and why we continue to aggressively recruit, is we still have a large percentage of our department, close to 100 officers, who are eligible to retire. With the pay raise in 2022 and the pay raise in 2024, that forestalled some of these retirements, but at some point, those retirements are going to come due. So we continually try to recruit. We're doing really well. Most likely in 2026, we will only run 2 academies because we're starting to get to the authorized strength of our department. Our cadet program, which is our young men and women 18 to 21, continues to be very strong. So I'm very bullish on how we're doing with recruiting. But the advertising that we're doing both locally, regionally, and nationally is critical to that operation.
So do you feel like your recruitment efforts, from what you said, sound like they're being effective, and that you feel like you could project out that we're going to hit that authorized force level, soon enough that you could start backing off on having as many academies as you're having?
I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll be approaching at our authorized strength in 12 to 18 months. The one unknown that we have is those potential retirements, right? So that's something that I can't control, and like I said, that's close to close to 100 employees, or almost a third of our force, is getting to be, is at that retirement age. What you're going to see in the next 5 to 7 years is a flip from a very, very experienced department to a very inexperienced department. There's a lot of pros and cons of both sides of that, but we're really trying to look really closely at the pending retirements that we're going to have this year, 2026, 27, 28, and really try to project that so we could match our hiring with that. We also continue to lose employees to the, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, Y12 out there. They're hiring again. So we've lost a couple employees recently to those facilities. We just can't compete with the six-figure salaries that they offer out there. So we have to factor that into our hiring as well.
How's your competition going with other departments in the area?
Law enforcement recruiting continues to be one of the most competitive, not only regionally but nationally. Other smaller departments have given pay raises since you all have voted us a pay raise last year. That continues to be somewhat of a challenge. But more importantly, Y12 right in our backyard is a challenge for us. And I think the other thing that we're seeing across the country is kind of a paradigm shift. Back when I became a young police officer, pretty much everyone that got into law enforcement was in this for the long haul. They were in this for 25, 30 years. And what you're seeing now across the country is that young men and women will have 4 different professions, not jobs, 4 different professions in their lifetime. So people are getting in law enforcement and they're getting in for 5 to 7 years and they're transitioning out almost like almost like the military. And, the backbone of the military is the 4-year enlistment. Well, I think, we're going to have to really augment our hiring moving forward because I think, a certain percentage of people who get into the police service are not going to stay beyond 5 to 7 years. So we have to continue to hire. That's why I don't envision, as long as I'm here, that we will hold less than 2 academies a year to make sure we have that steady flow of police officers coming into our department.
And just last question, because I'm out of time, but why do you feel like we're going to see folks' longevity within the department only last 7 years versus the longer period of time? Obviously, we've got a lot of people, 100 plus that are reaching retirement age now from their service. Why are you specifically seeing that trend? Is that localized here or is that a national trend?
That's a national trend, but very often, national trends will also be impacted locally as well. I'm not making a prediction for what's exactly going to happen to the Knoxville Police Department, but I think the paradigm shift you're seeing in law enforcement over the last, since COVID, is not everyone staying for 25 or 30 years. Some percentage of that group coming in, getting some life experience doing the job, and then leaving, which I think is okay. I think that's really good for society. There's a lot of benefits to policing as well, but that means we just have to augment our hiring. I think prior to me coming here in 10 years, we only ran 3 academies in 10 years. I cannot see us ever running anything less than 2 academies a year.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Fugit.
Thank you. Just following up with what you said, Chief, the multiple careers in this generation of people in the workforce is not just limited to law enforcement. Most people have 4 to 6 to 7 careers sometimes in their lifespan. My question for you, though, is I agree with you. We will always need academies. I think not having academies also has put us in a hard spot right now, why we're having to do so many lateral transfers, which are not a bad thing, but trying to grow back quickly has been a challenge for law enforcement. Our authorized strength was enacted back when the city was much smaller. For a city this size, what is best practice sort of authorized strength for a city of almost 200,000 people? Because I believe that number was set when we were way less than 150,000.
My recommendation would be 500 to 550 police officers for a city our size. And, also, it's not just the population. We have
tourism and.
We have tourism. We have so many people that come through our city and use our city every day that don't live in our city. They come through to go to the Smoky Mountains, to go to Gatlinburg, to all of the different, great activities that we have. Just look at downtown. I've been here now 3 years. Downtown has changed so much since I've been here in 3 years. I can only imagine how much has changed for someone that's lived here much longer than I have. We have the Smokies baseball. We just set an attendance record for soccer. University of Tennessee continues to grow. Our area continues to grow. More and more people are coming into the city. You look at a city like Chattanooga that has over 500 police officers, and what I think about at night is, what could I do with more police officers? One thing that's really important for us, the violence reduction is number one thing, number one job every day. But, last year in Knoxville, we had a very high number of traffic fatalities. And, what could we do if we could have more traffic enforcement? The number one and 1A complaints that I get every single day are traffic and some of the public order crimes throughout our city. And what type of service could we deliver if we had more police officers? So my plan is, once we start approaching full authorized strength, is to submit a proposal to the administration to slowly increase the authorized strength of the Knoxville Police Department from 416 to an area, to a number that could continue to allow us not only to provide the services that we are doing now, but to really expand on those services and to have a faster response time, to do more traffic enforcement, to get out there and really deal with some of the public order crimes, but also continue to be a leader in reducing violent crime. Right now, our violent crime statistics for the city are beyond impressive. But that doesn't happen by accident. That happens by a lot of hard work, not only by the police department, but so many others in this room and across the city. So having more police officers is going to be critical to be able to provide police services into the future.
Thank you. Just follow up to your point. We have become the city we wanted to be, and that means we're vibrant with lots of people coming here. It's a wonderful place, but with that comes increased need for all city services, and police is definitely one to make everybody feel safe and want to be here. So thank you.
And Councilman, if I could add one thing as well. One thing that I failed to mention is the strain on our current police force right now. We're operating at 349 police officers. There was just an article in the New York Times over the weekend about the increasing number of suicides in this profession and how really challenging this job is. This is a hard job. Officers work shift work, they work nights, they work weekends, they work holidays, they work Christmas, they work New Year's, they work in the rain, they work in the snow, and they're away from their families more and more. So the more police officers that we could staff on this police department, the more we could take that strain off our exceptional police force. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment as a reminder to council members, both police and fire staffing is one of the topics of our upcoming workshops. So we'll dig into this deeper there. You can ask more questions now, but save some energy in the tank for that. I think next was Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Chief Noel, I want to pivot to the personnel requests. I see a crime scene technician. Is this for one position, or is this two positions?
Crime scene technicians is for two. So we had 3 crime scene technicians that were funded through grant funding, and those grants are expiring. So we're going to lose 3 positions, but pick 2 of those 3 grant funded positions up in this budget here.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. And then also the police curriculum administrator. Could you speak a little bit about, is this a new position?
Yes, ma'am. This is a new position. This is something I'm extremely excited about. So one thing you see with really good police departments across the country is a professional training force, and a training force that not only provides first-class training, but where we train to the mission, where the training, the policy, procedure, and practice all align. So what this curriculum manager position is a professional educator that will come in and be a part of our academy staff and help us put together lesson plans, help us really get the most out of our training, not only for our new recruits, but for our in-service training for all of our employees, leadership training, preparing our leaders and our supervisors to be the best they could be, but most importantly, making sure we train to the mission, making sure we train the policy, making sure we train the practice, and having that curriculum manager be a part of our policy review and creation process. I think that's going to be really a game changer for us. I'm so excited to have that position in our police department.
And Chief Noel, does that encapsulate with the training, even cultural competencies? Because again, as we know that there is a huge deficit in officers of color in recruitment. And so are there any cultural type components to the training? Because I know we have people that are being hired from places that have never really had interaction with people that don't look like them. So is that a component that's just kind of a yes or no, or is that an opportunity?
We do have that incorporated in our training, but this curriculum manager will be looking at every aspect of training.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. And then you talked about the suicide amongst police officers, kind of a little bit different, but it may be included here somewhere that I haven't seen yet. What about officers who have retired? Is there any that may struggle with trauma, that, those years of the things that they've experienced? Is there anything related to the department now that is a support system for those men and women?
So that's a great question, because, a very good friend of mine right before I came up here retired from the New Orleans Police Department, drove up to Wyoming and shot himself in the head right before I came up here. And this is something that's very prevalent in this profession, unfortunately. So at KPD, we really try to, really be a family and keep our retirees close and connected. One of the challenges in this profession is that you work a lot, right? You work a lot, then you retire, then you have nothing. So, we're really, we don't have any specific programs, but we really do try to keep in touch with our retirees. We just had a memorial service yesterday for Police Week today. This is National Police Week. And, we try to bring all of those, as many of those retirees and family members back in and have them with a connection for us. And we do a couple other things at our range and at our academy and other things like that to keep them plugged in. But that is a really good idea. What else can we do for our retirees? Because we know that it could be mentally and physically challenging to go from working so hard, from working shift work to working at night, you're dealing with all the stress, and all of a sudden all that is gone. That has negative effects on the body.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had a question about the, kind of building off the last question, the new positions that are being requested. I'm trying to understand the increase in the Management Services Division. There's an 18.6% increase this budget year. I see the new curriculum position is included in that. An AV Tech position, is that a new position?
That is, yes. That's another position that was funded, that we've had for several years, that was funded through a grant. That grant expired, and we're picking that position up.
And then the evidence custodian.
Was that funded? I don't believe that position was funded.
It was not, no.
So that, what
That
does that
was a request, but I don't believe that position was funded. Correct me if I'm wrong, boys.
There was several positions that were grant funded that we weren't able to provide for.
Okay, so let me go back to our legend really quickly, our key, make sure I'm reading this packet correctly. So Savannah, we have under the police request, I have the evidence custodian listed on this list. Are there other, how do we differentiate what was approved and what wasn't?
So the highlighted items were funded in this proposed budget.
Okay, so just the highlighted items.
Correct. The rest were the requests.
But, okay, so the co-responder piece didn't move forward? That was above and beyond what was approved a few months ago with the co-responder program?
Based on the information that I was given, the co-responder request was not funded.
The only things we have funded that were additional for the police department in terms of manpower are 2 crime scene technicians that were previously grant funded. It's about to expire. 1 audiovisual technician, as Chief just talked about, where the grant's getting ready to expire. And a police curriculum administrator, which is a new position. That's it. The other ones that were requested, we couldn't afford it, so.
Okay. And so I guess this co-responder request was above and beyond what council approved earlier this year?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, just want to clarify. Thank you.
I have 2 questions. Chief Noel, the bomb squad robot was approved.
It was, yes.
Take a minute if you need. Yeah, obviously that springs from the incident last year. Can you just touch on that a little bit?
Absolutely. So, the current robot that we have is more than 20 years old. And it is absolutely inadequate for the safe and effective operation of being able to dispose of explosives and ordnance that we deal with on a regular basis. So the current robot that we have is so old, the arm doesn't really function properly. And the other piece is it's old, so the bomb technicians have to be, relatively close to the robot to be able to operate it. So when we were working with the explosives around at CMC, the technicians were well within the blast or kill zone when they were operating the robot. The new robot that we hope to acquire, where we're going to start that procurement process once this budget is approved, will have a much greater distance from the operator to the robot, so we could get further back. So if there is a detonation or explosion, that our operator is in a safer position. But it also we'll have in the arms not only better dexterity and better control, but actually sensors in the grips to be able to tell how far the grips are from potential explosives. So one of the things that we had to do when we use our robot now, especially with the explosives at CMC, is we actually had to fly a drone right on side of our robot to actually see how close the grips were to picking something up. It's not a very safe way to operate, but it also really slows things down as well. So we're long overdue to have a functional robot to help not only effectively respond to these scenes, but also keep our bomb technicians as safe as possible.
Thank you for that. I have just one more question, maybe for you, Boyce. Every year, we don't have enough police officers. The dollars for those vacancies either roll into the rest of the KPD budget or the general fund. Is that right?
Yeah, that is correct. A lot of it goes to overtime too, because when you don't have what you're authorized, that means some work more, and that's time and a half.
Yeah, but any excess beyond that goes into the general fund?
That is correct.
Okay. So my general kind of question is related to, when I hear Chief Noel talk about increasing the badged officers, I'm thinking of a future concern of funding request to do that. And so we've had years of underfunded vacancies. And theoretically, we should be building up some of that dollars for that future growth. Talk a little bit about how financially we plan to do that when that time comes.
Well, in truth,
I hope
from where
everything
I'm
today is in
sitting,
truth.
I don't see it happening all that fast, okay?
Okay.
But if it does, we'll have to reevaluate our cash flow and, our projections and so forth. Because yes, that would be a bit of a problem.
Is
A
there
lot of that
anything we
gets
should be
used with-
doing now to prepare for that?
So let me jump in. What Boyce talked about earlier, yes, we fund for all budgeted positions. Because KPD is so short-staffed, KFD as well, they spend a lot more on their overtime. And so, but any reserves go back into the general fund. KPD, KFD, as they have additional personnel requests, just like this year, they will submit those into the administration and we balance those resources. I think the number one goal for the chief, and we've talked about this, is let's get fully staffed. Let's run 2 recruit classes a year and let's get fully staffed. That's task number one. That's going to take, I don't want to give a time frame, it's going to take a couple of years. And so we're moving towards that. The work that Chief Noel and the team have done is pretty amazing, along with HR and with the support of council. And so as we move towards that, then we need to look around the corner. Part of our goal to address deferred maintenance, part of our goal to address the ability to bring in revenue like the hotel motel is to prepare ourselves for the future. I think Mayor Kincannon has said, I want to leave the next council and the next administration with an incredibly strong foundation. And so that means a good fund balance. That means making sure that revenue we can bring in is brought in and make some of those hard decisions now and tackle the deferred maintenance. Okay, that looming albatross needs to be tackled, so.
Yeah, and just to put a pin on this, if the strategy is to get it fully staffed and to go beyond, and the large portion of our budget is associated with people, particularly KPD, and the primary reason for the need for a property tax increase was personnel costs and paying more, and it's still competitive and going to be competitive. I just see a future need to start planning for it. However, funding-wise we do for that, I think that would set the next council and mayor up for success to do that, is to somehow do that. Now, it doesn't have to be a reserve fund, and that's not how the mechanics of this type of thing works, but it's out there. The desire is to get there. We don't have to start today, but I would like to not turn around in our community be kind of 6 years from now going, how do we come up with $20 million more to do that? So just thinking ahead. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This conversation happens every budget year, and it's happened since I was first elected. And when I was first elected, KPD had, I don't know, maybe at least 20 more sworn officers on staff. And yet we talk every year about the need to get up to 500 officers. Like the finance director said, that's not going to happen anytime soon. So budgeting for it does not seem like a good idea in my opinion. And what I would prefer is that we don't fully fund vacant positions, but we instead put that money aside for overtime so that we can better track it, so that we have a sense of each year how much we're spending on overtime and how much is rolling back over into the general fund. That would help us better prepare for future years as we see what the actual costs currently are. Right now, we don't have a really good sense of it because we're using this unused personnel costs for overtime. So to better track it, we need to know what overtime is being paid out.
Ma'am, we do, it's not part of the proposed budget. but-
Right, yeah.
But yes, we do track the
Fully
overtime.
expect finance to know
Yes,
those
ma'am.
numbers. City council
ma'am.
needs to know those numbers, is what I'm saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Each year. And that would, to me, be a much more productive conversation rather than just saying Chattanooga has over 500 officers, we want over 500 officers. We've heard that every year, every budget year. That's not how we're going to get to what we need. So that's my plug, to track overtime funds separately rather than how we've been doing them. I don't know if others want to ask police questions or, because I want to move on to other departments.
I have one additional question, because for the life of me can't recall it. On traffic safety, we've got a 43% decrease. Is that just in the education, traffic safety education, or is that in manpower? I'm just looking at your overall page after the, we're not numbered, but it's the page before your, after this one. Yeah, it's just the whole percentage change in proposed budget year to year. And Boyce, you may know that answer. I don't know.
The preponderance of the change in, particularly for public service, is simply due to that 2.5% plus another 1.7% for step increases that, that makes personnel costs go up substantially for our uniform bodies. That's what that is. So it's,
So the
what's that,
43%
4.2% per FY.
Councilwoman McKenzie, to add to what Boyce is saying, this is a separate miscellaneous special revenue fund, traffic safety, and in the budget, the proposed budget book that we provided, as you're looking at the revenues against the expenses, we are projecting the revenue for this fund to decrease substantially, thus the entire budget for this fund decreased substantially. It's funded through a portion of citations that run through our city court.
That's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, any other questions for Chief Noel or KPD? If not, we'll move on to KFD. Thank you, team, for being here. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you all.
Hello, Chief Sharp. And team, welcome. Before we have any questions, is there anything you'd like to say out of the gate?
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor Smith. Yeah, just briefly, I just want to make sure I introduce all of my team here. First is, well, they're out of order. The one sitting next to me, this is Rob Cheeseman. He's our Deputy Chief of Administration. He's been with the department almost 27 years, and he's been Deputy Chief since June of 2020. He oversees all of our administrative divisions, including training, fire prevention, fire investigations, and logistics. Sitting next to him is Deputy Chief Gary Compton. He's over our operations. He leads our firefighting division, which is where most of our people are. That's our largest division. That's the people that are out at the fire stations who respond to all of the emergency calls. He also oversees our EMS division, which manages our first responder program. He has been with the department almost 37 years, and he's been Deputy Chief since 2014. And then down on the end, last but not least, is Julie Smith Maxwell. She's the newest member of our team. She's been with the city for 14 years and the fire department for over 4 years. She is our planning and operations manager, and she's essentially our financial manager. And I'm just happy to be able to be here and represent the fire department and answer any questions about the budget that you have.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Chief Sharp, I think the highlight of the discussion about the fire department is probably going to be about similar to what we talked about with the police, which was recruitment and retention. I know we've got an increase to address pay from a pay study that was done of $225,000 to kind of address market rate for firefighters. Could you talk to us about how you're doing with recruitment and retention?
Thank you, Councilmember Roberto. Yes, as with police, we've been struggling for many years, especially with recruitment. Started about 10 years ago. The number of applicants we got just steadily declined. and this is a nationwide issue. It's in all emergency services, but it's especially bad in the fire service too. There's just not the number of people that are interested in the fire service or emergency service that used to be. I think COVID caused a lot of that, but there's a lot of other factors also. So starting last year, after the steady decline in the number of applicants we got, we started changing our strategies actually before that. Advertising more, putting together a team we did last year to get out and do some local recruiting and recruiting in expanded area also. This year, for the first time ever, we actually had a recruiting fair earlier this year, which was really successful. Our recruiting team got it started. All of our divisions in the fire department helped with that. And also we pulled in a team from other departments. HR helped, civil service helped, public service department, and it was really successful. We had over 80 applications actually at that event. So that was successful. We're still struggling, with getting enough applicants. We have seen an uptick this year over the number that we'll be interviewing as compared to the last 3 classes that we've had. But we realize we're going to have to stay at it and keep at it to get our name out there and to keep getting the applicants that we want and to increase those numbers.
Okay. And specifically with regard to the pay increases, I've had a chance to talk to some firefighters about that. So certainly I'm looking at, it looks like the initial recruit is going from a pay of $41,000, roughly $41,000, going up to $45,000. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so, I think that's great to see those increases, and it looks to me like a lot of these increases happening are at the lower ends, like the initial firefighters that are coming in. Can you talk to us about, because I know this is a long-going discussion that we've had for many years, which is why those studies have been put in place, is how we're affecting compression with regard to this?
This study itself there were a couple of changes made due to compression, but one of the conclusions of this study came back and said that we have potentially too many ranks and too many steps, and that compression is going to have a more comprehensive look than what was looked at this study. As you're aware, we're about to start a comprehensive strategic plan for the future of the fire department. And one thing we'll take a look at is our rank structure. And then following that, when the next comprehensive pay study is done, then hopefully it can take a deeper dive into to compression.
And just because the word compression might confuse a lot of people, when we're talking about compression, what we're really discussing is that someone who's been with the department for less time because of pay increases might be making more or almost the same as somebody who's, supervising them.
That is correct. There can be compression between ranks and then also within a rank.
Okay. And then just kind of follow up. I think that the continued emphasis and increase in advanced EMT and paramedic training is fantastic. I was really fortunate to get to go to a training session with some of my colleagues to see that and see that we have so many firefighters that want to go through that training. I think that's wonderful, and so we want to encourage that as much as we can. But kind of looking out at what you're seeing with your budget, what you're seeing with recruitment and retention, and I don't expect you to have a crystal ball of any sort, but what are you seeing as the progression of what you need to see for the fire department in the coming years?
Well, we're going to have to keep analyzing pay and make sure we stay competitive because anytime one department, whether it's police or fire, raise their pay, then it also other departments around raise their pay. And as you all know, the cost of living in Knoxville used to be really, really great, and now primarily due to housing, it's it's not as good as it used to be. So we're going to have to stay ahead of that. So I think that hopefully answered your questions.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Continuing the conversation about compensation, and thank you for that conversation. That added a lot of clarity, I believe, to this conversation. But I wanted to go a little bit further and highlight where the raises are going, but also where they're not going.
Okay.
So could you clarify for me what positions will get the raise?
So the firefighter recruit is getting a significant raise. So that's just, when we start out, and they're at the recruit level for just while they're in the recruit academy. The next level up, which is our entry-level firefighter, is also getting a significant pay raise. And then the level just above that is getting an additional step increase, as our assistant chief are getting additional step increase. And all these are the recommendations of the study. All the ranks, all uniformed, are getting the 4.2%. So everybody is getting that. The deputy chief is not getting a pay increase beyond the 4.2%. And then our driver operator, called master firefighter, and fire officer, or our captains, are getting the 4.2%, but there are no additional recommendations based for those two ranks.
Gotcha. Captains and what was the other?
Captains and the driver operator.
Driver operator.
Ms. Parker, if I can jump in just quickly.
Sure.
Every position that was below market, except for the executive level positions, are being brought up to market from the study. So some of the ones that are getting the 4.2 were at or above market, and that's why they weren't given an extra increase.
Mm-hmm. But there is a next step in terms of this rank structure that needs to be explored with fire. So you're talking about these executive positions, we're not given a raise in this budget, but there are still considerations around the
Compression.
Compression.
Yeah, so the study showed that compression is inherent in the rank structure. There are just too many ranks. And the way to tackle that is when the fire department completes their strategic plan, and the next time we do a comprehensive compensation analysis. So this council supported a significant increase in general government and uniformed employee increases after the comprehensive study we did. So we will do another comprehensive study before this administration wraps up. That, coupled with the strategic plan, should help guide how to adjust rank structure in the fire department, and Chief Sharp and his team will help lead that charge. This study wasn't done specifically around compression. It identified issues with compression, but it really wasn't focused on compression. It was, is the fire department current positions at market? And this proposed budget brings those positions up to market.
Gotcha. And the 4.2% for all uniform, what is that an increase from?
That's what we already have. It's kind of baked into the budget. In other words, every year, you got the 2.5% for all employees, as is, we do every year. Mm-hmm. And then after we did the comprehensive study on pay, you remember a couple years ago, that put into effect a 1.7% increase from the step increases. So if you take the 2.5, 1.7, it comes total of, if you're in the uniform bodies for either fire or police, you're getting 4.2% increase every year.
Gotcha, but that's an expectation that employees have had since we adopted that in 2022.
That is correct,
Right.
yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful clarification. Thank you.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you. Very, very quickly, just to piggyback off of trying to thought with, in question with Councilmember Parker. So in the study, were there some positions identified that were already at level that they should be? And if so, were they eligible for any further compensation, or we were just bringing everyone else up to that minimum?
Everybody gets the 4.2. That was adopted when we did the compensation study and the property tax increase that was done for uniform bodies and for general government. Most of that funded bringing people up to market. So the 4.2, every person in the fire and police department uniform bodies gets that. And then the adjustments that are in the proposed budget are to bring positions that weren't at market even up a little bit further. Like, for example, the firefighter recruit, the analysis done around the region was we were below. And so they will be brought up again to market within. No, the good news is we weren't that far below market. So the total impact was $225,000. So it wasn't like we were $10 million below market. So we made those adjustments. The thing about compensation is to constantly stay on top of it. You know, from being here over 2 decades, you know, this administration did the first full comprehensive study of every employee's position here. And that was why that large property tax increase was recommended and approved by council. You've got to stay on top of it. HR experts would say every 4 to 6 years, you got to study it. And if you wait every 10 or 20 years or 30 years, you're always going to be behind. And so we're trying to lay the groundwork, created HR, to get in this system of every 5 years or so, really digging in and studying it and making sure that we stay on target so that we don't get so far behind and we stay at market. And I think we're seeing the fruits of that with more folks in recruit classes and the police department seeing better numbers. So, and obviously finance, engineering and public service are all really almost fully staffed now and doing really well. So stay at market, don't get behind.
Absolutely, thank you. And just want to say that, you know, just seeing that, you know, 3.3 million in overtime. I mean, your folks have been extremely busy. I hope that they are taking care of themselves and that they have, you know, different programs or opportunities to be able to do that.
Yes.
As they can, and I pray that we do not have that, you know, have the need for that much overtime moving into this year. But I know that it was a very difficult time, and people really went above and beyond keeping folks safe, and you guys keeping each other safe. So,
Thank you for that. Yeah,
appreciate it.
they do go above and beyond every day, and especially when they're working extra shifts.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
So this helps me understand the salary increases and where the salaries will not be increasing. And I can imagine for the recruits and the entry-level positions, this could help with recruitment. But I worry about retention with the compression. Do you have any sense of how this might impact retention efforts or even morale?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So retention, where we've lost them mostly have been in the lower ranks. So we do think this is going to help some. Obviously, it's a big, it's a letdown if, certain ranks don't get an additional bump to say that, I understand their disappointment. And obviously, I was a little disappointed too. But I mean, these were the results. We're hoping for more. I'm really glad that we did get some good bumps in the 2 lowest ranks and then a couple of other ranks also. But yeah, obviously it can be disappointing if people were hoping for more. So.
Mm-hmm. That's something I think we have to also prioritize is in ensuring that we are putting in efforts towards retention and understanding how. I understand, we have limitations within our city funds, but how this kind of patchwork approach to getting fire compensation to where it needs to be might have, impacts on some of our long-term employees who may not feel like they're included or being recognized for their hard work. So I just wanted to lift that up. as a priority of the city.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilwoman
I
Helsley.
just have one for Chief. So have the young people yet figured out that overtime is worthwhile, or is it still being left to the older guys?
So a lot of the newer ones are just not as interested in the overtime as people that have been around as long. But I don't think that's just in the fire department. I think that's elsewhere too, that they value their time. But that's not across the board. I mean, we do have a lot of our newer folks that are putting in for overtime also.
Sometimes if you work enough of it, you realize it really does, it accumulates. But I was curious because last year, I know that was an issue.
Right.
Thanks.
All right, with no other questions, Councilmember, no? Okay. Without any other questions, thank you for your time. Appreciate your service to our community. Next up, we have members from Knox County Emergency Communications District. We have Knox County Emergency Management Agency and Director Middlebrook from Community Safety and Community Empowerment. I guess we'll start first with Emergency Communications District. Would you like to state your name for us?
I'm Tanya Coombe, Director of Technology. Director Andrews couldn't be with us today. He had a pre-planned regional training for 911 directors, so he apologizes for not being able to attend today.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you'd like to say, or are you just here for questions?
Just here for
Okay,
questions.
thank you. Director Ickes?
Good morning, Council. I'm Colin Ickes, Director of the Knox County Emergency Management Agency. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you've got.
Thank you. And Director Middlebrook, anything to say to start?
Good morning. I am LaKenya Middlebrook, Chief of Community Safety and Empowerment. We have the pleasure of having a department of about 10 full-time folks and 1 part-time staff, some of whom are here today. I won't call them all by name unless I have to. I'm sure they would appreciate me not. But I have the pleasure of working with an amazing group of people, at any opportunity that I get to acknowledge their hard work, I take that opportunity to do so, and we are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you. Could you speak briefly on the new personnel request on the EM Public Affairs Manager and the role of this new position?
That's a request that we had made. It is not included in the proposed budget. Would you like to hear more about it?
Yes, I would, yes.
Okay, so we're, I think the conversation really started when we had the January winter weather of last year. If you remember, for a week and a half, snow, a lot of ice. In talking with city leadership, we talked a lot about the value of, of course, we know that KPD, KFD, other organizations have their public communications and public information folks, but we recognize the importance and the value of some of the big picture, overarching communications and public information that's so critical during major emergency incidents that can, again, from our perspective in emergency management, we work with every city as well as county department that's involved in the response to a major crisis and emergency, as well as some community partners, nonprofits, and volunteer organizations, things like that. So having the being proactive with public information and sharing information with all of our partners and stakeholders was recognized as something really valuable, where there's an opportunity to really do more, again, with a big picture perspective, as opposed to just each department speaking for themselves.
Ms. McKenzie, that request, I think we actually encouraged Mr. Ickes to put that in. I think there are real concerns about federal funding cuts, state funding cuts. A significant part of his budget comes from the state. And so I think we would love to have the team be able to handle more and more of their comms, but we also felt like this year we could continue to augment that with our communications people and the county's communications people, because of the uncertainty. If we waved our magic wand, we'd have it, but we also can't fund everything.
Absolutely, just wanted to expound a little bit on that, so, but definitely agree and understand. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to the next section. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your service to our community. Okay, council, we have, sorry, Councilwoman Parker, not so fast.
I had no questions for emergency management, but I did have for community safety.
Okay, excuse me.
Oh, y'all all have to stay. Apologies. You are a complete section. Okay. So funding remains the same for this office. No new funding request were granted to this office this year. But my main question is about this federal grant that we received and our intended use of it, because I thought that it expired in FY '26.
Correct.
Okay. So have funds been used, or is it included in this budget?
My understanding from finance is that we do not include federal funding in the budget request. And that grant is a reimbursement grant. So to be very clear, because I think there has been some misinformation that we have money sitting on it that we are not using. And so part of the work of the provider network and other providers that have been, so the grant was a planning and implementation grant. And so one of the things that group has been doing, which are service providers in our community that work with the Office of Community Safety, is planning the implementation of those funds and developing scopes of work that can be submitted for attachment as subawards to that grant. And that's work that happens along with Star Starks, our partnerships and programs coordinator, and other providers. And so we have not submitted reimbursements for that grant, and I continue to work with the provider network on developing out kind of the framework for how that group will operate and how those pieces will work together and the contracts that would be attached to that.
So planning has occurred under this grant, but no reimbursement requests have been made yet.
Planning is occurring under this grant, and no reimbursements have been made yet. No reimbursements have been requested yet because we have not entered contracts specifically attached to that grant.
Gotcha. And so you do anticipate that in FY '26, those contracts will be developed, and those are contracts that would come before City Council, I'm imagining?
Correct.
And at that point, we'll get a better sense of how the planning has been going for this grant and the intended use of the grant.
Correct.
Is there a timeline for when you anticipate the contract? Is this something that we should expect to see in the fall, this summer?
So not all contracts will come online at the same time. It will depend on how they are developed and how they work their way through our procurement process. And so our goal and anticipation is that going into summer and fall, some of those will come online, but as other providers come into the ecosystem and more work is identified, others may be added at later dates.
And under that grant, I'm just curious if the funds have to be spent by a certain time, period.
My understanding is that the funds have to be encumbered or identified by the end of the grant cycle, but there is also the opportunity to request extensions where needed.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's what I was most curious about. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Any other questions for Director Middlebrook? Okay, thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay, council, we have time for a break. Let's try to restart at 10:15. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. We'll resume our agenda. Up next, we have a few different departments. If you could come forward. I don't know if we'll have time for everybody at once, actually, now that I think about this. So let's start with Chief Operating Officer Grant Rosenberg, Director Claybo, and Director Ahrens for engineering, operations, and plans review and building inspections. If you guys could come forward to the podiums. Pick a chair, any chair. Let's see, get back in. All right.
Vice Mayor, thank you for your
Sure,
the
go ahead.
opportunity to answer questions today. Have many members of our operations team here, our directors and several deputy directors and chiefs to answer your questions. I'll turn things over to Tom and Peter. Let y'all answer questions.
Okay. Mr. Ahrens or Claybo, do you all have any remarks before we get started?
Tom Claybo, Engineering Director. I'd just like to recognize the staff that I have here. We've got Chris Halley, our Engineering Deputy Director, and then the Division Chiefs, Sean Fitzpatrick, Karen McKeon, Curtis Williams, and David McGinley.
Thank you. Mr. Ahrens?
I'm happy to introduce my staff as well. I've got both of my deputies, Timothy Markham and Brian Berry, as well as my executive assistant, Rachel Covington.
Welcome. Thanks for being here. Let's see. Council, do you have any questions? Councilman Thomas.
Yes, I did have a question for Mr. Claybo. My understanding is there may not be many funds for sidewalks in this budget. Is that correct?
There's not for new sidewalks. There's sidewalk replacement funds.
Right.
And I might also add, a lot of our new sidewalks come through federal grant or state grant projects. So we have a lot of projects in the works. We'll use a lot of our local funds to match those projects. So.
Right. If there was an instance where there was a particular need, and I've got a specific example, and you're probably aware of it. For example, like on Bruin Road, where there's a new development going to be, and it's across from the park, and there's kind of three different actors to get a sidewalk built there. CAT is going to build, my understanding, a partial sidewalk where the pads are for the bus stops. Then the developer is responsible for building a certain amount of sidewalk that's related to his property. And then, so there will be gaps there. And I guess just to continue a conversation, so it would be city engineering that would kind of fill in the gaps. So in a situation like that, is there a way where funds could be allocated to where, and it's also a little bit time important because of the development. So if you could just comment on kind of the concern I've thrown out there.
I mean, we always look for opportunities to partner. I would be happy to take a look exactly what sections aren't going to be accomplished with those other, between CAT and the developer. We have some funds available, but it would just be, would really just have to look exactly that particular instance to see how much funding we're talking about.
Okay, yeah. Just let me get back with you on that. I kind of wanted to raise that concern here and get also just a general idea of what funds may be available in situations where it might be a little bit more urgent to get a sidewalk in. So, okay, thank you.
Councilman Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate the conversation about sidewalks. My question for engineering and plans review, first I wanted to thank both of you because I think Mr. Claybo, I didn't work with you. I worked with your predecessor before, but Mr. Ahrens, I think I've worked with you the whole 8 years. Just wanted to thank you both for being as available as you have been to talk about issues that are going on. Always have heard back very quickly from both of you, and I really appreciate that. So my question is this, obviously we have a lot of discussion today about affordability, and some of that question is, dictated by market forces that we don't have control over. But, when you think about the costs for construction and the costs for labor, those are, pretty well fixed, and you're going to see those across the board. The one place that we can have and address, affordability outside of, the city taking action like we do, is with how long we take to approve and review items. So what I wanted to see if the two of you could talk a little bit about how you're seeing those improvements going over time. I've certainly heard from many developers that we have made improvements. I know we had the backlog for a long period of time. We did a lot to ramp that up. We've hired more folks, which I was a big supporter of, and council has approved as well. But could you talk to us a little about, from both of your different perspectives, how long are you holding, a project where you're doing a review or you're having to get to an approval process, and is that improving over time? And if it is or isn't, can you talk to us about what you need to be able to push that forward?
That's a great question. As you know, we've got benchmarks for various types of projects, and for single-family houses, we've got a 1-week review cap, and we're hitting those benchmarks. We're actually under that right now. For the first quarter, we're at 6 calendar days to get a review completed. And then it goes up on the commercial side. If you're up to $500,000, we've got 2 weeks. And again, we're hitting those averages. We're at 12 calendar days. We're not talking business days. We're talking calendar days. So it's less than 2 weeks. Then up to 20 million, we've got a 3-week benchmark. We're hitting that. We're at 17 days. And for over 20 million, we're actually at 27 business days, which is, if you look at other jurisdictions our size, that's unheard of. It really is. We have a phenomenal staff. Thank you for supporting the increase in staff numbers. We are presently, fingers crossed, we're fully staffed in our plans examiner position as well as our inspector positions. And so we've got, I'll say that we've made the transition for the plans review side, the PRI side. We've made the transition from this just being a job to creating a culture of it's a career. And so we've got folks who are interested in growing and developing and seeing this as a viable career, and the community's seeing the benefits. We're hitting our benchmarks, and our stress levels are down. I won't say they're absent, but they're tolerable at the moment.
Well, and so is that, and those benchmarks I think are really important, because obviously the longer that it takes for the approval process internally, then the more expensive the project is going to be. So that's where the affordability piece comes in. But have you seen that improve over time? Is that what you're telling us?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Once we got those additional staff members, it took some time for the new staff to be productive and learn their role. But we're seeing that now, and the results are the review times are going down because they are more productive.
Okay. And Director Clabo?
I would just echo what Peter said as far as benchmarks. Engineering reviews are kind of baked into his numbers as far as those. We did add 2 engineers and a technician. Those were fully staffed in our Engineering Development Services Division. I think what we're seeing as far as trends, we're anticipating the actual reviews going up. This should continue to go up. About 4,800 reviews is what we're expecting for this calendar year. We are still training our engineers that we've hired on. We've had them about a year now, so they're getting comfortable in what they're doing. But we are still using some staff augmentation. In fact, there's a contract on council tonight for some additional to continue that. And that's really to help with the peaks that we're seeing with these submittals so that we can kind of knock those down and continue to meet the benchmarks. So.
Yeah, and I applaud those efforts, and I appreciate you both answering that question. And we've seen improvement over time because we certainly, there are things that we can be doing to affect affordability beyond what we're talking about with the two of you. And I'm sure we'll get into that later in these hearings and these discussions into the future. But certainly, we don't want to be holding folks back with longer-term approval process. And I'm glad to see that we're making that improvement. Thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For engineering, we have a special event traffic control new request funded $350,000, anticipating 100 new events annually just from the Covenant Health Park for Transportation Engineering's division responsibilities. And then also request for overtime that were not fulfilled. I'd like to hear a little bit more about engineering's plans to address some of the traffic control and special events issues.
So thank you for that question. So that request that is getting funded, the $350,000, is to help supplement with an on-call contract to help our transportation folks with traffic control. So we'll hire a firm to come in and help with those events. Some of that's centered around the stadium, but it's also special events that we have throughout the year. So it's what we're seeing. It's a good problem to have. Special events continue to grow, and so we're a very popular city with a lot of events, and we need to make sure we're doing things in a safe manner. So that's what that's for.
And I am hearing, we'll just call it what it is, complaints from community members about, potential new road closures or those other things that they feel do not have the proper signage to notify them of that closure and alternatives. But I see that that's a request that was not fulfilled. Without that budget request, how will we add more capacity to our ability to get the proper signage up?
So, if you have a specific example of those road closures, I'd be happy to look into those. But with any road closure, we require a sealed traffic control plan from a professional engineer. So that dictates what signage needs to be up, including what detours need to be signed. So that should be implemented, and it should be installed in a safe manner. So, but if that's not the case, if you're hearing some of those, I'd be happy to take a look at that. And that's something our technicians also follow up to make sure the signs get put in where the plan calls for too. So
yeah, I'll definitely follow up. It's primarily around the stadium, new changes around the stadium. Thank you.
Any other questions? I just have one. Deputy Chief Brace and Director Clabo, I don't see this as an itemized item in the budget, but we have discussed, obviously with the Gay Street Bridge closed and a lot of construction on the South Waterfront, and need to evaluate just traffic future for those intersections. Can you confirm we've got funding in the budget for assessing traffic at those kind of critical points?
Yeah, we do. We have the funding in there. We worked with Mr. Rosenberg. I think this is an opportunity to look at Henley, Gay, the large bridge where James White Parkway is, how we move across the river in anticipation of, a new pedestrian bridge. And so let's get the data to help drive decisions about infrastructure needs across the river in the future. And so I know Tom and the team have that. They'll use a third party to do it, but it is in the budget.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's important for all the reasons you stated, but, getting across the river is important forever. So, thanks. Councilwoman Parker.
One follow-up question. And what I'm thinking is happening is that some of the budget amendments that we approved are for items that were included as a part of these budget requests, but then we approved some items during the amendments, and so that's why they're not funded or they're not highlighted now, but they are included. For instance, Gay Street Bridge repair or the Burlington improvements.
Yes, ma'am. Back in March, that last budget amendment in particular, there may be a few strap hangers left over from that. It's been a while since I looked at what was initially requested in the budget process, but we did fund some of that. Like you just said, the Gay Street bridge repairs comes top of mind. But yeah, we did a decent-sized budget amendment in March that took care of some things.
Part of that, I think, remember the budget requests go in 2024. And so, for example, the Gay Street Bridge, that request went in, but then we were able to mobilize and we were ready to get that moving, hence the budget amendment. The same thing with Burlington Streetscape. So, requests are worked on really by the team in October, November. They get submitted in December. And then there are times where those requests are already in the hopper, but we're ready to move forward. And Gay Street's a great example of that.
And I already feel like our auditor goes above and beyond her duties, and so I don't want to add something else to it. But one of my concerns about the budget requests is that when they happen outside of this budget process, it's hard to track what we've approved, what's moving forward in the current budget, and so having a full list of all budget amendments that have occurred during the year included with our documents would be really helpful so we know what's being approved in May and what's already been approved during FY25.
No, that's great.
For the FY26 budget.
Yeah, that's great feedback. A couple of, really over the last 18 to 24 months, at the request of council, it was bring more frequent budget amendments instead of waiting until the end of the fiscal year. Now that we're doing that, that does make sense. So that's really good feedback for the next budget cycle is just what's the tally of budget amendment items. So you've got that sitting in front of you before this hearing.
That'd be amazing. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for engineering or plans review and building inspections? If not, thank you, gentlemen. Much appreciated. Thank you for your work. Okay, next up, we have Public Service, Director Butzler, Fleet Services with Director Bradshaw, and CAT with Director Thorne. You can make your way forward to the podium. So we'll start with Public Service. Director Butzler, welcome. Thanks for being here. Is there anything you want to say before we lob some questions at you?
Yes, good morning. Thank you. My name is Rachel Butzler. I'm the director of the department. I've been in that role for about 8.5 months. I have Chris Webster with me. Oh, Chris Webster, he's been deputy director for about 8.5 months. And Sherry Bennett, she's been with the city for 31 years. And I feel like budget season is old hat for her. But if Chris and I can't answer any of your questions today, I'll definitely get back to you. This is my first time through with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, do you have any questions for Director Butzler? Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Butzler, just wanted to thank you and your crew. Always very responsive whenever there's a question about leaf pickup or brush pickup or anything else that you all do, and just appreciate the responsiveness of that department in the 8 years that I've been able to do this, and just really appreciate everything. So I hope you'll let them know how much we appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Fugit.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate everything you guys do, because that's what touches every citizen that pays taxes. Every citizen uses public services, and it's something that I think sometimes we take for granted because it actually works pretty well in the city. So, but one thing, as my colleague, Council Member Roberto mentioned, is the brush pickup issue and switching and all that. Can you talk a little bit about the challenges of the way we do it now? I know that you're on the road all the time, yet people all the time say, I missed it, or where is it, or whatever. And are there, I believe I heard inklings that there may be a thought that y'all are thinking about another way to maybe do that. And is that some of what's reflected in the budgets and things that you need that will help make that happen?
First of all, thank you both for your comments. I will definitely pass that on to our crew. One of the major goals of public service is we want to always continue the high level of customer service, and that's for our internal and our external customers. And then the second is we're always seeking to improve efficiency in the delivery of our services. So this is where we're talking about the on-demand brush system. Currently, we run every single street in the city of Knoxville every 2 weeks from April through November. And we did a brief study last fall. It was with one of the Baker Center interns. She rode along with some of our trucks, and we found this was in September and October, so that's definitely our lower brush volume season. But out of the eligible households, depending on the route, only 4 to 15% of eligible households were placing out brush. And we're running every single street every 2 weeks to do that. So we think that an on-demand system, so this is where customers will call in. So they're requesting the pickup, it's their time that they're requesting it. So we feel like it adds a layer of responsiveness to the customers. And we think that that'll reduce the mileage on our equipment. It will reduce emissions. It'll reduce wear and tear on the equipment and on the roads themselves. And especially in the light brush seasons, we'll be able to take those employees who may not be assigned to brush because they only have 4% of households to service that week, that we'll be able to take those employees and put them on different projects, whether that would be trimming the alleys, it could be going to help some of the construction crews with sidewalks, or some of those other projects that we continue to get throughout the year. So really our goal is to improve the efficiency of our brush delivery system. And the money that we're requesting would be to cover the technology. So we don't have much technology in our trucks, so that would be investment, whether it's a smartphone or a tablet. It'll cover the routing software, and there'll be outreach and education, because obviously if we change the brush system, there has to be a significant amount of communications. And I think those are the main things. There might be a few other items that are rolled up in that, but that would go to support that program.
Thank you. I just think this is wonderful, because the constituent that lives in my house is very interested in brush pickup, and being able to tell him he can call when he wants it done will take one less constituent call from that I have to deal with. So thank you for that. In all seriousness, I really do think most citizens will love this, and you won't see the flurry of activity on a street that then fills up a truck to overflowing sometimes when you're coming through, and then you have to run again, because I think I've noticed that happens a lot in my neighborhood as well. All right, thank you.
Just as a follow-up, as a high usage customer myself, So it would be more efficient, obviously, for all the reasons outlined, but for the user or the customer, it would be faster probably too, rather than waiting 2 weeks. It would be a day or 2 or 3. What's the expectation for that?
We haven't ironed out all those details. We're still collecting data for some of the other communities that do this. But I guess during peak brush season, we anticipate the wait to be a little bit longer, and we're thinking maybe 5 days at the most. But during the lower brush season, the lower peak volumes, I think it would be much faster.
Okay.
So,
yeah, all right.
and we also, kind of expect a lot of requests on Monday after the weekend, and then Tuesday and Wednesday. So I think we'll learn as we implement the program to figure out, we may not collect on Monday just so we can get Tuesday and Wednesday calls in there as well. So it just really depends on what we're looking at.
And I'll just add to this, there'd still be opportunity. We'll still hit every street at some point for folks who don't take the action, make the call, and it just may not be every 2 weeks, it may be every month. We'll still hit every street. We'll still want to cover that.
And
this is something, the program will develop over the next year and figure out what those expectations need to be, how we communicate those, and then deliver on those expectations.
I know still concept, but they would call 311 or use the My Knoxville app or?
A combination of.
Okay, all the ways. Okay, all right, cool. Thank you. I did have one question about the request for urban forestry tree maintenance. Another staff member, I believe, was the request, or was it just general operating support? I don't think this was funded.
That is correct. So with the Urban Forest Master Plan, we have doubled the amount of trees that are going in the ground, and some of it is by Trees Knoxville, but if it's planted in the parts of the city right away, we still do extensive care in the first 2 years. It's more watering and basically just to make sure that tree survives. So we had requested additional funding just to help with basic tree maintenance and things like that.
Just a plug for that and continued support for the Urban Forestry Master Plan. On that committee, it sounds obvious, but it's one thing to have trees to plant, and it's another amount of work to have people and places to put them. And so that may seem obvious, but what that looks like is something that's really important to me is that the team is going to different neighborhoods, and those neighborhoods are kind of offering volunteer hours to go out and scour the neighborhood and say, where do we want trees in the neighborhood? And so that's free volunteerism labor, but just the coordination of that to all of those neighborhoods requires a person. The actual maintenance itself requires additional people. So the people part of this is just as important as the physical trees to plant. So I understand we can't fund everything every year, but that's one thing that I think is important, as that plan is only as good as we implement it. We've had good luck. The city's done a good job of securing grants in partnership with Trees Knoxville and other agencies, but it still requires people. So just a plug for that. Councilwoman Parker.
It is me. Thank you, Vice Mayor. My questions are for, well, first I have a question for Fleet Services. This was not funded, but I'm curious and wanted to hear more about the request for the dash cameras and what has developed to make this a funding priority for Fleet Services?
Well, that was actually at the request of one of the operating departments, but because Fleet manages it's part of the AVL software, the Automated Vehicle Locator Technology. There are GPS tracking systems in the Fleet assets, and there is sort of an option to upgrade to a dash-mounted camera system. We have installed those on some units in the fire department recently, and then we had another department. It was actually Public Service that had asked to install them on certain of their heavy equipment. It helps with to check on whether services were delivered as they said. If they needed to check, what happened on a stop, or if there were an incident that needed to be recounted, something of that nature. And Rachel could probably speak more authoritatively on that, but we certainly tried to help facilitate that request, and because we handle the maintenance and installation and the payment on that equipment. That's why we requested it.
And have there, to your knowledge, or maybe this is a question for public service, but has there been anything that has occurred recently having the video evidence would help inform what has happened? Could you give us an example?
Yeah, so Waste Connections actually has videos in all of their trucks, and it helps with accountability both ways. So it helps us enforce the contract, but it can also help identify if a customer insists that they put out their trash and it's the right location. Sometimes in the video you can see it's blocked by a car or it's too close to something. So it really helps with the back and forth. Same thing, we actually do have some videos in our garbage trucks and parks. And again, it just helps with accountability on both ends. So if we get calls of overflowing trash carts, we see they've serviced it and we realize, oh, we probably need to put out more carts or service more frequently. So it's kind of both sides that it's helpful.
Helpful, thank you for sharing that. Okay, my next questions are for Kat. So in the CAT budget request, we have a salary increase for admin for retention purposes. Could you give me a sense of, and there were other salary requests that were not approved for salary increases for other positions. Can you give me a sense of CAT staff? We've had recruitment issues in the past with bus operators.
Yep.
If I could get an update on that, and then just kind of that overall picture.
Sure. Yeah, so right now we're sitting at about 180 operators. Our goal is to get to 200. Very, very confident that in the next 2 to 3 months we'll be there. Really, too, with that number is we feel really comfortable at 190, but even better at 200, and we're at 180 right now. And that's just because, people are off on vacation, personal time, sick, whatnot. We really feel like that would help reduce the overtime hours once we get to 200 employees for operators. Total, we're sitting around, when we're fully staffed, about 315 staff. So we have some vacancies right now in our maintenance department between service and I think a few mechanics. But overall, we're sitting pretty good. We've done a really good job over the last 6 months and really over the last couple of years of refining the process of how we recruit, how we hire, how we train. And we've had to make some serious changes in our training department. When I came here, we had one person training. We now have a staff of 6 people doing that training. And it's not only new hire training, it's also refocus training when there are incidents or accidents. And there's also annual training now. So the whole entire department has seen a major overhaul.
There's a significant need for some salary increases that are not included here.
Ma'am, if I could interrupt.
Yeah.
Isaac in finance, we sat down, we talked about this. Most of what you're looking at where you see like pay increases and so forth of a certain percentage for CAT were not approved or as an additional funding request is because they were already baked into, if you will, in layman's terms, the budget. In other words, as Kitron does the budget each year, her and her staff, she already had put those in for CAT in what we call their target. That's why it looks that way.
Well, that's true.
No. It's just
I mean,
we do that
I'm not
everybody,
saying
but
it's not above board,
the guy
it's
that,
just hard to track.
Yes,
as a
ma'am. But the back office folks that Isaac has working, as I understand, maybe their first time through the budget didn't really realize how that was going to work and stuff, and we hadn't talked to them ahead of time, so that's what you're seeing there, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, for example, you don't see a 2.5% increase for public service because the 2.5% is within the ordinance and it's baked into their target. But again, the team at CAT just to err on the side of caution, went ahead and submitted that. So it's in their target. They just, again, you won't see it in fire and police and all the other operating departments. It just got put in this year. That's why we do these reviews with each department. It's like, oh, that's already in your target, but it's still in the hopper. So
That's a very important clarification that was needed. Thank you for that. So this is essentially the 2.5% increase.
Yeah.
But the admin salary is above and beyond that 2.5 increase.
So I believe we just asked for a 2.5% increase overall on our wages, and that's
correct.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay. Well, I was gonna ask what the plan was gonna be moving forward to address this, this need for a salary increase, but that's a moot question at this point. I think that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, in regard to training and a need for a salary increase, et cetera, I just wanted to underline, the bus drivers do a lot more than just driving the bus. It's a lot more than just the skill of driving. For example, you have people who are in wheelchairs or physically challenged, and the bus rider has to stop and accommodate them, make sure that they're secured and safe. Even people who ride bikes, the bus driver has to check and make sure the bike is on properly. There's a certain amount of public relations involved with people, sometimes interactions on the bus, et cetera. So it's more than one skill set. And so I just wanted to, I guess, underline the fact that the training and the skills encompass much more than just driving the bus.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yes, our operators are obviously very, very focused on customer service. Like you said, with ADA, I mean, we're heavily regulated. There's a lot of training and sensitivity training and a lot of different trainings that go into being an operator, and as well as it should. But yes, we're dealing with not only operating a very heavy vehicle, but also dealing with customers and individuals with mobility devices. So I appreciate that.
Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Thorne, I think I remember a statistic, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it was something like 80% of Knoxville citizens live within a half mile of a bus stop. Is that close?
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Okay. And, I think what everyone's really been talking about, and I know you're a supporter of this too, is, we want to make sure that we are giving access to all of our citizens the ability to use transit. And I think generally when you're thinking about that last mile connection, if you would, you're talking about a probably pretty challenged space. And so one of the discussions that we're talking about, we've already talked about with engineering, was new sidewalk construction. So certainly to the sense that you have more stable bus stops that you're going to keep for very long periods of time, having available sidewalks so people can walk from their homes to the sidewalk and use crosswalks safely to be able to access transit is very important. The other piece of that I wanted to mention too and highlight was the microtransit plan pilot that you've been implementing. Could you talk to us about that pilot program? And then I think you're also looking at some additional funding that you've put some grant requests out for maybe expanding that in the future. But could you talk about that? Because those connections to that transit, I think, is so important.
Yep. So in a broader sense, I think our goals for CAT are basically, through our long and short range plans, are increasing frequency on corridor routes, improving our bus stops, which we're in process right now of doing. And then next, obviously expanding, new services. Maybe that be a coverage route or some route that we're not, in an area we're not currently serving. So when we're talking about, our microtransit pilot we have currently going, we've provided about 60 to 70 trips. Through that service, we're serving 3 low-income apartment buildings, and those individuals can get picked up at their apartment and dropped off either on Route 12 or Route 20, which is on Central Highway. Most of those customers right now are getting dropped off on Route 20, probably going to the Walmart is where we're typically seeing those individuals go. So I think it's been successful in the sense that we're getting individuals into the system that are, like you said, that first mile, last mile issue. So I think it's been successful in that sense. We did apply for funding. We were awarded that funding. However, we don't know if we're actually going to receive it. So it's kind of in limbo right now. And that's it was a discretionary grant through ATTAIN, the Federal Highway Administration. So we don't know where that money sits, but we were awarded it. So, and that was to go towards that pilot project.
Okay. Well, and I just think that first mile, last mile, this half mile discussion that we've had as well, it's just very important to make sure we can connect folks to transit, because that's an outlet to jobs, that's an outlet to doctor's appointments, important groceries, like you just mentioned, being able to get to the store, and things like that. So I think continuing to look at that and expand those abilities for that access to transit is very important through those types of programs. So I'm excited to see that pilot is continuing, that you're asking for more funds, and we're just waiting to see if that will actually come through. So I appreciate you working on that. The other thing I wanted to mention, just with the last little bit that I have here, is with Director Bradshaw. So I wanted to highlight something that you brought to my attention after the mayor's budget hearings, and that was with regard to the Fleet Apprenticeship Program, which I think is just a really fantastic program that you've been able to spearhead. And I'm very excited too that I've seen other departments start to try to do that, a similar type thing with internships. I think that's a wonderful way of recruiting new folks into city service. But could you talk to us a little bit? I know Knoxville got some mentions in some magazines about the two programs, the Fleet Apprenticeship Program and the Renewable Propane program as well, if I can speak. Could you maybe talk to us just a little bit about that?
Yeah,
about those two?
Happy to. Thank you. Apprenticeship program we started in about 2017 or 2018 when I was the deputy director. It's been an excellent program. It's a partnership with our friends at TCAT on Liberty, our neighbors there at the heavy shop. We've had something like 15 apprentices come through from the automotive and diesel programs at TCAT, and it's been an excellent pipeline to help keep our staffing levels up. We've very consistently been in the 94 to 100% staffing for a couple of years now, and weathered some staffing crises that other departments have struggled with, and the apprentice program's been a big part of that, in addition to the benefit it provides to the students. So we've got 2 serving right now at this moment, actually. So it's a wonderful program. It's been very beneficial to the city, and I think to TCAT and to the students as well. I'm really proud of the program and happy to talk about it. As far as the renewable propane is concerned, that was an initiative we started a few years ago during the sort of the height of the supply chain crisis we had post-COVID, as we tried to implement our green fleet policy, which started in 2021. There were some hurdles to acquiring certain green fleet assets, especially electric vehicles at that time, and we found this sort of alternative fuel. It's renewable propane. It's same as propane, except it's cleaner and it's made from renewable sources and it's not fossil fuel based. We've installed that on something like about 50 light vehicles, pickup trucks, and SUVs. It's clean burning, it's cheaper, and it's sustainably sourced. So it's a nice middle ground on a fuel, and I appreciate you bringing that up. I'll commend Public Service here for being an early adopter on the propane and been very supportive of that.
Thank you all very much.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. To Public Service, I was really excited to see that LT Ross building, we were now going to be in a position to get that taken care of. And then also about the new direction and strategies around the pickups. I think people are going to be very excited. I know change is difficult, but I think people are going to be very excited about that. I know that I am already. So I think that's going to be a huge positive. And then Director Thorne, as it relates to CAT, we think about the bus drivers, and as Councilmember Thomas talked about, their customer service, they operate in so many lanes in their capacity, and those are very stressful jobs. driving, you're responsible for the lives of any and everybody who steps on that bus. And so I just recently heard, and I'm not sure about this, maybe a different, but just want to put it out there where I was in the community meeting yesterday and heard multiple times where people were saying that cars are going around the buses. So I don't know if there's there are cameras on the buses, or if we just need to maybe identify those areas where they're seeing that more often.
Yep.
And how dangerous that is.
Absolutely, yeah. We have a public agency safety plan. We also have a safety committee made up of members, that are operators, management, mechanics, whatnot, and we had those discussions. We actually have certain areas too. When you're talking about, vehicles going around the buses, also areas that are very tight, and maybe the speed limit's, 25 in those areas. We actually internally say, look, we're going to you need to go 15 miles an hour to ensure that, we don't have any accidents or prevent any accidents. So yes, we do have cameras on our buses as well to monitor that information. We also have hot zones where we say on a monthly basis, this is where we're seeing the most amount of incidents or accidents. So we're constantly monitoring that, having those conversations with our employees, and we want our employees to bring those issues to us too if they're seeing that, into the safety committee where we can make a policy adjustment or just training adjustments.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Parker?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I did have a follow-up question, because I do think, similar to fire, it's important to talk about morale when we're talking about a CAT. And I think it's important to lift up and to know that I continue to get calls, concerning calls from employees at CAT. And I wanted to get a sense of, when it comes to management and the vacancies we are experiencing, are those vacancies a result of individuals leaving voluntarily or terminations?
We have a lot of individuals that, and this has been an ongoing issue in transit industry, is that they'll come in, they'll get trained, they don't have necessarily a CDL. We get them the CDL through our process of, we actually hire people that just have a driver's license. We train them to get their CDL permit. We test them out, get their CDL license, and then they end up leaving, basically. And sometimes they're leaving, for a job that's paying maybe $1 or $2 more an hour. But that has been an ongoing issue in transit and for us since I've been here. And a lot of times it is just individuals leaving CAT. Maybe a better opportunity, maybe more money. But I think we've seen this trend since, 2021. It's slowing down a lot more now because the job market's getting a little bit more tight.
And that does sound like an issue that would impact the operators. Is that also impacting management?
Not so much management, more so the operators.
I would love to get a breakdown, if you could share it with council,
Yeah.
of what that looks like in terms of management and retention.
Yep.
How many are leaving and how many are, that is your authority as the head to make those decisions of who to terminate or not, but it would be good to know the breakdown. Thank you.
Councilwoman Fugit?
Thank you. Director Thorne, this just popped in my head when you talked about people, we train them and then they leave. And I have never worked for government. And in the private sector, you can require people to stay a certain amount of time if you pay for their training and education. First of all, do we do that? And if we do that, are they leaving the day after their requirement's up?
Yeah, we have gone back and forth with basically when they come to us, they're given a job offer letter. They have to sign that, and then in that job offer letter it says if you leave us within 6 months, you have to pay us back $800 of the training cost.
Okay.
Which is partial. It's a lot more than that, and we've gone back and forth on that because there's ways to skirt that and get around it, but we have in the past made them sign that.
I mean, I understand that, if people want to leave, they may stay and work but not be happy about it, but there needs to be, I mean, from a taxpayer standpoint of paying to train or all these people, they need to stay and do the work that we train them to do. So I'm glad to hear there's something. So what you're telling me is, are we currently asking them to pay some of it
Yeah,
back?
I
or-
believe we're currently doing that.
Okay.
Like, again, we just changed the language on that.
Okay.
But again, there's ways to get around that and not have to pay that money back because we take it out of the last paycheck. So
And if their last paycheck isn't enough, then we don't pay it, then
Yep.
they don't get it back.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you all. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for your service to the city. Okay, next up we have Information Technology, Center for Service Innovation, and Special Events. If those directors, heads of department would come to the podium. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. If you would, please introduce yourselves and any of your staff members that are here that you'd like to mention, and we'll get started.
Kendra Brewer, Director of Special Events. My staff is at a monthly meeting at the moment with all our event coordinators, so I'm here by myself.
All right.
1 and 211, thank you, IT. I'm joined by our Deputy Director, Carter Hall, who spearheads our data analytics and process improvement and quarterbacked the rollout of our new bot here just a couple of weeks ago, and Renee Bowman, who runs the call center floor on a day-to-day basis and who last week was just recognized by the national organization with the first ever individual award of excellence.
Oh, wow. Congratulations. Yeah, it's really a round of applause.
I'm Mark Parker, IT Director for the city. I'd like to acknowledge two of my managers, Jeff Bogdan, he's over my hardware division, and Gerald Randalls, he's over my application division. They are unfortunately not able to attend, but I want to give them a shout out. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Council members, floor is open for questions. Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Parker, I know you and I have talked many times about digital security with the city, and I have definitely noticed an uptick in you probing to see if people will fall into the traps of clicking on something they're not supposed to. I'm a little old school in the sense that when I get those, I usually just call your department and say, hey, I got this email and I'm a little worried about it. And you'll say, well, you passed the test. So I just wanted to ask, like, how are you seeing that develop? This is not a problem that just the city of Knoxville experiences, but all public entities and private entities are constantly subjected to hacking attempts and these kind of probes, which really needs to be addressed. It's not something that we can address ourselves other than defending it. But to the extent that you've been stepping that up, can you talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing, the results of that, and how protected do you think the city is now because of those efforts?
Sure. I appreciate you acknowledging that we send those out. A lot of people aren't happy about those, but they serve a valid purpose. We have an email filtering system on top of this, and let me just first state before we get to the fish tests, we get about 800,000 emails a month at the city, and right off the bat, the filtering software blocks about 400,000 of those as spam, malware, things like that. So we do address those. So we've gotten pretty good that a lot of those phishing emails that you see are from us. So they do their, as far as that goes, we do that on a quarterly basis. And We have about 7% of our employees fail those tests. The industry average for government is 11%. I'm still not happy with 7%, but they do. Some do fail that test. When you do fail a test, you get automatically enrolled in a refresher training course. And then if you fail the test again, you get a longer training course. And the third failure, which we have not had any of, the director gets a phone call from me and say, hey, we need to have a discussion about, clicking and email security and things like that. So the tests are, very pertinent. People need to be cognizant of that. You get it in your Yahoos or your Gmail accounts all the time, and it's something that people need to be aware of, and I think the education has helped.
Well, and I think we just have to continue to emphasize that and, to continue to update and revise our plans to stay ahead of those kind of threats. So I appreciate that. Director Jensen, do you want to talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing in 311, 211, and I hear lots of positive feedback about interactions with the callers where they've been able to get access to information. I'm excited about the bot rollout and see how that eventually proceeds. But could you talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing in your department? Mike, there you go.
We do about anywhere from 600 to 700 contacts a day with the public, between phone, web, bot, mobile app, the whole 9 yards. And I'm very proud to say that we do surveys on a regular basis when people do service requests, and we reach out to people when we can. And over 9 out of 10 people would recommend the service to their neighbors. Find me another city that can say that. I'll take that day in, day out. 80% think that things are getting done in a timely manner. We compare that to what we look at in-house as far as what's an on-time performance. But remember, a lot of that is the perception of when people think things should be done as opposed to what they're actually being told how long it's going to take. The other thing is with some of the recent changes, and I got to give kudos to everybody involved, we did not get near the phone calls about parking and stadium issues after all that opened up and we changed parking over. We were expecting to get quite a barrage those first couple of weeks. Didn't happen. So to everybody that was involved in rolling that out, kudos, because it made our life in the call center a lot easier over those couple of weeks. With the new bot, Carter was kind enough to give me a quick cheat sheet. In 10 days, the bot's already had 1,100 interactions with the public, which is about what the old bot did in maybe a 3-month span. So it's been very engaged. 92% of the people that are engaging with the bot are getting some form of actionable response, either a service request or the direct question or answer to their question or referral to a link. And then there's that 8% where it's still kind of learning where stuff is. And but at 92% over the first 10 days, we'll take that and run with it. But it's an ongoing process. When you're dealing with an AI piece of machinery like that, it's smart, it's machine learning. So every time we ask Rocky a question, Rocky gets just a little bit smarter. So we're very happy and very proud of that.
Fantastic. And then just want to thank each of you for the time that I've had to be able to work with you all and your responsiveness to all those questions. And Director Brewer, I was just going to ask you to talk to us a little bit about what was approved in your budget, the e-approval software. I know we're seeing a lot more demand with special events, so just wanted to see how that program is going or what you anticipate coming from that program's approval. And I also wanted to just mention that I appreciate your responsiveness, especially as I'm coming into a special event and being available to say, well, you're in the wrong place. You need to go over here. And so I appreciate that and being flexible to help not only myself but my colleagues get to the place we're supposed to be when we're supposed to be there. So I appreciate that.
You're welcome. So what eProval will do is make our office more efficient. We're still kind of, early 2000s with the way that we process our paperwork in our office. It's handwritten special event forms. We scan them, email them, send them out to the responsible parties of traffic engineering, public service, KFD, KPD, so forth, all those that are involved with an event. What eProval will do is everybody will be able, it will be live. So basically, an event application will be submitted. And then on that application, somebody can sit there and check, yes, I'm going to need the road closed. So they can go ahead and tag traffic engineering. I'm going to want garbage cans, public service. I'm going to need KPD to close the road. They'll have KPD written on the form. And then that will automatically go to the respected departments and to the people that will need to review it. So it will be live. We will all be able to interact on it at the same time. We'll be able to put in notes. We can put in a note saying, you know, this event has happened for the past 6 years. They want to make the street a little bit, their closure a little bit longer. We can make notes so everybody can see that in real time. As of right now, it's sending an email. It's sending that email, you know, to several people for approval. It's waiting for emails to get back. You know, people will say they've submitted their event forms. We may not have seen them, but we have to go off the fact that, yes, they have sent them, and so we have them resend them again. With this program, everything will be very consistent, very timely, and will actually help the office be more efficient so we can actually spend more time in the actual details of planning the event.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll continue along the e-approval software questions. I'd like technology upgrades, just so y'all know. So I'm happy to see a lot of technology upgrades listed in here. I do think it makes us a more accessible government. There's been a trend as, you know, smartphones have been developed and now individuals can get access to cheaper smartphones and internet plans, and now accessing things through a computer and internet, you know, fewer people have access to that than they do to a cheaper smartphone. So it's just interesting. For the e-approval software, it says one of the offices to benefit is the Visit Knoxville Film Office. Tell me more.
So Visit Knoxville they have a film commission. And so when somebody goes to fill out a film permit, they take it to Visit Knoxville, they take it to the film director, and then he sends it to the Office of Special Events, where we have to review the insurance to make sure that all the boxes are checked correctly and it's for the correct amount. Then we need to go through and see, okay, where are they wanting to film? Are there any other activities happening that day?
Yeah.
Are there any construction projects that will be taking place in that park, on that street, in that neighborhood that they don't know about? A lot of times with the film permits, they come in within 24 hours of when they need to film.
Yeah.
And a lot of that is just the location scout. So this will be very helpful again, because here's an outside permit that's coming from a partner that we still have to review and then send out through email scanning and so forth.
Super cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then also interested in a new website, a new mobile-friendly website.
Yes, ma'am. Communications requested a new website for the city. The old website we've been on for 10 plus years, and it's just basically been pretty much de-supported from the vendors, so we couldn't add things easily like chatbots and things like that to it. So we did request with communications some money for a new website, and we're looking forward to getting started on that. It should be much more cell phone friendly, things like that. The old one was not, and we just continue to push that accessibility. And I appreciate you recognizing all that, because that is, you know, one of our goals is to get things out to people in an easier manner. And it's a good catch too on the most people have skipped computers. They're just strictly on these. And the more we can get to our public, to our residents, to anyone, our city employees, the ability to do things quickly, easily, without having software downloaded on their PCs or phones, the better we are. So I appreciate you recognizing that.
Thank you so much. It is so appreciated and needed, and I'm excited about it. In conjunction with our new PrimeGov meeting viewer software, we're coming up. I'm excited about it. Thank you all so much.
Councilwoman Fugit.
Thank you. Director Parker, on the note about the website, my organization has just gone through that as well, in terms of making things mobile friendly and things not being supported, you couldn't make the changes. I'm asking this not about this budget, but I'm sure you've thought about it and have been talking to the administration about it. With the pace of change, about how long do we think infrastructure for websites will be available anymore? I mean, we used to buy computers and they lasted forever, and then it was like you went to leasing them. It was 1 year. They become antiquated right away anymore. So in your crystal ball, do you have any idea about how long, what are you hearing in the industry about how long website platforms are viable for?
So what we're getting told now on a lot of things are going to the cloud.
Okay.
And what that does.
Which is helpful.
Which
Very
is helpful because the vendor then brings that technology up as technologies change. So you have less movement from, antiquated software that you have to upgrade, and hopefully they will upgrade it in the cloud. Unfortunately, the last vendor was not good about that. They kind of got out of that business and really didn't bring it forward. So our hope is that it will continually be supported by the cloud, but I think we look at things, a lot of our IT contracts are 3 years and then with a 2-year option to go further. So at year 3, we really look at things and say, yeah, is this antiquated? Is it not antiquated? Do we want to go forward? Do we not want to go forward with this? So
Thank you. I just think it's good for us to all be around the turnaround will have to be quicker, and the cloud may make it not such a huge undertaking every time we have to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
Fingers crossed. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? If not, thank you all for being here. Appreciate your service to our community.
Thank you, guys.
So council, we are ahead of schedule. We could do, how about we do a quick legislative overview? Just take a few minutes, I think, and then we'll break for lunch for a bit and hopefully stay ahead of schedule. So yeah, just a few more minutes. The legislative section, I guess I would ask Mr. Johnson and Ms. Kirk to give an overview of our budget. Mr. Johnson, do you want to start?
Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Our budget is, as it has in past years, fairly simple, not many major changes. We did have 2 additional funding requests. One was for the live indexing of city council meetings. That would be for watching our city council meetings after the meetings happened, and selecting an item on the agenda that you cared a lot about, and you go straight to the recording into that moment when that conversation began. It was not funded in the budget request, but the Finance Department has identified funds within our current budget to proceed with that in this current fiscal year, and funds will be available to continue to fund that in subsequent budget years. We also request additional funding for some additional travel, but the Finance Department has also found some dollars in our current budget to fund that into future fiscal years. And to let council know, we will have about $8,500 total in our budget for travel. As a reminder, though, that's for all 9 members of council and your 3 full-time staff persons. So that would, if we were to divide that equally, that would be about $700 per person. So wanted to let council know about that. I don't have much else. Ms. Kirk has any comments or questions? Or if there are questions from council about our budget.
I'll just add to one comment you made around the software to review items. Council, you may be familiar with reviewing Knox County Planning Commission meetings, and you can easily just click to the item and jump straight forward. There's no fast forwarding, there's no hunting and pecking, so I think that would be really helpful for the public for our meetings as well. We go long sometimes, so hunting down an item can be hard. So with that, Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Along those lines, we talked about and also with the website upgrades, being able to embed the video with the agenda item. Is that a part of this process possibly?
It is, yes. That's the intent. So this service is being provided by the same company that hosts our agendas and the minutes for the meetings. And it would, at present, there's only available for each meeting an agenda and minutes. The idea is that there would be an additional link to a video recording on the same website for every meeting.
Yep.
So for this meeting, we could be doing that in the future.
Cool.
Yeah.
I am happy to see that moving forward. I think it's very much needed. And I appreciate the travel budget being increased and shared, because I got some travel plans. But I'm curious, and it's all related to city work. It's all related to bringing new wonderful ideas to our city to help us address some issues. But for staff, how much does staff tend to travel each year?
So Angela Hopper and I, we tend to travel for training once or twice a year, mainly to Middle Tennessee to do some professional development with our peers in other cities.
Yeah.
So Mrs. Kirk hasn't traveled in the past, but I think that may be changing. She may desire to travel into the future.
Yeah. Okay, so, but you don't have a sense of, it's not exorbitant because it's in-state travel.
Oh, you're talking about how much?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have that right at hand.
Yeah.
I did travel to Calgary, Alberta, Canada last May for also some professional development. It was an international conference for my profession.
So 700 per person should be adequate. There are times when our staff need international travel for conferences.
That's rare.
But
That
it's
conference
rare.
is not normally held out of the country. It's normally held in the States, but it did happen in Canada last year. Not all members of council travel,
Right.
so there's usually more money available for travel than what that dollar figure indicated.
That's helpful, thank you.
Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and just wanted to thank the Vice Mayor for putting on our legislative budget hearings today and our workshops and our retreats. I know there's a lot of work that goes into that, so just wanted to say, we appreciate all that work. I was very excited to see the indexing for the agenda items is going to be able to proceed, as well as the additional travel expenses. That saves on a lot of phone calls trying to coordinate folks loaning out their travel time, so I appreciate that. And I also just wanted to mention that, with Savannah and the binders, I have seen the kind of evolution of the binders go, from when we got started with it to now. And I'd say this is the highlight of what I've seen from what we've been able to produce. So I just wanted to thank you for doing that, because I know that is a lot of work. And I will try to remember to give you back the binder part, as I'm sure my colleagues will. The last thing I just want to say is that it's been a pleasure to work with Will and Savannah and Angela for the last 8 years, and just really appreciate you all and your responsiveness and ability to deal with all the difficult things that come along with the service that you provide for council members. And just wanted you all to know that I really appreciate you, and I know everyone here does. Thank you.
Thank you, and I think we'll save the tears for December.
Well, there's not any other tiers or suggested to you.
Well,
So we will pause for lunch and maybe we'll try to start, let's see, 12:30 was the plan, maybe 12:15 to stay a little early. Is that okay? Okay. Let's break for lunch and resume at 12:15. There it is.
we do have your lunches here on the table in the back.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for everybody that has been here. Thanks for the new faces that have joined us and those at home who are watching. Next on our agenda is human resources, civil service, and employee benefits and risk. So if the people representing those departments would come forward and have a seat at the front podiums, it'd be appreciated. Thank you all for your commitment to the city. I ask for your commitment to keep us on time as well, so may keep our questions as pointed as we can. If each of you would introduce yourself and maybe anybody in the room from your teams that you want to point out, you can do that too.
I guess I will start. Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Kelly Drummond, the Director of Human Resources. And with my team today, I have Michelle Black, our Administrative Manager, Mary Margaret Murray, who is our Business Partner Supervisor, Katrina Swander, and she is our HR Data Analyst, Leah Pendarvis, who is our Intern and Training Coordinator, and Dustin Henshaw, who takes care of our front office and is our HR Specialist. So we have a good team with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Nicholas Bradshaw. I'm the Executive Secretary for the Civil Service Merit Board, interim since September of last year. I don't have anybody with me today, but I do want to acknowledge the excellent support I've gotten from especially Melissa Foster and Laura Peck, who are senior HR analysts in civil service. So just a shout out to them.
Thanks.
My name is Christine Stickler. I'm the Director of Employee Benefits and Risk Management. There's a staff of 10 of us that help benefits and risk work every day.
Excellent. Thank you. Unless you have any remarks for yourself, we'll just begin open question from council. Okay, Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My questions are focused on, well, my initial questions, we should say, that there's a funding request from Civil Service, Publicity and Advertising, and underneath it, we see Facebook ads for public service worker campaign is the use of these funds. Rather than recruitment for the position that you're currently holding. So I'm wanting to get more information about the advertising for this campaign, but also how the recruitment process is going for the executive secretary position.
Sure, yeah. We have a publicity line item that we use for, it's not just for that campaign, but just a way to spread the word on our job postings. We've used those funds for recruitment campaigns for LinkedIn, for Indeed. But yeah, we did do a big push for Public Service Worker One, and we use it for other financial analysts is up right now, and firefighter, several others. So that's what that's used for. It's to pay for those sponsored ad postings on those job sites. Did that answer your question on the first part?
Yeah.
Okay. And the second part about the search is ongoing. There is a selection committee that consists of one of the merit board members, the 3 employee representatives, and David is the 5th one. And they have interviews scheduled next week, actually, to do the first round of interviews for that. And then hopefully that produces I think the board will ultimately have to make a decision on those candidates. Hopefully that's pretty soon, and that's really all I know of the timeline, but I would expect some resolution this summer, and I'll assist with the transition once that selection is made, and then go back to just Fleet again.
So we've moved beyond moved beyond the advertising phase for this position and moved into interviewing.
That's
Hope to
correct.
fill it soon.
Right, yes, we did an advertising campaign. It was in February, March. It was 45 days, I think. We ended up with something like 81 applicants, and the selection committee's narrowed it down to, I think, 6 for the interviews, and that's going to take place, as I said, next week.
Okay, thanks for the update.
Yep.
Any other quick, Councilmember Roberto?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Just wanted to thank each of you for working with council. I know I've bothered many of you many times about different topics, and you've always been very good to respond. Some of you even on the weekends, so I appreciate that, and I apologize for getting in touch with you over the weekend. But really appreciate what you all are doing. I was looking at the budget for human resources. If I'm looking at this correctly, is this showing us that there's an increase of 2 positions? Is that what I'm seeing there?
No, sir, there's not an increase of 2 positions. Last year, we increased to the deputy director, so we are now fully staffed. We are not asking for any increase in positions this year.
Okay, I saw that, and I could see where I had that incorrect. And then it looks like there were some for benefits, for risk and benefits department, Director Stickler. It looks like there is an increase in deferred compensation match, and then also a additional YMCA memberships, like a gym membership for city employees. But looks like the Rosetta Stone benefit wasn't approved in this budget. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Director Stickler, I just had a question about the deferred compensation benefit. This is a new program for employees hired after 2013.
So we currently have a deferred comp. It's a 457B. Our record keeper is Empower. We have only contributed $10 to that, as long as the employee is contributing 20. So the most an employee would get from the city as a contribution would be $260 a year. We thought we could increase that, and so my proposal was like a 1% match after the first year, 2% after the second year, and then 3% moving forward after 3+ years.
So this would be a cost that we would burden for the foreseeable future, yeah? Or for,
That's correct, sir. And what you're looking at in the proposed budget is for 6 months of it. So if it's a full FY, you would take that and multiply it times 2, I guess.
so that's almost $1 million added to the annual budget. Is that how I should think about this?
No, it's 158.
It says 400 in the.
That was the
Sorry
original
about-
request,
Oh,
471.
excuse me, 158 was
Yeah.
granted. Okay, but that's for 6 months.
That's
It's for 6 months, so it'll be just
That's
over
correct.
300,000. So just, I wanted to talk a little bit about this because it's part of our recruiting and our retention. And so we know that we've seen, I think we talked about this with fire and police earlier, we're losing folks, that next generation of employees, the first 5 to 7 years of employment. And one of the challenges is we had a very kind of minimal deferred compensation. We still have a defined benefit pension, but it had been modified. It's now a hybrid. And so what we heard from directors was one of the challenges was bringing folks in without much of a deferred comp. So this is focused on those employees in addition to the other benefits that we have here at the city. So American Cannon added 8 weeks with benefits, paid family leave. The gym family health membership is another tool. I believe HR is proposing evaluating how we do our longevity pay. So we talk a lot about compensation, but it's also about all of these other benefits. And so this deferred comp was in a direct response to that, to try to see if we can stymie people leaving in that 0 to 5, 6, 7 year window.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A question about our agenda. Questions about Title VI. Should we ask those now under Human Resources, or is there another more appropriate section? Okay, awesome. Thank you once again for ensuring that City Council receives that Title VI report by May 1st as required by the charter. We're now moving into a different period for our work now that we have a disparity study in place. And I know that we have a timeline that we're following. That's why I didn't know if purchasing would be a better person to ask. Yeah.
Purchasing will talk about the disparity study. That is not part of my Title VI report that is required.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
That's helpful to know. But as a part of your report, you do track city spending with diverse business enterprises. You get that from them.
That is exactly right. That comes from the, from finance, and they may be able to talk about that, but that comes from that specific department. And I received that report and it's included in that, but they keep up with that information. And I'm not sure, Penny is not here now, but that report was submitted and that information was updated, but they had to do another report. So each year I get the updated report. Yes, ma'am.
And Penny will be here during the finance portion of the agenda today. She'll be with me.
Let's see. Okay, fabulous. And in turn, for that discussion, maybe y'all can help me. Would it be purchasing that is setting our annual goals under that? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll wait for that section. Thank you.
Council, any more questions? If not, thank you very much. Appreciate your service to the city. Okay, next up, we have Visit Knoxville, Zoo Knoxville, and Tennessee Valley Fair. If a representative from those organizations could come and sit at one of the podium seats up here. Good afternoon. Hope you didn't have to skip lunch, or maybe it's around the corner. Either way, thanks for being here. If you could introduce yourselves to council members, we'll get started. The little person on the right.
Oh, the little person. I found it.
There you go.
I'm Kim Bumpus, president of Visit Knoxville. Y'all just get me today. I think you know who Visit Knoxville is, so I will pass the baton.
Good afternoon. I'm Bill Street. I'm President and CEO of Zoo Knoxville. Joining me today is Drew Rowan, who's our Chief Operating Officer. Nice to meet you.
I'm Scott Zahumsky, the Executive Director for the Tennessee Valley Fair.
Thank you. Appreciate you all being here. Big shout out to Visit Knoxville for hosting our council retreat. Thanks for that. It was a great day, productive. We got some priorities and we're working them. Okay, any questions for council members for these three organizations? Councilman Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ms. Bumpus, on Visit Knoxville, you and I had talked before about the way that tourism impacts our city, and I wanted to touch on whether or not you're still seeing that we're the fourth county in the state for visitor spending ranking among all the 95 counties.
Yes, 100%. Tourism is the number 2 industry in this state, and Knoxville, Knox County is the 4th largest producing county with over $2 billion in tourism expenditures annually, creating roughly about 14,000 jobs in the market. So yeah, we're holding on to number 4. You might assume the other 3 would be Nashville is number 1, Memphis, Shelby County number 2, and Sevier 3. We're 4. Hamilton County, if you're from Chattanooga, I'm sorry, but they're 5 and always will be as long as I'm sitting here. So that's where we're at on that.
And obviously that has a major impact on our city. And, you know, I think we see a lot of activity with special events here, but then also the events that Visit Knoxville is putting on. So I always think that's important to highlight that, you know, because I don't think many people realize that we have so much tourism that goes on here. Are you seeing any indication of a decline in hotel, you know, occupancy rates or visiting events that are coming on, those kind of things?
We're holding really strong in the event market. Our bookings are strong. Our pickup is strong. Where we are seeing a slight softening in the market is the leisure traveler. And that is something that's happening across the country. The good news for Knoxville is that it is just flat, but we continue to see crazy growth in average daily rate. So when you're thinking about tourism and hotel motel tax collections, you do need to look at both. So even though occupancy is coming in really at like a 0.04 growth, which is flat, a lot of our competitive set is down in occupancy. But what makes it super good for us right now is the downtown market especially has about a 6% growth in rate. And then countywide, we're hovering in about 3.5% growth. And those are pretty much almost to the moment calculations. I think we literally just closed through March and we'll have April numbers any day. So I'm feeling really good about it. And then collections, we're up in city collections, we're flat in county collections, but that's only through February. So I do see a huge rebound because February was up 8% over if you compare us month to month versus year to date.
Okay. Thank you for that update. And then we obviously know that a lot of the folks that are visiting, and even the local folks are visiting the zoo. So, Mr. Street, can you talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing at the zoo?
Sure. We are, the zoo is investing about $10 million this year in new exhibits. In a couple weeks, we'll be opening our rhino exhibit, and then a few weeks after that, ostrich, and continue to expand the zoo and its presence within the community. We are just a little bit behind our projected attendance right now because particularly of weather-related events. We've had rainier days on weekends, and that's not great for the zoo. But we expect to be able to rebound through summer, especially with our new openings. And we project that we're going to be very close to or exceed 600,000 visitors this year just through the zoo visitation. We are also opening a new experience this winter, which tends to be our slower season because of weather. It's a new light experience. If you've been up to Anakeesta and experienced that light experience they have up there, we're taking the next version of that to the zoo. And that will add tens of thousands of attendants to the zoo during the winter months. So we're expecting to have record attendance by the end of this year.
I'm looking forward to both of those exhibits. I think those will be great. And Mr. Sahomsky, with regard to the Tennessee Valley Fair, do you want to give us maybe a little update about where you all are and what you're looking forward to with this year's fair? What are we at, 102?
105.
105,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
So we're probably one of the longest running events in Knoxville. I'm proud to call, Chowee Park home. So yeah, we're probably pretty much back up to our pre-COVID attendance numbers. Last year we ran about 145,000. If we can hit 150 plus, that's going to be wonderful. We stepped up our game quite a bit in the concert arena, so to say. I mean, there's a lot of competition in Knoxville with concerts, and I think last year we had 4 sold-out concerts and 6. So that's wonderful. Brings out a whole different fairgoer. And of course, our mission is always to support agriculture and our youth. And again, that's our mainstay. That's why, we like where we're at. We want to be where we're at. We just need some help. So yeah, look forward to a great year. Like Bill said, we're an outdoor event. You know, rain gods stay away for 10 days. We're going to have a great year.
Well, thank you very much. And I just wanted to say I appreciate each of you being as accessible as you have been over the years to be able to talk to and get updates from. So just thank you for all you do. Appreciate you.
Woman McKenzie.
Thank you, and welcome to all of you, and Bill, welcome to your first legislative budget hearing. And so you guys are absolutely correct when you talk about the weather. The weather directly impacts a lot of the services that you guys provide. But one thing about it, from a city, people are still going to come into the city, and we have a lot of amenities as it relates to that. Bill, can you speak briefly about the about what's before us with the Southern Appalachian Node?
Sure.
Just at a high level.
Just as a reminder, we are part of Chilhowie Park, so the investments that are made into the zoo are essentially city assets. As soon as we get certificate of occupancy, they're city assets that we maintain and grow. There are two sections of the zoo that have been closed down over the years. We used to have an eagle exhibit that reached its end of life, and so needs to be rehabbed. And then there's this other area. For those of you who've been here a long time, might remember this. It was a place called Treetops. It was an old steak restaurant, I'm told, that's kind of in this wooded area of the zoo, and you used to be able to access it without going to the zoo, which I find fascinating. But in my first weeks here, I was just trying to find my way around the zoo and stumbled across it, and I'm like, this is the coolest area. So we're going to rehab that. It needs a new roof and some other areas, and we're going to open it up as an ornithological center. So an opportunity where we can put out planters and bring native species there and give this really peaceful experience with utilizing this old steak restaurant. And it sounds weird, but it's awesome. And so those are just areas that we're going to rehab and bring back to life to expand the footprint of the zoo. And that's going to be part of the center of the zoo, which includes the ravine area and some other future development as part of our master plan that will make up a biome and region that focuses on the Smokies and Appalachia. So our intent is to try to provide, also very importantly, because you started bringing up the weather, some of these areas are indoor areas. And so we have to make the zoo a little bit more resilient during rainy days and winter days and other things, so we can get visitation during those times and encourage families to come out and visit us, even if the weather isn't perfect.
Awesome. But now, Scott, we'll still do that rain, rain, go away dance and song, when it's time for the fair, for sure. Thank you all.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was trying to find the section in our budget, and I know I've seen it, but I can't put my finger on it at the moment, because our packet doesn't include the funding for the fair. But I think I saw $4,000 for the fair. Do you remember how much you're getting from the city?
That's correct. We get $4,000.
Okay, so what is the $4,000 to support?
We just like to tie that funding back into our youth competitions, be it either student art or up through our livestock competitions. But that's where that all goes back to.
Mm-hmm. And I believe I remember that was a reduced amount this year for the fair.
No, ma'am, that's about the same as
It's
it
about
has
the
been.
same.
It's through community agency grants. It's in that section of the budget.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so what I'm trying to understand are the infrastructure needs at Chilhowie Park. And we have some upgrades planned through Zoo Knoxville, which we're all really excited about. And that is news to me that these will be city assets. I thought that would be property owned by Zoo Knoxville. So that's a good update to share.
So the zoo's actually a city facility. And so Zoo Knoxville is a nonprofit that runs the city's zoo. And so Bill and the team have had a long-standing relationship where they manage that city facility. And Bill can talk a lot more about the history, but that is, all of those are city assets.
Okay, so the fair does own property separate from the city at Chilhowie Park,
That's correct, we do.
but the zoo only manages city property.
The way that I explain this is that if you were to pick up the zoo, turn it upside down and shake it, the people and the animals, that's all the nonprofit organization. All the stuff that sticks, that's the cities.
Okay, well, there you go. Appreciate that.
It's
So,
a fun,
real
fun
quick-
analogy for a zoo because I can
Yeah.
see things hanging from it still. And
So Chilhowie Park is one of the city's largest park assets in East Knoxville. That park space is all owned by the city. I think the fair and other entities may own real estate around and adjacent to that, but the park itself is a city asset.
Yeah. Okay, so it would be, I don't, maybe there's a map, maybe Visit Knoxville has a lovely map that identifies the parameters. What were you saying? It was the word I wanted. KGIS. Lord, don't make me have to go on KGIS and figure that out. It's not mobile friendly, I'll tell you that much. But just so that we have a sense of what are the, what is Chilhowie Park and what are properties managed by our partners or owned by our partners, so that we have a sense of the piece that we as the taxpayers can really influence, right? Because we can't necessarily tell the fair what to do with their property, but as we're going through the Parks and Rec Master Plan program and we're thinking about what Chilhowie Park is going to look like in the future, it's important to know what Zoo Knoxville's plans are, and it's important to know what the fair's plans are, and then it's also important to have a good understanding of what remains that constitutes Chilhowie Park. Because I've heard all kinds of fabulous and exciting ideas from the public of what they want to see at the park, and it kind of all has to work with what we already have going on at the park. So that's why I asked those questions, trying to clarify what is public property and what is privately owned by a nonprofit partner. So with that being established, when we're talking about infrastructure upgrades, it sounds like the bulk of the park is public land.
That is correct.
Absolutely, and if you'd like a map, we could get you a map. It is on KGIS, but we could do a single map that shows what the city owns, what the fair owns. So yeah, that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Sure.
And the reason I ask is because, as we're talking about future plans for parks and master plans for parks, I've gotten questions about Chilhowie Park. And there's been a lot of discussion about Chilhowie Park. And there are some concerns about the current state of the park and whose responsibility is it to address those infrastructure issues at the park. Is that something that you'd like to speak to, David?
So you want to know who's responsible to make major infrastructure improvements at a city park?
Not necessarily what your responsibility is, but when we're talking about infrastructure needs at Chilhowie, what has been the discussion that the city is having and potential future plans for improving the infrastructure at that park?
So we've known for a long time that the facilities within that large park space in East Knoxville, we've worked with the district rep, Ms. McKenzie, for some time that, for example, the Homer Hilton, the facilities, the asphalt, the electrical, there's a lot of just decaying areas. We know there's major infrastructure needs. We also know that we're seeing more intense flooding. We know that with climate change that intense flooding and the pumping that we do in and around that park space. So the city did a study of the water to really figure out the long-term. Mayor Kincannon said, what are the long-term? Let's stop Band-Aiding and figure out what the needs are. So, and I know that Rebecca Jane and her team are working with the zoo. The zoo has a master plan. The Muse has a master plan concept they'd like to expand. And so they're evaluating those. What do people want to do? And then there's the opportunities along the Magnolia Corridor in Burlington. So there's a lot of energy around East Knoxville and the fire station in Burlington and the streetscapes. So we know that all of that infrastructure is going to need millions of dollars, and that's going to take many years. And so trying to coordinate what those priorities are, we're in the middle of doing that right now. Fair's been there a long time. We love the fair. And so we think that that space, the mayor has said this, that will be the family gathering space for our community over the next decade. So the zoo, the Muse, the fair, this incredible year-round green space. One of the biggest feedback items we've received from members of the community are it feels walled off. There's fencing all around it. It doesn't feel like a place where neighborhood folk can come. And so that's what we're working on right now. Mayor Concannon, from a infrastructure standpoint, sees those improvements really key to making that the family gathering place, not just for 10 days a year or during events, but year round. How do we start to connect all those family amenities in a better park space?
I appreciate that update. I think I'm out of time, but I have more questions.
We'll come back to you, I think. Does any other council members have questions? Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you. So just want to add on to what David's saying about infrastructure. We know that we had a 100-year flood here in the last couple of years that pretty much submerged Chilhowie Park to the point where you really couldn't see the buildings that were down in there. So when we talk about what that long-term investment looks like, it has to mitigate that first and foremost. Otherwise, we're just throwing good money away. And so I just kind of want to put that out there because sometimes it's easy for us to forget that issue is still there and it's not going away. So I just wanted to drop that caveat. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. Let's see. Ms. Bumpus, how's the Sunsphere?
The Sunsphere's doing really, really good. We are just about to break 200,000 visitors that are contributing to the Sunsphere Fund, which is how we painted it back to its original blue. And the Welcome Center, we have visitors that represent all 50 states and 61 countries. So while they may not have all visited Knoxville just to go to the Sunsphere while they were here, they went to the Sunsphere. We just started our local free programming that runs from May to October, which is the span of the 1982 World's Fair. So every first Friday, we have expanded hours, and it is free to Knoxvillians. All you have to do is show your driver's license. We have one of those under our belt, and we had over 200 Knoxvillians show up to experience the Sunsphere and 40 kids. Which is always fun when they get released on the observation deck. But they enjoyed it, and the Welcome Center really has become a satellite visitor center for us. So it's really awesome for visitors that are maybe on that side of the town that don't get all the way over to 301 South Gay. And also, I think it's been a great addition to all of the things we do at World's Fair Park. And we have a bunch of events that are starting right now. We have the Visit Knoxville Open to the CrossFit Games to the AAU World Championship. So we're really gearing up for 6 weeks of crazy, and all of that will benefit the Sunsphere for the fee that goes back into a fund that will enhance future experiences.
Awesome, thank you. Mr. Street, the city's going to fund, looks like $1 million towards both the Southern Appalachian Node and the Ravine collectively. Is that?
Well, the areas that it's focused on is what I explained earlier. It includes the Eagle area,
Right.
and then also there's a restroom area that is in need of just a little bit of a refresh, and then that treetops area. So I think it's spread over a couple of years, but it's fixing that whole. If you've been to the zoo, once you pass the KUB rhino viewing area and go up the hill, it's that whole section that's there. It will complement. Also an exhibit that we are currently rehabbing, which is our Red Wolf exhibit.
Right. And which of these two these areas are part of admission as opposed to extra ticketed price?
Oh, that's all part of admission.
Okay.
That's none of that is extra
Okay.
addition.
All right. And Mr. Sahomsky, what do you all have free fair days or something for local residents? You have any?
We have, several opportunities as far as that. We have a student day.
Okay.
On Monday, where all the students, are free to come in. Tuesday is our Senior Citizens Day. So
Okay.
we get about 2,000 senior citizens come in for free.
Okay.
And then our closing Sunday is our Hometown Heroes Day. So any person that's military, teacher, first responder, they come in free as well.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah.
Thank you for that. There's a theme of my questioning, and it's just that as we invest in public properties or quasi-public properties, I think it's important that they remain free or darn near it for people to be at least on certain days or certain population that's important to the community. It's public amenities are no good if they all cost more money, and everything costs more money now, and we don't need to drive up any more dollars than we have to. So thank you for that. Let's see, Councilwoman Parker.
I just wanted to make some final comments. That I appreciate all the information shared. Some of the questions that I get when it comes to Chilhowie Park, I think show some confusion in the public about who's responsible for what. And I think we have a responsibility to our partners, but also we will see even greater success out of our partners when we support them with the much needed infrastructure upgrades at that park. And of course, that would improve the experience for folks who visit it and for the community in East Knoxville that surrounds it. They're long overdue upgrades. And I'm happy to hear language like, you know, a family-friendly setting, you know, that's open, because, you know, we want to maintain this as a public park that the public has access to, and we want to support the amenities that are really enriching our community. And I feel like all of our partners currently at Chilhowie play that role. So that's my pitch. I want to see some infrastructure upgrades at Chilhowie, but I also want them to be informed by how the community wants to use the park. So for the thousands of people who I know are watching these budget hearings currently, I encourage you to participate in the PlayKnoxvilleTN.com survey that's taking place right now and weigh in on what you want to see at your local park and Chilhowie. And then next week, we're going to have a discussion at Chilhowie Park to try to bring a little bit more attention at 6 p.m. In the bandstand. Meet us at the bandstand. And we'll talk a little bit more for those who aren't able to engage in these daytime discussions. We're going to have a nighttime follow-up discussion. So I thank you all so much for being here, and appreciate y'all do. Thank you.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Parker, what day is that meeting?
Next Wednesday. I think it's the 21st. 21st at 6 p.m. The bandstand.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, Scott, just wanted to circle back with you. I know that maybe like in the last 2 years, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that kids now need to be accompanied by an adult when they're coming into the fair. So does that apply on the free student day as well? They need to have an adult with them?
What we've had to do is we end our student day a little bit earlier now, just because we're transitioning to another promotion. So that right now, no. I mean, kids that are coming in through the day are allowed to come in without any type of chaperone or parent. And then we pretty much have ended student day at 6 o'clock. We just didn't see a lot of students coming in on a Monday night to continue that offer.
Okay, so on free student day, then they come in during the day, that's up to 6 o'clock. Outside of that scope, they do need to be accompanied by an adult. I just want to be really clear so people don't drop their kids off, because you remember back in the day,
Right.
everybody's dropping kids off.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah, we still get that you're correct.
Okay, thank you. And then also, I also wanted to be clear that there are some in-kind things that the city does provide. I don't want people to think that the city doesn't show any love to the fair, and I don't have those specific numbers in front of me. Do you know them off the top of your head?
Yeah, I had got this on my desktop. So we do right at $126,900 for the space. So we give the space basically for the load in, the load out, and the fair itself. That is all in kind, and then they actually lease space, 2,500 square feet. They cover the utilities. That's about 40,000. So in addition to the 4,000 that we do just through agency grants, it's right at 167,000 that we support the fair.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yep.
Could I make a comment to that?
Please.
Sure. So that's the first time I've ever heard that. I've run the fair for 18 years, and that's the first time I've ever seen somebody put numbers to that. But you got to understand, our lease is a reciprocal lease agreement. So 11 months of the year, basically, like Bill's analogy, the city has access and the zoo has access to our property at no charge. And then basically 1 month of the year, we take over the park. You know, we're paying the KUB bill, porta potties, all of that as well, too. Also, we own the marquee sign out there at Magnolia Avenue. So for what it's worth, Shelby Park, you know, utilizes that sign all year. You know, one time we had an MOU where we had the agreement they could use it, no charge. We don't want to charge people, money to use a sign. And of course, over the 18 years, we've put money back just into some of the basic infrastructure of the park. That can be anywhere from painting, Homer Hamilton Theater, the barns. We rebuilt one of the dressing rooms at Homer Hamilton Theater. We completely rebuilt the information booth out there too. So yeah, I understand that. But like I said, that's the first time I've ever seen somebody put numbers in there. But that's not a full story too, because we're putting our skin in the game as well too. And you can't forget, we do an $11.4 million economic impact for Knoxville. And that's 10 days, right? We're a 10-day event. And again, like I always talk to other people too, you go up and down Fifth Avenue, everywhere, people are parking cars on them yards. And that's an economic impact that I can't capture. But again, that's us giving back to our community. And in your packet right there, there's a whole presentation that I gave Knox County Commission back in March that talks about what we give back to our community too. And we're very, very proud of all that too. So yeah, a little bit of a one-sided story there. You need to hear the other side.
Well, thank you for clarifying that. And I didn't mean to ask the question for it to feel like a tit for tat, because that's definitely not what we're doing. And so, and I do see this. What, and the economic impact, I think, is amazing. For all of our tourism that comes to the city. And so what does the fair make? The amount that, just what do you all charge for the vendor space, for the people that come in? So I guess I'm just trying to put it all together.
So, it'll vary. Again, it depends on what the weather situation is too. Our main revenue flow is admission.
Okay.
And then second, it'll be our split from the midway provider. And then after that, yeah, we do charge rental space for your food vendors, your commercial exhibitors. Knock on wood, since 2019, we are actually been running in the black. And we've actually been able to save up some money, because if we lost a weekend, it would be a substantial financial loss for the fair. And that's why, we get $4,000 from the city. We're happy with that. We don't clamor around trying to get any more. We're a very self-sufficient organization, I believe, and I'm proud of that too.
Good. And I think, and it helps to have that good entertainment that's selling out to those concerts.
Well, I can go ahead and tell you, we're going to announce Flow Ride here before long too. So there's a first. It's not even public knowledge, so don't share it with anybody, right?
First. We'll keep your secret. Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate that. Thanks, everyone.
Councilwoman Parker?
No, I'm done. Thanks.
Okay. Just on that, Mr. Humsky, Mrs. Humsky, you mentioned how much was the value that you generate?
The economic impact?
Yeah, thank you.
$11.4 million.
Okay, is that direct impact or overall community?
It's Knoxville. Yeah, you got to remember, we got people that are coming in. They're going to the hotels. A lot of our livestock exhibitors are coming in for multi-day periods. A lot of our vendors are staying, in hotels too. So yeah, it's right there. Most of our vendors are coming in from Knoxville. We're using local sound folks,
right,
dumpsters, porta potties. We try to do that as best that we can to support Knoxville and Knox County.
And you have that in a report you could send to council?
Yeah, I can give you a more in-depth. I gave you the economic impact. That's just the executive summary on that.
Okay.
I've got another 15-page all behind the scenes that I'll be glad to send you. And we're looking at doing another economic impact study this year.
Okay. If you could send that, that'd be good. Those are helpful for, I know Visit Knoxville is
sure.
leader of economic impact reports. So,
Yep, absolutely. They're wonderful.
okay, Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah. Scott, how do you guys do you said you're going to do an economic impact study again. How do you complete that? Do you use a consultant? Is that something you do yourself? Where do you come up with the numbers?
Yeah, so it's a great question for the timing. We belong to the International Associations of Fairs and Exposition. That's kind of our trade umbrella, and it's got over 4,000 fairs based in the U.S., worldwide. So one of their goals this year is doing an economic impact that fairs have on their community, not only money-wise, but community involvement. So they're going to be releasing that, I hope, in the summertime. Based on that, and it's a company called Johnson Control. I think they're out of Ohio, but they specialize in fairs and festivals. We can get numbers for what Tennessee does, and then they've offered all member fairs to be able to come in and do an economic impact study specifically for your fair. So I'm already in discussions with them. We're just trying to hammer out, the price and the time frame to do that.
Okay, so they just kind of come in and do an audit of your
Yes, they will.
books and numbers and
Yes.
compare it to norms and.
Yes, and that's what FMR did too when they came out in 2018.
Okay.
They came out and looked at numbers. They did different segments of fair goers, and then they took a look as far as overall. And they said it was very good because it really lined up with other fairs our size as far as the results of their study. So I think we were right on track.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you all very much for what you do in our community. Appreciate you. Have a good day. Okay, real quick, Will, you have an announcement?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Council members, at your seats, there is a menu for our dinner for this evening. If you could take a look at that menu and make your selection about what you would like and return that to me or Ms. Hopper, and we'll have the food ready for you later. Yes, Ms.
Are you
McKenzie?
providing the midnight snack too? We're going to midnight.
If that's needed, but we're going to hope and pray it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, you could have those back to me or Ms. Hopper by 2:30. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have the Public Building Authority, the Public Assembly Facilities, and Knoxville Community Media. Oh, sorry. My bad. You got a little bit more time. I skipped a section. Knoxville Chamber and Knoxville Entrepreneur Center. Sorry.
You can hang out.
Mm-hmm. Welcome. Your familiar faces, but please state your name and also if there's anything that you want to say out of the start, you can do so.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Biggs, and I'm the Executive Director for the Knoxville Entrepreneur Center.
Mike Odom, Knoxville Chamber, and I just want to say that I love Will Johnson's sweater.
Take it when you can get it. Yeah, okay. You both of your organizations play a significant role in both attracting talent, but more so recently, I think, nurturing existing residential talent and businesses. So thank you for what you do. Are there questions from council for these two gentlemen? Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I think this can probably go to both of you, but I think that pretty much everyone would agree that, we want to encourage entrepreneurism and people moving businesses to our community, hiring our workers and having skilled workers here to fill those jobs. I'm pretty sure this is a national statistic. So I wanted to ask you about the local impact that you're seeing, but it's my understanding that over the last 40 years, we've seen the number of entrepreneurs that are getting started, and the share of people newly becoming entrepreneurs cut in half. So we're not seeing nearly as many entrepreneurs getting businesses started I think that's nationally. But what my question is what are you seeing locally? And that may be something for Mr. Biggs more directly since he works with the Entrepreneurship Center, but are you seeing an increase in entrepreneurship, a decrease in entrepreneurship, kind of the same? And if you are seeing not a lot of movement, what are some things that you think we need to be doing better to try to encourage people to start new businesses?
Thank you. So to address your first question, I think part of what you saw was that there was actually a very substantial spike in new business creation when COVID first hit. So around mid-2020 into 2021, there was a huge surge in new business licenses and entrepreneurs. One of the outstanding questions has been, and I think we're seeing that answered a little bit, were people doing that because they saw an opportunity, in which case they probably were going to have a better chance of staying in business, or were they doing it because they had no other choice? In which case, when the economy moderated, when other jobs came back, it was less likely that they were going to stick with the businesses that they had started. What I think you're seeing is a moderation in that and a reversion back to more of the normal that we had prior to COVID. So I don't know if you're seeing a dramatic decrease as much as you're just seeing tempering of what the increase was at that time. Locally, I think you're seeing a slight increase. We saw the same trend, and if you look at it year to year, new business filings, it pretty much bounces around 250 to 280. There's usually a tremendous drop in December and then a huge spike in January when people take up their New Year's resolutions to start a new business, I guess. So we've seen a slight uptick in terms of the number of business filings. What I think is encouraging to me is that I think you've seen a significant increase in the quality of the businesses that are getting started and also in the sophistication and maturity of the entrepreneurs that we see. Some of that is due to the amazing ecosystem that we have here that is helping to support those entrepreneurs. And then some of that is also due to an influx of people who have come from other communities and brought that entrepreneurial experience and different perspectives with them, and who are adding to the quality of the businesses that we see here. So that's what I'm seeing. I don't know if that's...
It's exactly what we're seeing. I would also say just that we saw the exact same thing during the recessionary period, 2007, 2008, with the run-up, and then right after where we saw more of a leveling as it came down. So Jim's exactly right.
Well, then, and my follow-up to that is, so we want people to be able to start businesses. We want people to be in a position where they can do that. We also want to make sure we have a workforce that's able to do the jobs that are not only today, but into the future. So how are we doing with our skilled workforce for the jobs that we're expecting into the future? Can you maybe talk to us about that?
I would love to. Thank you for that question. We are making progress incrementally. We are still struggling, as I have talked about with this body before, in the 25 to 54-year age group. We do see growth in it. We actually now deem it the growth demographic because it is the key to economic vitality in any community, is that 25 to 54-year-old. But we're just not seeing it grow at the level we really need it to. And so a lot of the work that we do nowadays is how do we retain it? How do we attract it? And so you're going to see with our new strategic vision, a lot of that work is going to be focused on trying to keep more, especially as the university and our other post-secondary education systems grow, to maintain, retain, and then very targeted on trying to attract. But with that, we need to, and this is a lot of work that you all do, is we've got to address the housing concern, we've got to address childcare concern, we've got to address congestion concern, all of those in order to be able to meet the needs.
Thank you. Are you still seeing that I think the largest demographic of folks that are moving to our community is 55 and older?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, I've had occasion to be in different events where I've had a chance to talk to some people who've just recently moved here. And, you know, a lot of the concerns that they express are the same concerns that I've heard from folks who've lived here pretty much their whole lives. So we're all on the same page with the concerns that are out there. But I guess, what are we looking at long-term, because I've run out of time, what are we looking at long-term for growth in our community if the largest segment of growth into our community is 55 plus, and you're saying that, hey, we're really struggling on more, you know, prime working age folks being in our community to be able to fill the jobs that we're creating?
At the extreme, the doomsday is that the jobs leave and go where the talent is. That we hope that we're not going to get to that point, which is why we spend so much of our time and our effort trying to ensure that we're retaining and attracting that talent. To do that, a big portion for us is we've got to diversify our economy more. We have got to create more of the jobs that the people within that demographic are looking for. And you see that part in the 2030 protocol, which we launched a couple of years ago. This is, look, we've got to really move to more of a commuting-related economy, because that's the jobs that this demographic is really looking for, and that's where the world is going. And so that is the hope. And we don't want to become a retirement community. Retirement communities struggle economically. We want to be a growing community, as we have been.
Well, and I've heard from those folks that one of the reasons that they picked Knoxville out of many options to come was because we had a really good quality of life compared to where they were coming from for different reasons. You know, some were talking about there being so many storms where they were coming from that, you know, you can't even insure your house anymore. So this was a better move for them. And they were, both of the people that I'm thinking of off the top of my head right now were doing remote work so they could work anywhere. So I think we have a leg up in the sense that people feel really good about the amenities that are here and the quality of life that we continue to build and make better here. But I think you hit the nail on the head with, you know, hey, we've got to address some of these other issues so that we can continue to attract that workforce.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Continuing along that conversation, I'm trying to capture the type of economy you said that we needed. Did you say a commuter related?
No, ma'am. We call it a computing.
Okay.
Really, it's technology, a digital innovation. We use computing because it's kind of overarching of everything. Doesn't mean everyone's going to be a software developer, but it's going to be the industries that, and this is a lot of them nowadays, where the basis of what they do is on that digital skills level.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I forgot my questions, but I have more questions, but I'm getting tired and they're escaping me.
It's been a long day, I'm sure.
Yeah, tonight's gonna be so much fun. So when we're talking about our workforce and retention of young talent, what kind of, I don't know, what's in place between the chamber and, you know, our local universities in identifying talent that we can retain here at that age demographic that we're wanting to target?
So it's not so much, just to clarify one thing, of identifying a specific talent as much as trying to keep the talent here overarching.
Yeah.
And so we have a number of initiatives with the four-year school, UT, as well as our two-year schools in the region. The big one is a program we call Home Career, which is where we're trying to not only expose the students, the kiddos, as we call them, to what this community has to offer, to Councilmember Roberto's point about the great quality of life, that this community is more than just Cumberland Avenue and the bars.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we've also got to show them the types of jobs we have available. And we've got to show them that this is a place that you can not only start a career, you can grow a career, you can retire here. That's the big hurdle for us, is that we lose our talent to communities that are more considered to be, I hate to say this term, but more hip and fun. And so we're really trying to expose that to them, as well as to jobs that they think they're more of over in other places. We have those positions.
Mm-hmm.
And so aligning that with the desires of the kiddos, it's one of the things in our 2030 protocol. We said, look, we've got to grow the number of students within the engineering areas of Pellissippi and UT, because that's where a lot of these jobs are going to come from, and those are the types of talent they're going to need.
Mm-hmm. And is it also within the chamber's, priorities to work on that making us hip and fun piece of it?
That's a very good question, and it's very difficult. So we've said this before, one of the number one things we hear from young professionals who are thinking about leaving or have left is, well, there's no one here for me to date. Well, I am a married man for 26 years who barely got his wife, so I am not the expert on how to create more people to date.
Mm-hmm.
So our focus has really been on creating the jobs, creating the environment, and then hopefully by growing that demographic, we'll have more of those social sides, more of that hip fun thing. Let the private sector, let the entrepreneurs take over and start to do it. Now, with that said, what you all did, the investments you all made in Covenant Health Park, just anecdotally being over there a couple times and seeing the young people coming, especially on a Thursday night during exams at UT, is very promising. And so doesn't always have to be that type of investment. We talk about the civic furniture, but that type of investment, those kind of things are going to make a difference.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. I tend to see that attracting a lot older audience, but I will, I haven't been down there every night. It's good to hear there are some young folks enjoying it. For our diverse businesses and growing a healthy, diverse, business environment, which I think also makes us hip and exciting. What efforts are being put into that by the Chamber and the Entrepreneur Center currently?
I'll go first since she said our name first. So we mostly work with businesses that have already been established and trying to help them, assist them get over the hurdles that they're having to be able to be stabilized, to be able to grow. And so a lot of that is ensuring that they're getting the resources that they need, pointing them in the right direction when they need to be, making connections with them. We do have some things that we are working on right now that we're not ready to announce publicly, but we'll be doing so, that we think are going to be directly beneficial to the community, especially in our minority community, in areas such as access to capital, which is one of the main things that we hear from our minority-owned businesses.
Yeah.
And so that's mainly how we attack that issue.
Mm-hmm.
And from our perspective, our programming is accessible and open to anybody. So we encourage entrepreneurship, not just in Knoxville actually, but throughout the region. And we hope to be a welcoming place for all of that. We also have certain programs that focus on underserved communities. A couple in particular. We do a program just met this morning, once monthly meetup for women in entrepreneurship. There are 2,700 women on the Facebook group, and probably 30 to 70 who show up on every given second Tuesday. We have worked with veterans groups to make sure that veterans have opportunities to become entrepreneurs. And then I think, as you're aware, we also have a program called 100 Knoxville that is focused specifically on Black-owned businesses and trying to encourage more dynamism and more opportunity for those companies, both to be a driver of wealth creation and also jobs in the community. So that's, for our part, what we've been doing.
I would love to see some numbers around, especially the 100 program, because I know it started under this council. of just how many groups, how many individuals or firms or businesses have been served, and what has been kind of an overall financial investment that we've put towards that. That would be amazing.
So and I'm happy to share that with you now if you'd like.
Sure.
You can also, if you go to the 100 Knoxville website, we have an annual report there that details some of the findings that we get, both in terms of outputs, how many people have come through the programs, but also then we do an annual survey with the folks who have participated, trying to understand revenue growth, in particular, job creation, and success stories that we're able to highlight there. But I can tell you that over the course of I guess it'd be 3.5 years since we took over responsibility. Also, I should mention, we didn't actually start the program. So we sort of were asked to take over after about 6 months from the people who had founded it. But if you go back to the beginning of it, we've had about 52 graduates of the flagship cohort-based program. That's the grant program that we do. There would have been $305,000 in grant payments made to those entrepreneurs. We are now actually running additional programming to focus on earlier stage entrepreneurs, primarily to try and make sure that they are ready for something like the grant program. We've had an additional 20 or so who have come through that. We've had an additional 20 who have done one-day workshops with us, and then another about 17 who have had individual mentoring but haven't taken place in any of those programs. And in the most recent survey we did, we had seen that over the 2 years of reporting that we're able to share with you, the companies that had gone through those programs have increased their revenues collectively by about $2.9 million over those 2 years.
I'm out of time, and I think I have concluded my questions, but I'll definitely pause to see if there are others.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, just a quick question. So you guys are planning a move? Nobody's brought this up yet?
When I got here a little earlier, you weren't here. I was like, oh, please, Councilwoman Ryder, not be here. Please, Mom. So
I tried to get lost on the way back.
I appreciate that. We are going down that road. So our current office in Market Square, current office building that we own is for sale.
Okay.
We do have another piece of property that is under contract. We are not ready to say where that is because I'm superstitious and I'm worried about, but that is the current state and it's actually more accessible for the community. Not that we have
So
a lot
that's
of.
so that's my question. What's the philosophy behind the move? What's the game?
So there's a couple of strategic reasons. One is just the dynamic of Market Square has changed, and we believe that it may make more sense to have different types of people in that space than we have now, which is to help the community. But the accessibility has changed over time, which is great. Not that everybody comes in our doors anymore like they used to in the old days, but we still want to be accessible. So the new facility has plenty of parking and it's easily accessible. It's reachable by a lot of the arterial and major thoroughfares. It's near a bus line. It's all the really things that we would want it to happen.
Okay. I mean, you guys serve as like a gathering space for many activities and education.
Absolutely. And that's, and as a matter of fact, I was mentioning this to Councilmember Singh before we just got started, that, for us, that big room that we have, which many of you, if not all of you, have been in, called Market House, that is that's the cornerstone for us. We have to have that. So that really limits our real estate choices when you think about that. So we have to start there and then we build out from there. So that's, but that definitely is the main thing for us.
Okay. Well, I look forward to when you make your move and how that fosters and kind of opens the door and brings more people in a different way.
Thank you.
And I think it does.
If we move.
Oh, okay,
If we
okay,
move.
okay. Well, if you stay, then we'll work on ways to.
As you know, I used to be in the casino business, so I hedge my bets
I
both
did not know
ways.
that.
Yes.
That's odd. I've
Hey,
never met anybody in the casino business
Councilmember
that
Ryder,
I
when you
know of.
graduate with a 2.0 GPA from LSU, your employment prospects are really slim. So you take what you can get.
You can tell me more about that another time.
Yeah.
I've never met anyone that did that.
Oh, really?
So-
I was not a cocktail server, though. I promise.
Okay. I've only been to a casino like once, so there you go. You can tell me why to go. Anyway, I look forward to whatever you guys do
Thank you.
and how that engages the community, both business and entrepreneurs and everybody else, when and if you are to make that move. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, not at all. That's why
I just feel like it's part of your strategy. It's a significant thing. And I do think you're right. There's a lot that's changed about downtown. The demands on downtown are very different than they used to be. And so that property could serve to be in a new capacity. And then you guys could take on something else. I mean, we don't know what you're looking at. Maybe it's a blighted property when we want to see back into play. But anyway, no more.
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank
I
you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
We'll round it up with Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I do not have the numbers in front of me for the chamber and the Entrepreneur Center. So could you remind me how much funding you get from the city?
Sure. So we receive $540,000,
Okay.
which has been longer than I've been here. So I would say at least a decade, which is about 10% of our overall funding.
In the proposed budget, it's $631,300 for the chamber and $350K even for the entrepreneurial center.
I'm sorry, boys, thank you for saying, I need to clarify one thing. We also receive the other funds that he's talking about above the 540, excuse me, is for Centro Hispano. That we.
That was my other question.
Yes, we do that. They came to us when you all decided to fund that program and said, from a team standpoint, we don't have the resources to be able to do it. And they asked us to be so all we do is we quarterly bill you all. We ensure that they do what they promised they said they were going to do for you all, and then we pay them. So I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that.
No, that's helpful. That was my follow-up question, and I'll about the Centro Hispano program and if it was underneath, but it doesn't sound like it's underneath either of your groups, but you are the fiscal agent.
We are the fiscal agent, yes, ma'am. That's all. We just ensure that it matches the grant, the agreement that you all have with them, that they do what they said they were going to do, and that's it. So.
And I do not remember that agreement exactly at the moment. So if you remember it, are those direct grants or to like the 100 program?
No, it is. It's for a program called CoLab, which is an entrepreneurial program that they do. I think Co-Starters. Sorry, not CoLab. Co-Starters. I think KC has one. I think Urban League has one. Theirs is focused, obviously, as you can imagine, on Hispanic speakers, and so our Spanish speakers, excuse me, and so that's what their program does directly.
And the chamber issues funding to various businesses through this program.
Well, it's actually just the fiscal agent for Centro itself to manage that program.
Okay.
Essentially, it's a pass through. So
Yeah. No, that's helpful. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? If not, thank you both. Appreciate you, what you do for our community. Have a good day. All right, we are on track barely. So we'll try again with the Public Building Authority, Public Assembly Facilities, and the Knoxville Community Media. Welcome, everyone. If you could please state your name and title, and we'll get started. It's okay. Still not on. There
Thank
you go.
you.
You're on.
You'd think I'd know that. Hi, I'm Jane Burritt. I'm the administrator and CEO of the Public Building Authority.
I'm Mary Bogert. I'm the general manager for ASM Knoxville. We manage your public assembly facilities.
I'm Amos Oakes, the director of Knoxville Community Media, and Kane Blanchard is up in the booth recording this meeting and airing it live now.
Very good. Thank you all for being here. Are there any remarks you want to make before we ask questions?
I just want to say I do have my assistant general manager, Misty Sutterfield, is here as well. She is the AGM for the Knoxville Civic Auditorium and Coliseum. And then Kyle Nelson is the director of Chihuahua Park.
Cool. Thank you.
I've also got some staff here that I would like to introduce. They're my leadership team. I'll have them raise their hand. Robin Smith is my executive director in finance. Kristen Grove is our director of property development. Alex Fasaro is the director of security and life safety. And Tom Dyer is with us. He's the director of information technology for PBA. David Lively was not able to attend today, and he's our director of maintenance. Thank you.
Welcome. All right, council members, any questions for any of these three organizations? Councilwoman Parker.
I really want to go first, but fine. Okay, let's start with I'm curious about. I'm gonna continue the conversation about Chihuahua Park because I'm curious about. I'm just curious about plans moving forward. But we don't have any capital requests despite the immense needs at the park. So my question is, I guess, why aren't there any requests for infrastructure upgrades at Chihuahua?
I'll jump in on that. So the first thing to do at Chihuahua Park was study the water. And so that work has been wrapped up. And I believe Ms. Justice is coming back in. The water study has come in. The second was to let Bill Street kind of settle in with the master plan and what the zoo may have from a priority standpoint. And the same with the Muse, now that the Science Museum is not planned for the safety building. Looks like that's shifting. Could there be investments in East Knoxville related to the Muse? And so Ms. Justice is working on starting to compile those priorities in relation to the water, right? So I think the water is going to do what it's going to do. So over time, as we stop trying to fight Mother Nature, how does that impact the park? And then what are the priorities for the zoo, for the Muse, for the fair, for other users, for the public? And so we're not going to be submitting capital requests until we actually understand the priorities for the zoo and the Muse and the impacts from a water quality standpoint and from a stormwater standpoint. So I think this administration is towards the end of its 3 years. The work I think we'll be doing is setting the stage for the future, for that becoming a family gathering place. And a lot of that, typically we do planning and infrastructure. And that's a lot of what we're doing right now is the planning that will then drive infrastructure. I think you're also all aware about the Emerald Youth proposal that is being negotiated right now on a portion of that parking lot on Magnolia. So that plays into that as well. So until we have a firm plan for priorities, we won't really have any infrastructure requests in the budget. So maybe next year and the year after, you'll start to see some of those.
And following up on what you said, that the Muse is looking to expand and wanting to see more space for the Muse in East Knoxville. Is the Science Museum being considered for Chilhowie?
So that's a question for Mr. Clayton. I think the Muse has been in a city facility. They're in our building and have been since the Muse really evolved into that space. There used to be an organization called the Discovery Center that was actually in the Candy Factory building. And so the Discovery Center was run by a woman named Martha Maddox for about I want to say 2 decades. That was before me. When the Candy Factory was redeveloped, the Discovery Center went out to the current location of the Muse. The Muse emerged as this STEAM type facility. The Discovery Center became, or the Muse became that entity. And then over time, we have funded the Muse a lot of capital dollars. That building, I know Public Service, the COO, and the team have done a lot of maintenance to make it what it is. They're bursting at the seams. They need to grow. I think there was some idea they may grow into a new science museum. If that's not going to happen, then how do we grow their footprint at Chilhowie Park? I think there was always a dream, honestly, to do that investment east near the zoo. Makes a lot of sense for people to be able to go to the zoo and go to the Muse and then have this great outdoor park space that's open to the neighborhood. And so how does that emerge? That's what our talented colleague, Ms. Justice, is working on with Mr. Street, with the Allison from the Muse and others. And then we'll need to get feedback from the community. The district rep, Ms. McKenzie, sees that same vision. And so we're going to lay that groundwork, and then we'll see what infrastructure needs come out of it. And how do you pay for some of those?
I really appreciate that update, because there are so many moving parts, but all involving very beloved community partners. You know, just to let y'all know, what I've heard is, you know, some sort of upgrade, like a new museum at Chilhowie, would probably be welcomed by the community, because the facilities that we have right there currently at Chilhowie are so limited in terms of technology. I mean, it's a large space that you can reserve, but in terms of what amenities are included within it, it limits what you're able to do. And as a community member, if you reserve that space, you have to bring everything in with you to really put on a big show. So this is just another opportunity for me to emphasize the drastic kind of needs, not just the water needs to be addressed, but man, in terms of what facilities we have access to at that park, the infrastructure is really, really limited. And so when we talk about building towards what we need, in my opinion, Chilhowie Park is the type of investment where I would like to see, you know, money allocated each year so that we can build towards the major investments that are needed, just like we did with the police station. You know, there were several years under the Rohera administration where money was budgeted for the police station before we even finalized what the details would be, or even the location of where the new station would be. So there's so much need and so much need for upgraded facilities for the community that I'm just pushing for it.
That's great perspective. I think we have the same vision, which is upgraded park spaces open to the community that also is the family gathering place. I think what we're going to need is obviously a good vision and plan, flexibility for that space to make those improvements and make sure that that flexibility is there. And obviously the district rep, Ms. McKenzie, and the community making sure that's what they want. But the things you just talked about, green space, youth and family, science museum, expanded Muse, the zoo, it's exactly how we see that space. And we'll be excited to bring more back to council over the next 12 to 18 months.
I love it. And I also want to remind the administration that I will be here for another 2.5 years. Unfortunately, Councilmember McKenzie will not be here for the next 12 to 18 months. So I would love to be brought in on these discussions. I live in East Knoxville. I live in Holston Hills. Chilhowie is my park. And I'd love to be a part of these discussions. I'm out of time, so I will wait for my turn.
Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, this may be a PBA, and it also may be a Mary Bogarth kind of question, or maybe neither. So there's a lot of different things that are going on with World's Fair Park and the Convention Center and the Civic Coliseum and everything. I know recently, this is a very specific question, recently, one time when I was over using one of those parking garages at the Civic Coliseum for an event, part of it was maybe out of commission, needed some repairs or whatever. There's a variety of different capital requests and stuff. Are we using those parking garages more? And with some of the shifts and stuff, we've got a fair amount of parking over there that doesn't get used a lot. As a note, I'll point out, like Big Ears, there were a lot of people during Big Ears that thought they couldn't park over there. And it's like, no, it's wide open. You can jaunt over to the auditorium for those shows and wide open parking. And for those who don't go to Big Ears, there's a lot of like popping in and out and trying to make 30 minutes of that show and 30 minutes of that show. So being able to get over to that venue and use that parking there is great. So that's my biggest experience with that. I use it other times too. But anyway, are we using that parking, those 3 garages over there more? And are there some repairs in these capital requests to address that so we can use that?
Yes, there are. We did an assessment on garage A and B, and there were some structural repairs needed.
Okay.
So we've coned off some areas that we feel need to be blocked off at this point in time.
Okay.
We worked with the city to lease some of those spaces to UT students to get more activity in those garages and utilize them, try and get some more traffic through there. And it was very positive. It was full most of the time from students, and then they run shuttles back to university. So PVA is assisting with that. Mary still has the garages for all of her events.
Okay.
So it's a shared partnership that we're working on, but we do have some structural things to deal with in those garages.
Okay. And we have funds or capital targeted to address the things that need to be done there?
Yes.
So there's A, B, and C, right? There's 3 garages over there. Is C like the least used one?
C is the one that my staff uses, and I wouldn't say it's the least used. It's just
Is it the one,
not as available to UT during the day.
Oh, okay. It is or isn't available to them?
It is not available to them.
Okay. So they're using A and B.
A and
City
B.
staff also have the option to use, is it A and B?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just, I think a lot of people, it's out of sight, out of mind, all that parking over there. So yeah, during events like Big Ears, there's just so much parking over there.
And we did have several events with Big Ears. I think they did 8 events in the auditorium. But just for the record, when we do have 2 events in both rooms, when the Coliseum is activated and the auditorium is activated, we run out of parking.
Sure, when there's events there, yes. And did Pellissippi do their graduation there again? I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. I just saw the pictures from last weekend.
We do Pellissippi. We do a lot of LMU. We do a lot of LMU at the convention center.
I think the acoustics are great there, by the way. I don't know if that's an anomaly, but to just me, but anyway, thanks.
Councilwoman Fugit.
Thank you. This is not so much a question as much as a comment in that we look at this long list of things that need to be done to our civic infrastructure that is older and aging. And again, I want to say I think it's great that we are paying down the debt on the convention center and that we passed the ordinance change that would allow those hotel motel tax dollars to be used for this very kind of thing, because the worst thing we can do as stewards of this community is let prior investments deteriorate to the point they're not usable. So the fact that we're accelerating the payoff so that we can redirect money to get to some of these not insignificant problems is to be lauded. Thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Yes. Before we ran out of time on this section, I wanted to get to Knoxville Community Media. And I'm going to look to finance to help me with this section, but this I wanted to have a public discussion about because it's something we're very concerned about within Knoxville Community Media, the board, and it's an issue that we've somewhat brought to City Council's attention through the resolutions that we've adopted, expressing concern about the shifts in revenue that funds public access television. And this is just another opportunity for us to get a sense of what the future of funding for public television is looking like as we're seeing another reduction in the cable TV tax. Not another reduction?
No, yes, ma'am. No, you're exactly right. We get cable TV franchise fees from like Comcast, AT&T, and WOW, and some others. And those have been going down over the years as more and more people avail themselves of streaming services. So now we're forecasting, I believe in the the upcoming budget, about $400K less than what we had budgeted in FY25, the current FY. And this does have an effect on Amos and his organization here at Knoxville Community Media, because right now, under the current contract, they get 20% of the franchise fees, and we keep 80%. And for instance, in FY24, our last audited year, we received a total of $1.5 million and some change from that. We passed on to KCM about $302 million and some change, or $302,000 and some change. We've also watched during the current FY, though it's still dropping, about $60K per quarter, which means another $10K per quarter for KCM. So what Councilwoman Parker is talking about is we're very well aware of. And what we're looking at, we hadn't worked out the details on it, but we did meet with KCM back in late fall. I got an email from them in December about this and some of the trouble they're having keeping themselves in the black because of this. So right now, instead of 20%, we're looking at raising that percentage split to higher. And just back of the envelope calculations here, every 5% increase yields close to $100,000. So we're looking at that. We just hadn't worked out all the details. We're hoping to come to you sometime in June to have a new contract getting put in place for KCM, and we'll have a different split. It's our intent in there to help out with the need. I mean, so we fully understand that. And understand, though, that the county also, it's not equal, but they also provide some of the money as well through KCM. Bottom line up front, we in the city are very well aware of it. We're going to try to assist to the extent that we can, and so we can move along for a while.
I appreciate that overview.
Yes, ma'am.
And I wanted to ask Amos if there was anything that you wanted to share with council to give them a sense of all the hard work that you've been doing to try to shine some light on this and how you're feeling about future projections.
Sure. I think it's important to remember that we are public educational and government access. And not only do we provide transparency through the gavel-to-gavel coverage of, goodness, over 50 meetings throughout the year that we cover, which is very important to what we do, but we help a lot of educational organizations, nonprofit organizations, everybody from YWCA to 865 academies and everything in between. We're doing lots of work to help them spread their mission and to do life skills training. We offer all sorts of opportunities to the general public, and we're doing lots and lots of work with at-risk youth in the community to help them understand the importance of being involved in the community. So I think it's a vital organization, an important organization, and there are bigger issues out against this also. There's the American Broadband Deployment Act, which will do away with PEG fees completely, and that will be a nail in the coffin for us. I'm working with some people on writing a bill. I don't have a name. I think there's one already called the Preservation of Localism Act. They passed one in Canada recently that
basically put a franchise fee on streaming services. I know the city lost that battle with Comcast about, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago, trying to get streaming services to provide PEG franchise fees also, which I believe they should. They're using the same infrastructure and the same public rights of way to run their equipment. So, but yeah, it just seems like a battle on top of all the good we do, and our staff is small. I mean, I don't want to sound like a complainer. We could use a couple more staff people, but we just can't afford it. The money just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping, and there seems to be no end to it. The county does help. The county cut our budget $112,000 last fiscal year, so that was painful because of cable revenues. People don't watch cable anymore, which is why we changed our name from Community Television of Knoxville to Knoxville Community Media. I watch cable. Yeah, I do too.
Thank you for that overview.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, all of the work you all do is vital to our community, and thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I just want to tell you the boilers have been turned on, so we will hopefully have heat in here this afternoon, but it gets too warm. Somebody let me know.
All right,
Okay.
feels nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, one more department, and then we'll take a break. Kristen Farley, the Office of Communications. You're up next. No, hit the little person. There
Is
you
it on
go.
now?
Welcome.
Yay.
Yeah.
Well, obviously, I'm not Kristen Farley. I'm Eric Vreeland. I'm the Deputy Communications Director. So we have a good old-fashioned maintenance budget. We don't have a whole lot of new stuff in our budget this year, so I thought I'd just give you some highlights and answer any questions you might have. First of all, what we do, I think you're pretty familiar with communications. We do things both with an external audience, media, constituents, getting word out to residents and business owners. We also do a lot of work internally with the city employees. So it's internal, external communications that we work on. The external stuff is probably more visible. So just a quick rundown on that. Y'all see a lot of the stuff we do. We probably do about 100 media releases and news advisories every year. We probably do 3 to 5, sometimes more, social media posts a day. So it winds up being a couple thousand a year. We maintain a robust website that is always changing. Between us and our webmaster, Tracy McDonald, department heads, the mayor and her staff, we're always trying to find ways to make the website more user-friendly, simpler, better information, modernizing, getting rid of old, outdated information, which is, it's archivally, it's helpful sometimes with someone doing a research project, but sometimes it's clearly outdated information. So we try to archive some of that stuff. So it's a perpetual motion machine on the website. And then, of course, we do video and graphic works, which again fits both internal and external uses. I think Mark Parker at this point talked about the new Rocky Bot that came out. That was something our graphic artist did, came up with the imagery for that. But because we are able to do graphics and produce videos, it works really well with social media, but it also helps with like training city employees. So we ultimately save money for some departments because we're able to do training materials for staff. Let's see, one thing that we wanted to draw attention to that was a little bit new this year, we've been helping some of the departments with some of their communication campaigns, and I'll give you a few examples of that. When Parks and Rec was coming off their master plan and they were trying to entice people to come out to meetings and give us feedback and take surveys, we helped with that master plan, helped putting out, kind of integrated between social media and print products and digital products, and the materials that they were handing out. So we took a kind of start to finish role in some of that kind of work. Christmas in the City, of course, has been around for a while. Some of the Youth Violence Prevention Week events, we did the same kind of treatment with that. So it starts off with social media and media releases. We go and update web pages. We find interesting ways to tell stories with videos. We coordinate media interviews. So our intent is always to engage with people in the community that they can find it approachable and it's enticing and they want to come and engage with us. We try to make it real appealing and real easy. Here's another example of something we did new this year. So public service, of course, was having a lot of turnover and a lot of vacancies, and they wanted to do a direct hiring event. So we did the same kind of thing, where we heavily promoted a direct hire event that had 150 people showed up, and about 25 people were hired directly on the spot. So, we think we can help departments and work very hand in hand with them in trying to engage and get people out for events. Let's see, Mark Parker this morning mentioned the website. I wanted to touch on that briefly. So it is growing, and we do consider it our primary means of communicating with the public, or at least being a reference point so that if people have questions, they can go to our website and find very detailed information. So it is growing. In 2019, we had about 900,000 users. Last year was 1.2 million. This year, actually last year, it was 1.3 million. And that's about 3 million unique views. So we think that's a good number for a government our size. And we try to keep the information relevant and easy to find and helpful to people. It also is a way for us to engage with people on like social media. So when we allow people to comment at will on, there's very few barriers to commenting on our social media posts. Profanity, things like that would be obvious examples. But by and large, it's kind of a free-for-all for community discussion. And we'll often take like a link to information on a web page, on a project page, or a policy page. And we'll just throw the link out there very neutrally to try to help the commenters have or at least an authoritative city source of information. So I think it's helpful with that too. So we're looking forward to the new website. The current one is more than 10 years old. It has its limitations. Mark probably didn't go into a lot of detail about that, but there are some reliability issues with the vendor. We bought it. The company has changed hands 2 or 3 times. They've become a little bit less responsive. We had about 20 outages or interruptions last year. Apart from that, there are just limitations on we think we can engage people and tell stories better. We can embed videos better with a new website. It can have, I handle public records requests right now. A lot of people are find it annoying that you can't do a fillable form, that it's a multi-step process to make a records request. This will be easy to attach like your proof of residency and what you're wanting, and it's like a one-step process instead of a multiple-step process to make a records request. So there's going to be some user-friendly things with the new website that are going to be just make it easier for people to get information, easier for people to interact with us. I guess it's kind of the highlights. I think I was down for like 20 minutes, but I have to answer any questions you guys might have.
All right, we've got some questions probably for you. Thank you, Eric.
Sure.
Councilwoman Parker.
Yeah, I was wondering why y'all got 20 minutes in the agenda. But my question is not really a question. It's more of a statement. It's not even necessarily for you, but this is a good opportunity for me to bring it up.
Okay.
But in thinking about the new website and thinking about our new city council meeting agenda tools, one thing I'm noticing is more difficulty for me, at least, with these changes, with finding the search engine. Like if I'm trying to look for an old agenda item, I used to go to the city council page, go to our agendas, and then in the search bar on that page, I would search keywords and be able to pull up old agenda items. Now we've got this new system. I don't know how to search through this system. I don't think you can. And now we're about to move to a new website. So I'm just bringing this up for, maybe you can relay it to all of the relevant people.
Okay.
But try to improve our ability to use a search engine in the city's website, but also when it pertains to these other vendors we're using for like our city council agendas and how that communicates back to the website.
Okay. I can relay your questions about the council information. I know that in general with the website, our goal is to make it easier to find information.
Yeah.
Not more convoluted, not more frustrating. We want to make it as simple as possible.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, cool.
good.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I just have a compliment, Eric, for you particularly. The Sevier Avenue Streetscape Project, you guys have done a great job. Every 2 weeks, the city's communicating updates from, in coordination with the developer to all the businesses and the residents in the area, and it's the way it should go when there's significant corridor development. So thanks for that. It's working well. I don't get all the emails about what's next and what's that and what's this thing, so thank you.
Great.
And people can plan ahead and communicate accordingly, because it's one thing for the businesses to know, then they have to relay things to their customers so that people can come to them. So 5 stars for that, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate all your work, everybody in the communications department. With that, we'll take a break and return at 2:20. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the legislative budget hearing. We are going to resume our agenda with the Chief of Urban Design and Development, RJ Justice, and Parks and Rec Director Cheryl Ely. If you could, oh, look at y'all, ready to go.
We're ready.
Okay. All right. Is there anything you want to say before we start? You don't have to. If you have a good joke or something, that's fine.
Oh,
No?
is this the icebreaker moment?
This is the icebreaker.
Okay.
Okay, well, without any good jokes, let's see if council member has some questions. Council, we are, again, urban design and development and Parks and Rec.
Yeah, I'll just begin quickly by introducing the Urban Design and Development team. Danielle Norman, Jeremy Walkup, Liz Albertson, and Wes Soward are here. We work very interdepartmentally and interagency, many that you've heard from already and that you will hear from next. But Cheryl Ely, Director of Parks and Recreation, will introduce her team, and both of us are available for questions.
Good afternoon. Cheryl Ely, Director of Parks and Recreation. I have with me Deputy Director Aaron Browning. We have Athletic Coordinator Nathan East. We have Nikki Crutcher, who is our Recreation Superintendent, and Angie Davison, who is our Administrative Supervisor. And so we rely heavily on Angie because she is our budget person. So we're happy to have them all here in the house with us.
You did that in order without turning around. That was pretty good. Really
It was
good.
planned.
That's good. Are you reading from something out here? All right. Okay, Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, Ms. Ely, I think we've met. If you could you give us a summary of the comprehensive plan that's being looked at for the city? I know you guys have been really active in going out in different parts of the city and getting feedback. If you could just give us an update on that, please.
So this is our comprehensive city system-wide master plan, and we've been at this since about January. Right now, we're in our what we call public input phase. So we have gone out to a lot of neighborhood groups. We were at Easttown. What is it? Town Hall East, I'm sorry, I messed up. Town Hall East last night. So we met with them. We're doing a public meeting at Lakeshore on tomorrow at about 6 o'clock in their Marble Hall. So we have been out meeting with groups, meeting with people. We have surveys out. We have a website called tn.gov.com. And so we have just really been trying to get people and meet people where they are and get input. The master plan, if you hadn't heard, is really a 10-year plan. It is a comprehensive look at all of our facilities, our staffing, our programming, that we would look at priorities of how we're going in the next 10 years. So that's kind of our overview.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the event that you did in Lonsdale was very helpful. We got a lot of good public input and dialogue, and so that was a very successful event, I think. And then is there a timeline on when you may have it completed, or is you just kind of doing it as you can?
Our timeline really is we'd love to have it done by November. So that
Okay.
is the goal that we have, and we've talked to our consultant to try to move forward with that. So November is our time.
Okay, well, take your time and do it right and bring it back to us, okay?
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Just a real quick one. That says Parks and Rec took over operations of Safety City. Who was managing operations before?
Safety City at one point in time was under KPD, and so it now has come under Parks and Recreation. We're having a good time with it. So.
Okay, and KPD managed? I thought there was a contractor that managed no? Okay.
Hey, just part of that is Chief Noel's desire to really focus on the core functions of law enforcement. And so I think Parks and Rec, that really fit into their wheelhouse and allowed some uniformed officers to really focus on what they need to do. And then the staff that aren't uniformed can focus on running a great kids program and family program.
There used to be a well-maintained football field out there in front of us. Is that still there?
Still there.
All right, good. Okay, Councilwoman Parker.
Well, the first question I had was along the same lines about the move of Safety City to Parks and Rec, and I just wanted to get a sense of how that space is used, and if there will be any changes in how that space is used now that it's under Parks and Rec.
Currently, they focus a lot on second grade field trips. So they do a lot of that. Right now, they're booked out until probably December of this year. They also have public hours and public days that they also do. So summer is coming up, and you'll see a lot of open time that they'll do there. One of the things we want to do is how do we now make it a space that's available to people outside of the second grade and those field trips. And so we're working through that process of how to get them on board with us, figure out what they need, any trainings that they need to take on, and then how do we bring that open to allow more public activity and more public entrance into the facility.
Mm-hmm. And who staffs the Safety Center, Safety City?
So right now, there are currently 4 staff members that are there. So they were classified as KPD, I guess kind of like support staff. And so now they're transitioned to Parks and Rec staff. And so they are there and they are full-time. I think we have one 24-hour person, but other than that, everybody else should be full-time.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I will pause and maybe come back.
Councilwoman McKenzie.
Well, my question was about the existing staff and how if they were going to be reallocated to Parks and Rec, or would they go back to KPD? So I'm very glad to hear that they will be staying there, since they know, they eat, sleep, and breathe that Safety City. So that's excellent news. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ryder.
So to further expound and build upon that, so you guys are managing the facility, but KPD is still staffing it and doing the safety talks? Okay.
Right now, everything that's happening is by the staff that's currently there who are now transitioned over to Parks and Recreation staff.
Oh, okay. They weren't uniformed officers.
They were not.
They were staff of Safety City. Okay,
Yes.
so they're moving.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Just a question, Mr. Brace or somebody. The Reconnecting Communities grant is yet to be received. Is that correct? Okay. Am I right to be concerned about that?
I think we are all concerned about how federal appropriations that maybe we don't have yet or don't have contracts signed yet. We're all concerned about those.
Okay.
But no new info. And we're working with, Fiona is not in the back, but there's Fiona. Look, as she walks in. So Fiona continues to monitor those the situation with our lobbyist in Washington.
I
And
can't
so-
remember, did that include a local match of any kind?
So the local, it did. It included matches that our team had pulled together with existing projects. Is that correct, Ms. Justice, on reconnecting? So
And what local budget would that be in? Parks and Rec or?
The local budget for the matches?
Yeah.
Was that your
For the
question? So
reconnecting
there's multiple projects that the matches are from. Some of them are in engineering. I think most of them are in engineering, the matches for reconnecting communities.
Greenway's not in.
They're all established capital projects that there were no new dollars needed for that match. They were used from the commitment of the capital that was already encumbered.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Parker.
For urban design and development, and we have a lot of pages to go through as a council to really get a good sense of this budget. And not only is it the proposed budget, but it's this packet that's been developed. And there was another supplemental packet that I got from the city council office, or maybe it's a part of this. But one thing that I noticed, no, I don't see it. Let me just stick with this. I don't see any new budget requests from urban design and development, but I do see increases in capital projects.
I'm not sure exactly what line item you're looking at, but typically urban design and development works interdepartmentally and interagency, and we also work to establish public-private partnerships. So, and a lot of that is often through public financing as well, through partnership with KCDC. So while we have a staff that works to establish those partnerships and come up with creative financing solutions through our incentive tools, we typically don't hold budgets for capital projects. Those are typically through Parks and Recreation or engineering, like we just mentioned, for example, with reconnecting communities.
So let me turn to finance. And I'm looking at capital projects under urban design and development. And I can give you a fund number if that helps. But I'm trying to understand this increase. It might be easiest to look at the city council packet.
So I'm looking, are you looking at, there's the Parks and Recreation, we just went over that. And tell me what I'm looking at the packet provided by Savannah. So I'm running through the Parks and Rec, I've seen the highlighted capital items. Are you past that?
Are you speaking about this top portion where it says 8.1% increase to 26.7 decrease and then to 1.2 increase? Is that the line that you're?
But the next line under capital projects.
Okay. So the line would be the capital projects. It was 90.5 decrease to 100% increase. Boyce or Kitron, if you could explain how those charts work from year to year, that would be helpful.
My understanding of what she's referring to is page 145 of the proposed budget under the capital projects fund. This might have been my typo.
Yeah,
Hang on one second.
I'm not, we'll try to get back to you.
No, here it is.
Oh.
It's, so for proposed or budgeted for fiscal year 24, 25 was 50,000, and then proposed for 25, 26 is 0, and that's for miscellaneous professional services under capital projects.
So it should just be a decrease, 100% decrease.
Yes.
I'm not sure why, honestly.
Okay, that clears that up. That's all I had, thank you.
We'd have to, frankly, we'd have to go all the way back to FY '24 and then, look at FY '25 and all that. We don't recall as we put that out, we put the numbers out on that, but it comes to top of mind. I don't have that as like a, budget request or additional funding or anything like that, which is mostly what we're prepared to talk to right now.
Okay. Any other questions by council members? If not, we'll move on in the agenda. Thank you, Director Ely. RJ, thank you. Next up is policy. In this section, to start, we have, I guess, just Chief Policy Officer Ball. We'll start there. Oh, hi.
Hey, sir, could we answer that? Kitchen's looked it up here.
Sure.
If I could defer to Kitchen, knock it out right here.
In current year FY25, we appropriated $50,000 to a downtown urban improvements project, and we did not put any capital funding to that project this year.
All's well? Okay. Sorry, I forgot to include the Housing and Neighborhood Development, Knoxville's Community Development Corporation, and Knox County Community Action Committee. So all of those members I see making their way up towards the podium. Thank you for all that you do for our city. Thank you for the hard work that's gone into your budget. Let's see, maybe you could introduce yourselves at the podium for people watching at home, and then we'll go from there.
Good afternoon.
So I'll just real quickly start off, if that's okay. I'm Cheryl Ball, Chief Policy Officer for the city, and we're really excited to have the team here today from Housing and Neighborhood Development. I'm going to let Kevin DeBose talk through the key members of his team sitting right behind him, and then of course Jim Hatfield is here with KCDC, and Misty Goodwin I know she's there. She is. You should come up and sit there next to Kevin, and they can all, of course, introduce themselves directly. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Cheryl. Kevin DeBose, Housing and Neighborhood Development. I want to introduce a couple of key members of our H&D team. Michael Dunthorne and Wendy Rainey work with me in administration, and Linda Rust, who's our Community Development Administrator and handles millions of dollars of grants that pass through her office. We also have Beth Bacon, who's a Special Assistant for Redevelopment Projects, all of the affordable housing development projects that you see come to council. Beth shepherds those. And Jillian Love. Jillian handles our blight, our spot blight, our homemakers, a lot of projects that are designed to redevelop our neighborhoods. And finally, I want to introduce Hope Ely, who's been with our department for several years. Hope's going to be transitioning in June to a new job outside of the city. I hope that she will do like me and return to the city after a few years. She's a special talent. She currently leads our grant programs that significantly impact our community, working through our nonprofit partners. Hope, if you don't mind, just wave your hand. With that introduction, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Council members? Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So under Housing and Neighborhood Development, Council received an email update about the consolidated and one-year action plans and the delay in the release of those plans, waiting for more certainty from HUD on what that funding would be. Could we get an update on where we are with that?
Yeah, that really hasn't changed. You know, we are hopeful and planning for a status quo budget, which would mean that we would receive the same allocations as last year or something similar. But we haven't received word exactly what those amounts are. And until we receive that notification, we can't move our process along. So we're currently waiting.
And so in this year's current budget, we see reduced numbers for emergency services grants, home, community, block grants. That's just a best guess at this point, trying to put some
Yeah.
conservative numbers in there.
Yeah, so last year, we did receive cuts to all three of our major entitlements. Community development, block grant, which is our largest. A modest cut, which has been a 10, 15-year trend of a couple percent each year. A large cut to our home investment partnership program. Home dollars that come to Knoxville must produce a housing unit or some sort of rehab unit. And those were cut pretty substantially, if I remember, about 19%. And then the ESG, which is our Emergency Solutions Grant, was cut as well. So we had those cuts. But what we've heard from our national organization, is that the reconciliation bill that is being considered is more of a status quo, which our amounts still could change because population changes across the country lead to new entitlements or, adjustments to the, formula. So, we're going to stay tuned until we have that final number.
And then once we have that number, we will resume our process of having that public hearing or public meeting on the plan.
Well, all of the public hearings have been held. What makes the budget official is council action. So, all of that will be finalized and presented to council and adopted, and then it's ready for administration to, to our partners.
Okay, so perhaps not a public hearing, but there should be a public comment period. Will there be a public comment period once the final plans are released?
Well, there's been a public, we've had lots of meetings on our proposed budget. We do that on the front end where we kind of, I'm gonna look back at Linda to make sure.
Right, and here she comes.
Yeah, here she comes. Make sure that there's nothing else. Okay. You're correct. There is one last
I'm
public
reading
comment.
Linda's email, so.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No, okay, no, I just wanted to confirm, I don't mean to put you on the spot, I just wanted to confirm that this is still a process underway.
Right.
We'll have a public comment period, and then things will come before city council once we get those final numbers. Yeah. Okay. There's lots more questions, so I'll pause there.
Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director DuBose, could you talk to us just a little bit about where we've been and where we are now with regard to housing and affordable units and permanent supportive housing, as we've kind of, really made an intentional effort at increasing those opportunities over the last many years. But just wanted to touch base with you and get a little bit of an update, from council, but also for folks that might be watching.
Yeah, I think Knoxville has a tremendous story to tell in terms of our response to a profound housing crisis that we have experienced. The changes that we talked about before are due to, unprecedented growth. We had 10,000 new residents in the last 5 years. Compare that to a 40-year period where we only grew by 4,000 people. At the same time, about 15 to 20 years of underbuilding nationally that was caused by the Great Recession led us to this point. Every year, pretty much since 2019, there has been an action that has really moved the needle forward on affordable housing and attainable housing, which means, making certain that, people at all price points can find housing. So in 2021, of course, the Affordable Housing Fund was established. And then the following year, the PPP process was sort of formalized and made sure that that would be an asset for developers looking for assistance for housing. The next year, we did the middle housing scan. Coming up to last year, we adopted the Attainable Resilient Knoxville study, our plan, and that plan is doing very well. So cumulatively, over the past 5 years, we've invested over $50 million in housing and in affordable housing. And I want to point out, because I think it's important to know, that when I say $50 million, that our cash money, our cash, goes to financial incentives for low and moderate income housing. So that's very low income, extremely low income, and low income beneficiaries. Our softer incentives, such as a payment in lieu of tax, kind of helps, the mixed income projects, but that $50 million has really been targeted for those projects. They have yielded 24 new developments, and we're pushing over 2,600 units. That's a remarkable progress in a very short amount of time. I commend all of you all who have supported these initiatives, and I told the mayor last week, get ready for a lot of ribbon cuttings, because we have several this summer and this fall in many of your areas.
Well, and how are we doing with, because you mentioned the underbuilding and the new residents moving here. So, we've got an unbalanced supply and demand that we're dealing with regard to affordability. But how are we doing with meeting demand? What are you seeing there?
Yeah, I see that the private market is catching up, and you see what happened a few years ago is there wasn't the availability of housing, and so for example, just a real life example. A couple years ago, I went on Zillow just looking for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. I couldn't find one under $300,000. Well, that's changed. The availability of real estate because of the increase in units. From a rental standpoint, the appreciation of rent has leveled out. Things have not got cheaper yet, but they have leveled out, and that's a 2-year trend. We also know that the vacancy rates are starting to return to a healthy range where you want a 3 or 4% vacancy rate that will yield the sort of pricing that you want to see, rather than something that's super tight, because it forces competition at levels that are not healthy. We also saw that a few years ago that our natural occurring affordable housing, these are the units that are older than 30 years. That's 2/3 of the picture from an affordable housing standpoint. Well, what happened there is those began to go market rate. And, so people who were unsubsidized were having to pay much more than they had in previous years for rent. So that vacancy rate dynamic directly correlates to that naturally occurring affordable housing. So it's going to take more time. We have probably another 1,200 units of just affordable housing that are going to come online in the next couple of years, and it's going to continue that trend of improving our situation.
Thank you very much. I ran out of time.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, I do want to congratulate you again on your achievements, and we don't have to look any further than the last agenda to see a whole group of things that you had accomplished as far as housing goes. And so you're doing great work, and your folks are really doing good work. I wanted to ask you some about blighted property and efforts to acquire and repurpose blighted property. You may talk about the homeowners program, which I think has been a very significant a feature. And then occasionally I'll see something more often now on the agenda where it looks like blighted property has been acquired or repurposed by your group. If I'm not mistaken, I think recently there was like an abandoned car wash. Then that property was taken over, and we're able to turn that into housing and get it back on the tax roll, which I think that trend is really important to the health and growth of our city. So if you could just talk a bit about your efforts to acquire and repurpose blighted property. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. From an acquisition standpoint, there are really three ways that we're looking to acquire property. One is through our spot blight process. We call it chronic problem properties. These are properties that have many code deficiencies, that have gone through a court process, and basically have been determined unfit. And so we'll try to work with neighborhoods. Jillian on our team and Kathy do a very good job of that, in getting those properties back into active use. The second way is through our Blighted Properties Fund, which is strictly dedicated for redevelopment areas. We have redevelopment areas in 5 Points, in Western Heights that was adopted last year, in Lonsdale, in several places. And so that fund allows us to work very closely with our partner KCDC to acquire those properties. And, KCDC will sometimes, work directly with the developers, and other times we'll put them into the homemakers program. And then the third way that we're still kind of developing now is we're wanting to target the larger commercial properties. And what you referenced was an old auto mechanic place that is going to, yield 131 units here in a couple years. Projects like that, we want to have acquisition dollars to acquire them, get them site ready, and work with developers and our partners from KCDC on creating housing that way. On the disposition side of it, Homemakers has been a good program. We've had about 60 properties in the last 5 years. About 60 properties come through council on Homemakers, and the majority of them have been to the benefit of low-income persons. And you'll have a Homemakers project on the council tonight, which was a very significant piece of property in Park Ridge. So that's been an important piece. We're also wanting to develop a part 2 to Homemakers that's going to really help us with the multifamily and middle housing pieces.
Right. I really appreciate that, and the proactive approach that you mentioned in the third aspect that you were talking about, possibly acquiring larger lots that were blighted. And there's abandoned strip malls here and there, and it's just a loss to the city. And to be able to repurpose those, it's like everybody's a winner. You know, people get more housing, more affordable housing. It goes back on the tax roll. It reclaims a property that's not very healthy as far as environment goes and all that. So I really acknowledge and appreciate these steps that you're taking. So thank you.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you. Before I get into my questions, I just want to say that I love to see the project that's on our agenda through the Homemakers Program later today, and how that you all are approaching increasing density, getting some of the middle housing, hopefully at an affordable rate that we need. But that, I think that's a really, really good way to use those tools to achieve some of those goals. So I like that project. I had a question for policy. Well, I guess let me stick with eviction. Let me stick with housing since we're talking about it. But council received an email from the mayor to clarify what funding has been committed to eviction prevention. And this might be a question for finance. There was $50,000 listed under housing and neighborhood development that would go towards Legal Aid's eviction prevention program, but I'm not clear on where that is in this budget.
Well, let me jump in. I think we had talked about legal aid. So there's 50,000 in agency grants, and there's 50,000 in Mr. Dubos's budget for a total of 100 to support legal aid's work. Where that is in Kevin's budget, I think he's got the details on it, but that commitment is there, in addition to a lot of other things that we do to keep folks housed.
Thank you.
It's a general number of, you know, again, once we bring back to you our federal pieces, we'll have all of that spelled out.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
Helpful to know. Okay, and then under policy, there's a $250,000 capital allotment, and I could only find $50,000 in the capital improvement budget. So I wanted to get more clarity on the $250,000 for policy under capital.
Well, the 50,000 is much easier for me to directly address. That is part of our Public Arts Committee capital budget. I'm not sure that I know off the top of my head exactly what that is referencing. Boyce is looking at me.
I'm looking at here, policy, Public Arts Committee's 50,000. And then the only other thing I can think on that 250,000 is possibly that is within the Office of Sustainability, because that would fall under you as a member of cabinet, is $250K in the capital budget. That's what I'm thinking we're talking about.
I'm getting a nod from our sustainability team, so I'm going to say they're coming up next on the agenda, and Ms. Parker, you'd be welcome to ask them more specific details.
Sounds good. Thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Ryder.
Yeah, Mr. DuBose. So Low Barrier Shelter
Yes.
is in this fund for a comeback. What can we know about that at this point? What's the timeframes, et cetera?
Yeah, we wanted to make sure there was funding there.
Okay.
And again, you know, low barrier shelter from a philosophical standpoint is important to our strategy in terms of specifics, in terms of an implementer or what we're doing. Aaron Reed is doing the heavy lifting on trying to devise a plan. We don't know exactly what that will look like at this point,
Okay.
But, just from a housing standpoint, we believe in housing, funding housing over shelters, and when we can. In our community, we made that switch about 10 years, and that's led to 2,600 units. But there's times when you need shelter beds for the most vulnerable that are not accounted for. We wanted to make sure, based on the mayor's leadership, that we had some funding in place as Aaron develops her strategic plan, that we can account for that group needing more of that low barrier shelter, and particularly in times when it's critical, hot weather, cold weather type of thing.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it's in the budget. I understand the philosophy in funding permanent supportive housing or more housing units. That's very critical and a piece of the puzzle we need to focus on. But we know, and we've had the experts come in and tell us that the low barrier shelter is important. So I'm glad to see that we're also supporting that and working on a plan. So I look forward to seeing that come back so we can move people into the housing. So thank you very much. Ms. Goodwin, you, thank you for being here with us today. So your team, you've got street outreach, correct? Is that case managers?
Yes.
So I think in the past, did you have 2 or 4? Are you still at those numbers?
We have 4 currently.
4?
Yes.
Okay. Any changes, anything new? Just continuity?
So far, so good. We do have 2 of our street outreach workers are funded through Knox County through CDBG funds. And so, of course, as we just heard, those are, I guess, to be determined. So for the next year, that's a little up in the air. We are hopeful that that will come through and we'll keep our team of 4. I did just this last week get our agreement with HUD for our other 2 street outreach workers, which we've had since, I think, 1996. So those seem to be okay and intact, and we're good. So we're in the process of hiring. We did just lose 1 street outreach worker and in the process of hiring, so.
Just for clarity, are your team members focused on particular areas of the city and or county?
We were at a point when VMC got their outreach workers through the pandemic funds. We decided to sort of divide and conquer, where they really focused on the downtown area and we focused outside of the direct downtown area. But we're really not doing that now. We're just responding as needed. But typically what we respond to is more outside the downtown area. And we kind of just have that just unsaid agreement now with VMC, but we're not bound to that now, so.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you all will email me, as you know, and I send folks out. Happy to do that anytime, just to do a check and leave our information and see what we can do.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So continuing the conversation with CAC, and I know that you all are still going through the executive leadership transition, and I appreciate you being here today to represent CAC. I have questions that are beyond housing, but just let me know when I'm asking too much. But we rely on CAC to provide a lot of critical services that our community needs, from food access to housing to transportation to some of the environmental, to the work with youth and homeless services. I mean, just the list goes on and on. Do you all have a sense yet of what impact you are expecting from federal cuts that are anticipated?
Well, I can tell you that we have reviewed the skinny budget. Myself definitely has looked through that with a fine tooth comb, and right out of the gate, yes, we at the moment our community service block grant, which is CSBG, has been zeroed out in the skinny budget. We don't have, of course, any word that will stick. We have a lot of folks advocating on our behalf and lobbying for those funds to continue, but those particular funds are around $800,000 a year for us, and that funds much of the work that we do around case management for seniors who are low income, where many of those are on mobile meals. We also do some youth case management through our Youth Wins program, and some employment through that funding stream, and then our neighborhood centers are funded through the CSBG money, so that could potentially be an impact. The other would be LIHEAP. That was also zeroed out in the skinny budget. Yep. And so that is, now that we're back to normal funding levels after the pandemic, that's about $2.5 million a year that goes out to our community, primarily with a priority for elderly and disabled that goes towards their electric bills. And so we currently have had, just this year, since October 1, over 6,000 applicants for that program. We have already spent our funding at a little over $2 million, and we still have, I think, about 2,500 people on our hold list. We did get information last week from the state that they may have some extra funds to reallocate, which would be around $3 million. So we absolutely said we wanted those funds to try to help with the people that we have pending. And so that would be a huge impact to this community and the work that we do, because we just serve so many and have such a close working relationship with our utility partners, in particular KUB. We run Project Help through CAC in partnership with KUB. So that would be, a definite hit to us. And as you all know, AmeriCorps was the only thing that we have actually gotten word that we did lose, and we have had to discontinue our relationship with the members there, and we're able to use a little bit of carryover money to just give them at least a little stipend for them to get home, to finish out their leases, because it was such an abrupt cut that they were kind of left hanging, and we needed to sort of help them through that process. So Beardsley Farm was particularly impacted by those cuts, just because we had so many AmeriCorps folks working at the farm. So we have been meeting to talk about what's next and applying for funding there. So far, though, cuts to mobile meals we're not too concerned about. Some of our work with the employment realm seems to be okay. So we've been through this before, and we are going to just try to power on. We are in the process of hiring a development director to just help us with some strategy and fundraising opportunities. And so we'll get through it the best we can, but we are trying to keep our chin up and just keep our fingers crossed that all that's out there may not happen.
Yeah, no, I appreciate, that's a really helpful overview. I appreciate that. And of course, appreciate all the work that you all do, and just ask that you keep us in the loop as you all learn more, so that we stay informed.
I will say one other thing, just because I just did a story this morning on WBIR, so you all may see it. It was with regard to HUD cuts. I know they interviewed Ben with KCDC and just talking about the possible impact on that. And so just with regard to our outreach services and homeless work that we do, the money that we receive from you all, which is through the ESG grant, and then our money that we got through just the continuum of care for rehousing, those would be potential cuts. Last year, we housed over 350 households and put people into permanent housing. So without those funds, we would not be able to make that connection. So that would be another big impact to our work. So thank you for that question.
Important for us to know. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'd like to just have one kind of comment. I'd like to plant a seed. I've talked with some folks about this, including Aaron Reed, who I don't see, but I know their Office of Housing Stability's budgeting comes through this department. Is that right? And it's about the city's role in funding collaboration. So right now, the city leads in the primary way that the city leads in funding is to build physical housing or to help support a low barrier shelter or permanent supportive housing. And so we lead in that way. The rest of the role that the city plays that I've seen is more supportive role, where we fund agencies that are doing good work like CAC and others that are doing outreach and homeless services particularly. And so what that gives is long-term commitment to the city doing the thing that is most important to help with housing, which is to build more. So that's good. And so that requires federal funding, et cetera. But there's a lot that's within our control that I think we can do more of to lead. And that is to fund collaboration between agencies. And what I mean by that is we have HMIS, which is a back-end system that allows agencies to collaborate on the back end, but we don't even have any front-of-house collaboration. I should say, we don't fund front-of-house collaboration. I'm specifically referring to homelessness. So for example, like when we had the mayors, both mayors funded the Bergen County person came and spoke and kind of gave, the thing that was in that strategy that was so clear to me was they had a place that you could walk in, and if you were homeless and if you wanted help, whatever resources were available were at a place that you could walk into. And everybody in the community knows you can go in that place and whatever resources are available, they're in there. And so in talking to a lot of agencies over the years, what I've come to see is a desire for collaboration. But, not even talking about the funding challenge we're all about to have, but everybody's trying to do the work in front of them, right? And so they've got like 5% in their bucket at the end of the day to try to collaborate and find a home or a temporary shelter or, 2 places at the Safe Haven or, different, there's all kinds of nonprofits with 1, 2, 3, 4 beds. And I've seen people need housing, and through hundreds of phone calls that night, they get in a place and they stay there for 3 days while the place that's there available for 4 months is around the corner. But we don't fund collaboration among agencies. They try, but they're just stretched too thin to do it. And so I don't see the city at the moment leading to fund collaboration between agencies. And I think this is one of the things that's within our control in our community that doesn't require federal funding and long-term strategy. We're doing a lot of but just the homeless population in Knoxville right now, there are little resources and beds here and there in different agencies, but you got to know who it is and when it's open and and they skip off the surface of the help. And so because we don't have a place where people can come in and we don't fund a person for CAC, CARM, VMC to all be in the room and to say, whatever rooms or beds we have, even for tonight or for the next 4 nights or for the next 6 months. I mean, the idea of enrolling at KCDC for housing for somebody that's homeless, when they got to log in is just, fanciful. But my point is, collaboration is within our control in this community. And agencies want to collaborate. The city needs to fund a place, a collaboration in the form of a place where that happens. So I appreciate the low barrier shelter because that's kind of the bridge between bed for a long time and bed tonight. But we need a place where everybody in the community can say, whatever resources we have, and if you want to get off the street or want help, you go there. And in there, we have funded a seat and a place from every agency in the room. The triage collaboration is what's missing. And there's not a lack of desire, there's a lack of funding. And I think that's within our control. And so it's more just to plant a seed for what I think we need. Low barrier shelter philosophically makes sense. We need that but we don't have a day place where people can go in and agencies have the funding to put somebody there between 7 and 7. So I've seen all the things around that are a little bit too expensive or outside of our control. But this is within our control, and I think it's amazing what, a few $100,000 could do to encourage collaboration for the people we want to collaborate. So it's just a seed to plant. I also think if you do that, you allow for, you allow for the opportunity one day to reclaim Broadway. And what I mean by that is that CAC is a great example that does amazing work, significant homeless outreach and services, but they're not there. And I'll never forget the conversation I have with the youth program at CAC a couple years ago, maybe it's 3 years ago, when I described the foyer to them, but I didn't tell them what it was called or where it was. And they said, "That's amazing. Where is it?" And I told them where it was. And it served its purpose. I'm not knocking the foyer. It was great. We need another one. But my point is the concentration of everything on Broadway is not helpful. Because I had like 10 young people around the table going, "I'm in, where do I go?" And then I told them where, and they said, "No, I actually pass." So I think the second part that I think we really miss is an opportunity to have some of the agencies that are there do the good work, but not necessarily be right there. I just think that's a concentration of all of those services don't do good for anybody. And I think you'd be surprised having conversations with some of the agencies that operate in this area and their willingness to think differently about where they might be. So that may not be a friendly conversation for everybody in the public, but I think it's a solution-oriented seed that I'd like you all to continue to think about. There's willingness for collaboration among the homeless agencies in Knoxville. There are things within our control that if we fund, we can improve while we continue the long-term things about housing through federal funding and state funding. So thank you for the point of privilege and listening to me. I just feel strongly about this, and this is the last time I'm going to get to preach about it. So thank you for that.
Sir, could I go back and correct something real quick?
Yes, please.
Goes back to Councilwoman Parker's question about the 250K under policy. Yes, indeed, 250K is going to sustainability, and they do fall under Ms. Ball. Okay, but the 200K that I believe you're referring to, and I don't believe I know, 200,000 of that is going to the Arts and Cultural Alliance, which falls under policy. It's for that Emporium building capital project, and 50K that makes up the other piece that goes to the Public Arts Committee. That's what you were looking at, ma'am.
Any other questions? With that, thank you for all of the departments in front of you. Thank you for what you continue to do in our community. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
All right, up next on our agenda is Knoxville, Knox County Planning and Office of Sustainability.
And if I may, really quick, I was negligent earlier in introducing Kara Finger, who is the Deputy Policy Officer, who's here also. Wave, Kara. Just so putting a face with a name so that you all recognize her.
Thank you.
And I'll let Director Brooks and Director Melnick introduce themselves, their teams.
Okay. Hi, I'm
Welcome.
Patience Melnick, Director of Sustainability. I just rejoined the city 3 months ago in this new role. Thank you very much. Very happy to be here. Wanted to take a moment to introduce the team over there. We have Dawn Michelle Foster is our Deputy Director. Grace Levine is our Sustainability Coordinator. And Davy Ray is our Sustainability Analyst.
Good afternoon. I'm Amy Brooks, Knoxville, Knox County Planning. I have Allie Ketron. She is our Strategic Planning and Communications Manager.
Excellent. Thank you. Council members, open the floor for questions. Councilwoman Ryder.
All right. Well, Ms. Melnick, welcome back. Slightly different role this go round, I guess. So maybe do you want to hit some highlights of where you're taking the position? Because, new at the helm and doing something slightly different than what you did before.
Yeah, absolutely. I jumped right into the team has been working on quite a few projects, a couple grant-funded projects. One of note is the Breathe project, which is
a regional climate action planning process that we're currently undergoing. We're a year and a half into that one. We have quite a few solar array installs that we're looking at coming up, and some EV charging. I guess big picture, I would say that I think the team has been working away, understaffed for quite a while, but we're fully staffed for the first time in a while, and ready to take on, I think, more support for other departments in the city, as well as collaborations outside of the city with our partners. And also, I think, communicating about all the work that we're doing, just to get the word out about what we are up to.
Director Brooks, I see that we have in the budget proposal to fund half the comprehensive plan. At least 1.5 million was requested, and the city's agreed to fund 700. Can you talk a little bit about what that allows you or doesn't allow you to do?
Well, that funding will allow us to get started. So updating your comprehensive plan is a pretty significant effort. It will take at least 18 months to 2 years. It hasn't been updated in, I think, 23 years. So I think there's a lot of work ahead of us. So that funding will enable us to bring a consultant team on board, get the project launched, allow our staff to establish a website, and just kind of create that overall plan for the next 2 years. And so we anticipate, again, this will be a multi-year process, so I don't see any issue with it being funded partially this time.
All right. Thank you for that. Councilmember Roberto.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Director Melnick, just wanted to go back to something you just mentioned. You said you were looking at some solar projects, so that makes me wonder if those are expanded community solar projects, or if you're even able to announce what you were thinking about expanding into. I don't know if this is a time that you're willing to give us a little bit of an update on what you were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not community solar, nothing of that size, but actually installing solar panels and battery storage, which will be a first for the city, on some of our rec centers. We're actively working on that right now and about to put an RFP out for a system at EV Davidson. So we're going to start there.
That sounds great. And then, thinking about sustainability overall, could you give us a little bit of an update on how we're doing with our carbon reduction goals?
We're doing very well with our carbon reduction goals. You all may know that we have a 2030 goal of 50% reduction in city emissions, so city operations, from a 2005 benchmark. And we're most certainly going to meet those early. But we'll have more information about that in the coming months.
Very good.
Yeah.
And I know we're running a little bit behind, so I don't want to take up too much time, but I just appreciate both of you taking the time you do to answer questions and be available. So thank you very much.
Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was curious about the project with the battery storage as well, and I was happy to see it moving forward, and a little surprised we didn't already have the battery backups. But I imagine, this technology is getting better and cheaper as the years pass, so I understand the delay in that investment, but definitely think it's a good one. I'm wondering, with all of the new, we're looking to transition blighted properties into, new housing, and we've got new, civic furniture coming online in the new stadium. How do we account for those new uses in order to meet our goal?
That's a tough question. I think, it falls outside of what our office can do in terms of, requiring certain building codes and whatnot. That's not really under our purview, unfortunately. So we like to offer information and be a support for people in the community and businesses in the community. But a lot of the work that we do is, our internal operations, our own fleet, and our buildings. Those two together make up most of our city emissions, with some waste and others. So those are kind of the levers that we can pull most easily. Outside within the community, an example of how we're kind of supporting the community in transitioning to more sustainable, choices is our EV charging stations. We can't tell people what to buy, what kind of car to buy, but we can put in that infrastructure so they feel confident making that purchase. So that's something that's ongoing as well. EV adoption is growing. It's still small, but it's growing very quickly. So we're trying to support the community that way.
What about at city-owned facilities? Do we have any policies in place that would align? Well, I don't know if we have like a zero waste policies at special events or anything. Well, do we have any of those policies?
We don't have policies per se, but we do have, we had a process that we went through over a decade ago. And a lot of those systems are still in place for monitoring our emissions. And we installed at that time, changed over to LEDs and installed smart monitoring. And so, yes, that's a huge part of our emissions. And so the work that we do to buy, energy efficient HVAC and those systems, that's always something that we have in mind and we're trying to keep up with.
Yep. One last question. I know that we are seeing, and actually there was something in our Title VI report about needing to adjust some language that we're using because of new executive orders. And I remember changes happening. I can't remember if it's at the federal or state level or maybe both, around single-use plastics and some of these other things. In those situations, perhaps we can't set a policy for the city and the public, but it seems as a city we could adopt and continue to abide by more environmentally friendly policies. And I imagine that your office is committed to keeping us as a city on track, at least in terms of what we can do as a city. But is that something that you all are tracking, our new executive orders or state actions that might limit what we can do as a city?
Certainly. We have grants. So we are mindful of those executive orders. We're always keeping an eye on that, and on funding like the LIHEAP funding. But our work is necessary and continues. So,
well, thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, I'm more familiar with the progress that's being made in the fleets and, for example, the electric buses and all that, which is really great. I'm not as familiar with the solar power. Is there particular projects that you have going as far as transforming part of the city structures to solar powers? Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. Well, it's limited by funding. So we have that $250,000 and we have a grant. So we're going out to bid right now for this first project. And I think I'm asking them for 3 different types of systems. So a basic system, an elevated system, and a really robust system that could keep the lights on at a rec center for an extended blackout, for example. And so we're just going to look at kind of what comes back. We're talking with KUB, and they're helping us with these decisions as well. And then we'll see, how much we can do with the funding that we have. But our goal right now is to put those on rec centers. So, and we do have some existing solar, but again, this will be the first solar that we have where we add in that storage capacity. So you're really taking full advantage of those solar panels. So when it gets dark or cloudy, you have that battery still providing that power that the solar, brought in during the day.
Okay, excellent. I hope you get some real traction on that. The second question is related to recycling. I'm trying to get an idea kind of what your connection is to the overall curbside recycling. There's recycling bins in part of the city county building, and is that just part of the overall curbside, or is the city doing something a little bit separately?
Here in the city county building?
Yeah.
That is, controlled, I guess, by PBA here in the building. But our Office of Waste and Resources works very closely with them. They, for example, created the signage. And really, all of those materials are going to the same place. There's one recycling center. It's called West Rock here in town, and it serves the entire area. So the rules are the same.
Okay, that's very helpful. And I do have one thing. I keep hearing more from constituents about glass, what to do with glass, and the market really, from what I understand, is not really there to recycle glass, but people, they don't want it to go to the landfill. And, since we're transitioning from where the glass place to recycle was off of Willow, people are, basically just wondering, what can I do with it? So I just kind of wanted to put that on your radar screen. It probably already is, but I'm hearing more and more about that, about what can we do with this? So thank you.
Yeah, there are still 4 other city recycling centers. We did have 5 in total, and you're right, we're losing the one at Willow. We're also encouraging people to use, UT has a fabulous recycling center that's open to the public for those people who live downtown. And I can assure you and the constituents that glass is being recycled when it's brought to those city centers. It's taken down to Atlanta to be recycled.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? All right, thank you both. Appreciate your role in our community, and thanks for being here. Council, we have public forum at 4. Is it okay? I'm going to call an audible and group the next 3 departments together. So we'll have a melting pot of financiers and attorneys. I'm not sure what's about to happen, but and judges. Oh my! So maybe we will have, if we could have Boyce, you're already here. Director Swanson, if you would come forward, and Judge Cavanis, I see you in the building. If you wouldn't mind, come forward to the podium. Council will try to group our questions for these 3 departments.
May I speak from the podium, Your Honor?
You sure may.
I feel much more natural speaking from the podium. May it please the council. I'm Charles Swanson. I'm the director of the law department. You have met most of the folks I have brought with me, my team, Amanda Messer, to whom I have directly reported ever since I've been here. She's our office manager. Our deputy director, Ron Mills, who you have known for a long time. I have brought with me my 2 most recent attorneys because it is very possible that you have not met those attorneys, and I would like you to meet those new attorneys. Anderson Gass, who's over here in the middle of the table, is our new labor and employment person with the city of Knoxville since George Shields has moved on up in the world. And Anderson graduated from Samford Undergraduate School, as I recall, and Wake Forest University Law School. He was a judicial clerk for Magistrate Cindy Wyrick in the Federal Eastern District of Tennessee for a couple of years. And he also was in private practice at Penn Stewart, if I recall, up in Upper East Tennessee for a couple of years before coming to stay with us. Over on the far side over there is Sanjay Raman, who went to undergraduate school at State University of New York, at Oswego, I think, and then graduated from law school at LMU. He has practiced with a number of firms. He's been in private practice for a number of years, maybe 3 or 4, something like that, since he graduated from law school. And they are all law firms here in Knoxville, Butler Vines, I recall, and the most recent one was one I can neither remember nor pronounce. So you'll have to take my word, he was at a law firm. And he is now primarily practicing in city court. We have found that, we hope that that is helpful to the court for Sanjay to practice theirs, to prosecute city cases when it's necessary to do so. And he also provides some relief to us upstairs when our attorneys get too full with litigation cases. So we're here and we are prepared to answer any questions you might have.
I thought it was funny that your plan to save time was get a bunch of lawyers together.
Yeah, well, I'm going to cut some mics in a second, so get it out while you can.
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Smith and members of the council, other city department heads and members, thank you for having us here. On behalf of the city court, just a brief introduction from our office for someone who I don't know that you would have met either. We have Holly Marlowe here. Holly Marlowe is our court administrator. She replaced Wordsworth Watkins, who moved to Florida in November to pursue true love. He got married and is working for the state of Florida down there. So Holly was a hire from the town of Farragut. She had municipal administration experience in the town of Farragut, and we're happy to have her. It's been a good, she's been with us about 6 months. It's been a really good addition to the office. Just to piggyback on what Mr. Swanson said, having Mr. Raman in the city court has been very beneficial. It's provided a lot of consistency just on behalf of what the city's interests are on those cases. It, I think, makes the court experience perhaps closer to what more people would typically expect. They come in and essentially, if there's a negotiation or agreed resolution to be had, they can come and talk to Mr. Raman, present their side of the case, and then ultimately, if there is an agreement, that gets presented to me. I weigh whether that seems appropriate under the circumstances and accept or don't accept it. But also, it's been particularly helpful in contested cases where members of the Knoxville Police Department need to come in and present their evidence or their testimony, and ultimately they can do that. Mr. Raman is their attorney on their behalf, speaking for them and providing a level of representation there. So it's really, I think, made the court more efficient and been an overall positive for the court. I'm in a similar position, Mr. Swanson. If the council has any questions, happy to field those. We really only have one significant increase to our budget, and it is significant, but that's to upgrade our court case management software, which it's been, I believe it was 2011 was when we went to the current version that we're running. And I don't know if dog years and software years are the same, but 15-year-old software starts to show its age. And it certainly has been a big limitation in some of the initiatives that we'd like to pursue. And so we're really excited to be able to upgrade that in this next fiscal year.
Thank you. Any council voices or anything you want to say about your department?
No, I just now got Penny from purchasing and Donna Dyer from revenue in the
you're
back as well. So
start and finish
yeah, they're
strong.
back
Good.
here. Go team. But like Charles and Judge Kavanaugh, I'm just ready to answer any questions you might have about the finance department's budget.
Questions from council members. Councilwoman Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For city court, and thank you for explaining the increase, because I couldn't find that description anywhere. But in our budget, it states that city court will not have a transfer of excess court costs to the general fund in this budget year. And I don't know if that's a finance question or a city court question, but I'm curious about what's being projected for that.
If I remember correctly, in the last fiscal year, there was a transfer of approximately, or a projected transfer of approximately $50,000 to the general fund. To be honest, Councilwoman, that's not a number I reviewed specifically prior to coming here. Maybe I should have. What I perhaps can say is several of the efforts that that City Court is working on actively are with this new software. We hope that that's ultimately going to increase consistency across the board. You know, City Court, it's an interesting position to be in as a court where we are, just by statute, by law, our jurisdiction is limited to monetary fines and fees as the adjudication of the cases. And so, you know, the court is not in it for the bottom line, but at the end of the day, the consistency in our judgments and the enforcement of our judgments ultimately does have a monetary value or a monetary amount connected to that. And so the way I look at it is, if we're not consistently enforcing our judgments, ultimately that's undermining the authority of the court. I mean, if one person comes in and does what they're supposed to do and pays their ticket or ordinance violation or whatever it is, but then the next person doesn't, and we ultimately don't do anything about that, well, then what was the point of me signing the judgment and enforcing or not enforcing that case? And so that, just to say that some of the efforts that I think we will have coming up in this next fiscal year are looking at how we could be more efficient in our enforcement of these cases, the adjudication of these cases. I think that our new software is going to help us. It has features such as email reminders that we could set up, text message reminders that we could set up for people, reminding them of their upcoming court dates, or even reminding them that they've missed their court date and they have X number of days before their case would be submitted to the Department of Safety for driver's license suspension, or that further collection action would be taken. And so that's maybe a really long way for me to say I'm just not sure whether we are going to end up with a surplus that would ultimately end up in the general fund, but I know that we're really taking a hard look and taking some concrete steps to making sure that if there are cases adjudicated in city court, we want those judgments to be enforced consistently and fairly across the board.
And ma'am, just financially, I mean, in the past, there have been years where we did have money that we're able to transfer from the city court into the general fund, but we're not. And I don't think we projected that for this FY either, so.
And the reason I ask is because there has been an increased focus on the enforcement. And so I anticipated to see, I guess, an increased return perhaps on those efforts. Well, so my other question is, when it comes to funding the city court and the enforcement, is there any is it a part of the budgeting to attempt to maintain the services of the court through the revenue generated through enforcement?
That is correct. It's a special revenue fund, and so you'd like to see it be sort of self-sustaining, but not necessarily all the time, just like we can transfer money out from time to time.
And for the most part, is it? Or do you have a sense of how much is supplemented?
Yes, in FY24, there was a general fund transfer to support the operations of city court. We did not budget that for this current year, FY25, and we have not budgeted for the upcoming year of FY26.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. My time's up.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Parker.
I wanted to return to the purchasing conversation under finance. I'm sorry, Law, I have no questions for you. But thank you for your participation.
I'm calling Miss Penny Owens up to the podium. So she's our purchasing agent.
Okay. So I had questions earlier when we were speaking with Human Resources, because that's where we get our Title VI report from, and I was directed to bring those questions to you. And so perhaps we could start out with, maybe you can remind us of the timeline that was adopted when we finalized the disparity report under our Title VI kind of obligations. Yeah.
So we received that report in November of 2023 and committed to a 2-year implementation timeline. So we did start that in December of 24. So we're about 16 and a half months into implementation. We're still on course to do as much of that as we can within the 2-year time frame. A lot of what we've been doing has been kind of back office things and not real visible yet, but we're making some progress there.
Awesome. And there was a new hire. I saw it advertised. Have we filled that position?
The contract compliance officer? Yes.
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 Okay, so tell me more about how that position now will work and provide some oversight for city contracts.
Absolutely. So to date, we really have not had the capability to track, especially like on construction contracts where we have subs, and often they do. They potentially, might want to use DBE firms or small businesses. And so we've not had that ability to go back and go, is that who you're really using, and track that usage. So she is starting to look through the contracts, and we're trying to figure out how to track that at this point. But she has begun doing that, along with looking at how to do vendor performance management as well, because that was another thing that came out of the disparity study as well.
And we, as a city, we've been kind of setting some general goals each year already, but for our contracting with diverse business enterprises. But we have even more guidance now from this disparity study. So are we shifting now into that new way of determining our goals for each year? Are we setting them for FY26?
That is our goal, is to set them for FY26. We haven't really yet, because we had to do a lot of kind of cleaning up with our data so that we could accurately track our spend in the same way that it was done in the disparity study. So we didn't, they broke it into 5 different categories. We only used to do 3. No double dipping. So if you're minority owned, we count you as that and not as small business. So we've had to do a lot of changes in our system to track that accordingly. But that is our goal, is for FY26 to have that available.
Gotcha. And then there was mention in our Title VI report of some impacts from executive orders, largely on language access being one area, and this might be separate from what you're doing. Okay.
Probably.
Should have asked these questions earlier. Have we seen any executive orders or any actions from the federal or state government that would impact our commitment to DBEs and our disparity study?
I can answer that one. Well, okay, it's yes and no. The reason is, I say yes, is you got to kind of be careful what language that you use. But as long as you're not using, I guess I'd call it discriminatory practices and race-conscious efforts and so forth, then should be completely okay. That's my understanding of the law. Is that not yours, Penny, as well?
Yes, that's what I'm seeing so far, is a lot of language around no use of preferences.
Yeah, which we have not, we're not doing that. And so, no.
Our efforts
I mean,
have always been aspirational, and we're continuing to do that.
We're watching it real close, though, I can tell you that.
Yeah. If there is some sort of concrete update or a new executive order or new something that you could share with me, that would help inform where we're at, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything, but I know there's something. I know it is.
You just send her the new state law, the extract that you and I have been going over.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you all. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Is it fair to say for all departments that staffing is stabilized and as evidenced by some of our guests today?
Well, yeah, I think other than the police department that continues to run continuous recruit classes, we have really good, we've responded. I think council's increases for salary and our benefit improvements have made a difference. The market helps, and we want to be an employer of choice, but yes.
Okay. Judge Cavanis, would you establish the same?
Certainly. We just had a retirement in the office, but about a couple weeks ago, but otherwise we're fully staffed for the first time since before COVID, which has been great for our operations.
Okay. Director Swanson, self-evident. Very good. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Well, with that, we've got a few minutes to spare. This meeting is adjourned.